turrets, tearing them apart, making sure everything was exactly right. Men's lives depended on their scrutiny. When they had finished, the ground mechanics, 3 to each plane, a crew chief and his 2 assistants, took over, making the final mechanical checks: engine, hydraulics, brakes, tires, and oxygen system. The most physically demanding job was hand-pulling the propeller blades to turn the engine and remove any oil that had built up in the cylinders. The crew chief then climbed into the cockpit and engaged the engines, testing them, along with the plane's sensitive electrical and hydraulic functions. If everything checked out, the engines were shut down and the gas tanks topped. The ground crews were never told where their machines were going. They did know that a full tank meant a long and dangerous day for the air crews. The mechanics were just completing their work when the gunners arrived, an hour or so before takeoff. They mounted and secured their guns, which were usually stored in the armament shop beside the hardstand, where they were wrapped in oil-soaked rags to prevent rust. This heavy oil coating had to be removed. At high altitude, it might absorb moisture, causing the guns to freeze. When the 4 flying officers arrived from their briefing, the pilot handed out emergency kits to the crew and did a walk-around with the ground crew chief, the final visual inspection before takeoff. While they circled the plane, running through a long checklist, the gunners slipped into their electrically heated flying suits, which they had carried out to the hardstand in zippered equipment bags. Most of the gunners had already put on the rest of their cumbersome flying clothing in the flight equipment room, but some men preferred to dress for war right at the plane. The men wore detachable parachute harnesses, inflatable life preservers, fleece-lined leather jackets and pants, heavy leather flying boots, and lined leather gloves. The gunners wore fleece-lined flight caps, and by this time some crewmen had available to them flak helmets and body armor, which they donned when they entered enemy airspace. Each officer was issued a .45 caliber Colt automatic pistol, and most men carried talismans, St. Christopher medals, letters from wives or sweethearts, lucky socks or scarves, anything to ward off the devils of war. Most of the crew entered the bomber through the rear fuselage door, behind one of the waist gunner's open windows. Some officers preferred to pull themselves up, like chinning oneself, through the nose hatch, a more athletic way of getting to their stations. When the entire crew was on board, the pilot opened his side window, shouted, "All clear left," and started the propeller of his No. 1 engine. With a big belching cough, the right cyclone engine started. Ken Lemons recalled the morning of the 100th's first strike. One by one, beginning with the left outboard engine, they roared to life, sending a billow of smoke out the rear. The backdraft from those engines could easily blow a man over. The pilots motioned for the ground crews to remove the wheel chocks so they could begin taxiing down the perimeter track. Like wary mothers, the ground crews walked beside their babies to the main runway. The pilots could not see the ground ahead of them over the high nose sections of the forts and needed their guidance. A green light flashed from a van parked at the end of the runway, and within minutes the 100th was battle-bound, off to hit Bremen. When the bombers disappeared into the low, heavy clouds, hardly a sound could be heard on the base. After clearing their tools off the hardstands, the ground crews headed to the mess hall, and from there straight to bed. But it was hard for them to sleep with their planes out there in danger. After a few restless hours in the sack, some men played cards or craps, others wrote letters home, and a few sneaked into the village for a pint of ale or a morning delight with a young British war widow. "We couldn't completely relax," said Ken Lemons, "until they were home." About an hour before noon, word went out. They were coming back. Men poured out of kitchens and offices, machine shops and huts. Within minutes, every ground pounder was out on the flight line, prepared to count them in. At about 11:15, they were over Thorpe Abbotts and started to land one at a time. There were 14 bombers, but there were supposed to be 17. The ground crews of the missing planes waited by the runway, hoping for a miracle. When they learned that the 3 bombers had been officially listed as missing, They gathered their equipment and walked back in silence to their dispersal tents. 30 men they had shaken hands with that promising morning were gone. There was no time to mourn. Ken Lemons was a flight chief in charge of 5 bombers and 15 mechanics, and the flight chiefs had to have their planes ready for the next day. Mechanics cleaned out plugged oil sumps, checked spark plugs and cylinders, inspected superchargers and electrical lines. When the gassers arrived in their enormous tank trucks, the mechanics crawled out on the wings, opened the fuel doors, and helped them fill the self-sealing tanks, 6 on each fortress. On late-model B-17s, these tanks held over 2,800 gallons of gasoline, nearly a quarter of the plane's weight at takeoff. As the mechanics went about their work, exchanging friendly insults, the sheet metal crews patched the battle damage, securing the patches with rivets from a noisy air gun. Major structural damage was usually repaired at Special Air Force depots, but in the rush of combat, Ken Lemons's crews would sometimes be called on to change a propeller or to pull off a wing in order to replace a punctured gas tank. That kind of work went on far into the night. The mechanics worked in an environment of perpetual mud and grease. When filth built up on their clothing, some of the men washed their coveralls and Class A uniforms in big tubs of gasoline, drying them on clotheslines they strung up outside their huts. Air Force personnel were required to wear their dress uniforms off the base, but if a man drew a pass before his Class A uniform dried, he would rather wear it damp than spend the night alone on base. "It's a wonder," said Lemons, "the men didn't explode when they lit a cigarette." There was no glory in their work, and virtually no recognition. No medals were handed out for changing spark plugs. And mechanics had no blood and thunder stories to tell at the pubs. But everyone on base knew they were helping to win the war by keeping them up there. When the Nazis started this war of machines, of fast-moving tanks and planes, they forgot that the United States was a nation of mechanics, where boys were teethed on erector sets, and where farm kids like Ken Lemons could repair the family Chevy before they were 16. It was these soldier mechanics, a reporter from Yank wrote, who were repairing the bombers that would knock the Nazi supermen back into their beer cellars. With the crews rotating through on their 25 mission tours, and with so many of them lost in combat, the ground crews, whose tours of operation were for the duration plus, could not get to know all of them. But we loved them, says Ken Lemons. They were fighting the war for us. Combat and Craziness. Having arrived in England with a reputation for ill discipline, the 100th came under the cold scrutiny of Colonel Curtis LeMay. When LeMay came to Thorpe Abbotts for an inspection, a rowdy corporal sped by him in a truck pulling a bomb trailer, nearly hitting him. Minutes later, a jeep driven by a crew chief slammed into the side of the colonel's command car. LeMay found the men's quarters in wild disarray, with beds unmade, empty rum bottles littering the floor, and laundry piled in rank-smelling heaps. When he asked to see Gail Cleven, having heard that he and John Egan were the source of the group's raunchy discipline, a sergeant told him that the squadron leader was nowhere to be found. The group's easygoing commander, Colonel Neil Chick Harding, a former football coach at West Point, drank with his flyers and did little to enforce discipline on the base. As missions got tougher, he saw liquor and fistfights as acceptable forms of release. His men, he would say, were made of flesh and brain, not unfeeling iron. After watching friends die in exploding planes, they should be allowed to get crazy once in a while. Craziness, however, came in different packages, and at least once it resulted in an excellent decision. Later that summer, Harry Crosby was unable to sight his primary target through a thick cloud bank. Both backup targets were socked in as well, freeing the squadrons to bomb a target of opportunity, an Air Force euphemism for any place that could be conveniently creamed. Sighting a large German city through a clearing in the clouds, Crosby gave the OK sign to the pilot. Just as he heard the bomb doors opening, he looked down at his map and discovered that the city was Bonn. He immediately hit his mic button. "All positions from navigator. I have another target. We can't bomb Bonn." "Command to navigator. Why not?" "That is where Beethoven went to school." Crosby happened to know this because he had read it on the cover of the phonograph record he had played in his room the night before the raid, Beethoven's Fifth, a fitting musical prelude, he thought, for a mission into Germany. He had also read on the cover that Bonn was a university town, one of the most picturesque places in Europe. After an outburst of "oh shits" from the crew, the pilot went along with Crosby, and 63 forts passed over the city, some of them with their bomb doors open. Minutes later, they found a marshalling yard in the Ruhr and obliterated it. Hamburg. Hamburg was not so fortunate. A port city of nearly 2 million people, it was nearly annihilated by the first man-made firestorm in recorded history. The crews of bomber Harris did the burden of the destruction, but the 8th contributed. This was part of the first sustained American bombing offensive beyond the Rhine, the opening of the summer offensive that Ira Eaker had been building toward for almost 6 months. It began in the last week of July 1943. The Air Force called it Blitz Week. Blitz Week was made possible by a sudden break in the weather. The 8th's operations had been hampered by a 3-month-long period of cloudy weather over German targets. When the sky cleared spectacularly on July 24th, the 8th, joined by the RAF, launched what official Air Force historians called the heaviest and most continuous attacks in the history of aerial warfare to that date. This was the real beginning of Point Blank. That week, Harris's Lancasters, Halifaxes, Stirlings, and Wellingtons dropped record amounts of explosives on Germany, and the 8th set its own tonnage records in daylight raids that took its bombers further into Germany than they had dared to go before. The week began with the 8th hitting economic targets in Norway, its longest mission to date. On the following 2 days, July 25th and 26th, Eaker's bombers teamed up with the RAF on coordinated daylight and night raids on Hamburg, the biggest port on the European continent and Germany's second-largest city. The 8th concentrated on the city's aircraft engine plants and its immense U-boat construction yards, while Harris's men gutted the center of the city in a succession of apocalyptic night raids. On the evening of July 24th to 25th, the RAF set ferocious fires that were still burning when the 8th arrived over the city the next day. "Smoke lies over the town like an enormous thundercloud, through which one sees the sun like a red disk," wrote one German observer. "Now, at 8 o'clock in the morning, it is nearly dark, as in the middle of the night." The worst came 2 days later. July 27th was a beautiful summer night in Hamburg. The city was quiet, no flak, no sirens. Perhaps it was over, the optimists speculated. Then, at 1 o'clock a.m., the British bombers, over 700 of them, could be heard approaching. "Suddenly there came a rain of fire from heaven," recalled a Hamburg firefighter. "The air was actually filled with fire. Then a storm started, a shrill howling in the street. It grew into a hurricane, so that we had to abandon all hope of fighting the fire." Hamburg, already attacked numerous times by the RAF, had a formidable anti-aircraft network of flak and fighters, but this time the British employed an ingenious new defensive tactic, codenamed Window. Thousands of bundles of aluminum foil strips, resembling Christmas tree tinsel, were dropped from planes, creating a blizzard of false echoes on the radar screens of air and ground defenders. The weather, unusually hot and dry for this part of Germany, provided near-perfect atmospheric conditions for what turned into a city-consuming cyclone of fire. Within 20 minutes after the raid began, a column of turbulent, heated air rose more than 2.5 miles into the night sky. Superheated air raced through the city at speeds in excess of 150 miles per hour, sending terrified people scurrying to air raid cellars, their shirts and dresses lit up like torches. Inside the shelters, thousands suffocated as the voracious fire sucked oxygen out of the atmosphere. The bodies of other victims were baked and reduced to ashes by radiant heat. It was as though they had been placed in a crematorium, which was indeed what each shelter proved to be, said a secret German report. The fortunate were those who jumped into the canals and waterways and remained swimming or standing up to their necks in water for hours until the heat should die down. Later that night, the oily water in the industrial canals caught fire, and people trapped there became insane, said one witness. In shelters hit by fire sticks, small, highly lethal incendiary bombs, children yelled like animals, reported another witness. One woman next to me took a knife and cut her child's wrists. Then she cut her own and slipped down on her, calling out, "Darling, my darling, we shall soon see Daddy now." The brains of fire victims fell from their burst temples, and tiny children lay like fried eels on the pavement. Even in death, said a witness, they showed signs of how they must have suffered, their hands and arms stretched out as if to protect themselves from that pitiless heat. When survivors found dead family members, everything around them was gone: home, photographs, all possessions. Nothing to remember them by. After the final RAF attack on August 2nd, relief workers were called in to clear streets littered with charred corpses. "We stacked the bodies in 30 to 35 layers on top of each other," reported a member of the local Hitler Youth. "We stacked them all, and if you went past 2 or 3 days later, you could only go with cellophane over your eyes, because everything was smoky. The air was absolutely still. We didn't have any sun at all for 3 or 4 days. It was completely dark out. The dead were piled in the entrances of houses, and when you went by you just saw a heap of feet, some barefoot, some with burned soles. The corpses were beyond identification. We would dig entire families out of their basements. They'd fit into a bathtub. Even adults were very small. They were completely mummified, burned, and melted together by the heat." Looters picking around in the ruins were shot on the spot by police and Gestapo agents. Victims fleeing collapsing bunkers, their bodies on fire, rushed into the next air raid shelter and were shot in order not to spread the flames, reported a Hamburg woman. The firestorm, the first ever created by bombing, was a deliberate act, achieved by a lethal combination of high explosive and incendiary bombs. Enormous 4,000-pound blast bombs were then dropped into the inferno to blow craters in the roads in order to impede the firefighters. A wave of terror radiated from the suffering city and spread throughout Germany. Appalling details of the great fires were recounted, and their glow could be seen for days from a distance of 120 miles, reported a German air commander. News of the terror of Hamburg spread rapidly to the remotest villages of the Reich. The horrific details carried by over 1 million people who escaped the city, many of them in a wild stampede. Traveling with other fire victims on a train to Berlin, a German housewife witnessed a scene beyond human belief. A young woman, her face blackened by soot and ash, was staring out the window of the car, frozen in a trance-like state. Resting on her knees was a small suitcase. Another woman, who had lost all her belongings, turned to her and commented coldly, "Well, at any rate, you managed to save something out of it. You've been luckier than some of us, haven't you?" The young woman said yes, she had. "I've saved the dearest thing in the world to me. Do you want to see it?" She opened the suitcase. Inside was what looked like the blackened, shrunken body of a baby. The woman began laughing hysterically. "That's my daughter. Isn't she sweet? She has such beautiful fair curls and blue eyes, hasn't she? She's grown a lot this last year. She's just 12 years old. But now she's shriveled. I can carry her in my suitcase now." It was suffering and loss never seen before in a bombing raid. 45,000 bodies, mostly women, children, and the elderly, were recovered from the ruins, and at least 10,000 more bodies remained buried or were obliterated by the flames, according to Hamburg fire authorities. Nearly 60% of the city, an area of almost 13 square miles, was totally burned out, leaving hundreds of thousands of people homeless. In 10 days, more civilians were killed in Hamburg than were lost in Great Britain during the entire Blitz. RAF losses were heavy, 87 aircraft, but Bomber Harris was satisfied with Operation Gomorrah, as the raid was aptly codenamed. His crews nearly silenced a city. Fritz Reck, whose vocal opposition to the Nazis would land him in Dachau, where he would be silenced forever, wrote despairingly in his diary that there was no possible way back to the world of yesterday. Germany had brought this on itself, and would suffer as it never had in its history. For the first time in the war, the RAF had profoundly shaken the Nazi leadership. Psychologically, the war reached its most critical point, wrote Commander of Fighters Adolf Galland. Stalingrad had been worse, but Hamburg was not hundreds of miles away on the Volga, but on the Elbe, right in the heart of Germany. Hamburg put the fear of God in me, wrote Albert Speer, Hitler's Minister of Armaments. At a meeting of Central Planning on July 29th, I pointed out, if the air raids continue on the present scale, within 3 months we shall be relieved of a number of questions we are at present discussing. We might just as well hold the final meeting of Central Planning. 3 days later, Speer warned a shaken Hitler, who refused to visit Hamburg or even receive a delegation of emergency workers that had performed heroic service in the stricken city, that a series of attacks of this sort, extended to 6 more major cities, would bring German armaments production to a total halt. Hitler waved off the warning. "You'll straighten all that out again," he said to Speer. Indeed, Harris had vastly underestimated the recuperative powers of the Reich economy. Within 5 months, Hamburg had regained 80% of its former productivity. An organizational genius, Speer directed the recovery, but Hamburg was saved as a center of Nazi war production because it was never hit again with such vehemence. Harris moved on to other cities, principally Berlin. In the months ahead, British bombing took on an almost aimless quality, piling up vast rubble, yet too dispersed in time and space to apply a decisive shock to either morale or production, wrote historian Michael Sherry. Its bombing was stark testimony to the ease with which men equated the destructiveness of air power with its decisiveness. Fearing massive retaliation from the Luftwaffe, Harris found it preferable, as historian Max Hastings has argued, to strike a target at intervals of some weeks, rather than to return immediately. The Battle of Hamburg exposed the fraudulence of round-the-clock bombing, the central idea of point-blank. The independently planned raids by the 8th were too small to do permanent damage to Hamburg's docks, aircraft factories, and U-boat facilities, and swirling smoke from the inferno that the RAF created hampered efforts by American crews to locate their precision targets. On July 28th, 8th Air Force gunner Jack Novy's fortress flew over Hamburg after bad weather prevented it from finding its main target. Even at 17,000 feet, the heat was so intense that my face was prickling as if I were standing in front of an open fireplace. Only a tiny percentage of the estimated 46,000 people who were killed in Hamburg were victims of American bombs, but Novy and a number of other crewmen of his 96th Bomb Group were shocked that the 8th Air Force had participated in what they saw as an indiscriminate slaughter. "I couldn't help picturing children down below," Novy wrote later. But even silent dissenters like Novy remained convinced of the correctness of their cause. The mad dictator had brought this down on himself, and for supporting him, the German people would have to accept even the death of innocents. And while the airmen never thought of themselves as innocents, they too were suffering. Red Morgan. To Red Morgan and his crew, the mission to Hanover during Blitz Week was about all the war any 10 men could bear. Lieutenant John Morgan of the 92nd Bomb Group was a B-17 co-pilot from Amarillo, Texas. Impatient to get into the fight, he had flown with the Royal Canadian Air Force before the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. That had taken courage. What he did over Hanover on July 26, 1943, made him a legend in the 8th. On the way to the target, Morgan took over the controls of his battered fortress from his mortally wounded pilot, Robert Campbell. The delirious man, the back of his head sheared off by a 20-millimeter shell, was slumped over the steering column, his arms clasped around it in a death grip. For 2 hours he instinctively fought Morgan for control of the gyrating ship. Morgan could easily have ended Campbell's life by pulling off his oxygen mask, but he wanted to try to get his friend back alive. With the plane's communication system shot out, he was unable to call for assistance. Help would have been hard to get anyway. The top turret gunner, Staff Sergeant Tyre C. Weaver, had just had his arm blown off by cannon fire and was lying unconscious on the freezing floor of the plane. The navigator, Lieutenant Keith Koski, tore the white scarf from his neck and tried to wrap it around the stump of Weaver's arm, but the arm had been shot off too close to the shoulder for Koski to apply enough pressure to stop the bleeding. "I tried to apply morphine," Koski told Andy Rooney later, "but the needle was bent. I couldn't get it in." The bomber was 4 hours from England, and Koski knew Weaver could not hold on that long. He put a parachute on Weaver's harness, placed the ripcord in his remaining hand, and lowered him through an escape hatch. His hope was that the sub-zero cold would stop the bleeding, and that a German doctor would get to him in time to save his life. While Koski was tending to Weaver, the rear gunners, unknown to Morgan, were unconscious. Their oxygen hoses had been cut by cannon fire. Piloting the fortress with one hand while fighting off the dying pilot with the other, Morgan, a 6'2" powerhouse, got Ruthie 2 to the target and bombed a Hanover rubber factory. Later, with the help of Koski and one of the revived gunners, he pulled Campbell from his seat, placed him on the floor of the cockpit, and covered him with a blanket. They would have prayed over him if they had had the time. Morgan made an emergency landing at an RAF field in Norfolk with his fuel gauges on 0 and with the windshield shattered so badly he had to guide the plane from his side window. The pilot died an hour or so later. That December, Staff Sergeant Tyre Weaver of Riverview, Alabama, sent a letter to a friend informing him that he was safe in Stalag 17B, a German prison camp in Austria. A few days later, Morgan was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. He thought it should have gone to Koski. Zero Raiders. Despite good weather, General Ira Eaker ordered a stand-down on July 31st. The 8th would not resume full operations for almost 2 weeks. It had lost 97 forts during Blitz Week, 10% of the planes that attacked the targets, and the exhausted and shaken flyers needed time to recuperate. Eaker also needed to replenish his supply of bombers for a highly secret raid that had been in the planning stage for almost 6 months. This was an attack on the ball bearing factories at Schweinfurt, which a Luftwaffe commander called the Achilles heel of German industry. No war machine moves without friction-reducing bearings, and Schweinfurt, a handsome town of 43,000 residents on the River Main, just northwest of Nuremberg, had 3 plants that together produced 57% of Germany's anti-friction bearings. This was to be a dual raid, with another fleet of bombers striking a Messerschmitt assembly plant at Regensburg, also in Bavaria, that produced 30% of Germany's single-engine fighter planes. The Regensburg force would then fly to American bases in North Africa, while the Schweinfurt contingent would head back to England. This shuttle mission would be the 8th's deepest penetration yet of German airspace, and the bombers would have no escorts from the time they crossed the German border. But by dividing and confusing the enemy's defenses, the double strike would allow both armadas to deliver heavy blows without taking prohibitive losses. That was the plan. Eaker would have to execute this mission without 3 of his liberator groups. The previous June, they had been sent to the recently conquered Libyan desert to train for another top-secret operation against another of the Reich's choke points, the gigantic oil refinery complex at Ploiești, Romania, source of 60% of Hitler's crude oil. This attack on what Churchill called the taproot of German might was scheduled for August 1, 1943, the day after Eaker grounded his fortresses. Both missions were undertaken to deliver a knockout blow, a sign of Hap Arnold's rising impatience with the progress of the European air war. As Curtis LeMay would say later, these operations were the outgrowth of a search by those intellectual souls in plans and intelligence to find an easy way of winning the war in Europe. That's just about like searching for the fountain of youth. There is no such thing. Never was. The 3 main targets, oil, ball bearings, and aircraft plants, had been recommended by a panel of civilian experts that Arnold convened in December 1942. The Committee of Operations Analysts, COA, had a glittering membership. It included Wall Street financiers Thomas W. Lamont of J.P. Morgan and Company and Elihu Root, Jr., son of Theodore Roosevelt's Secretary of State, Attorney George W. Ball, Princeton military historian Edward Meade Earle, Judge John Marshall Harlan, later a Supreme Court justice, and Colonel Guido R. Pereira, who had left his prestigious Boston law practice to serve with Arnold in Washington. The following March, after a close study of the German economy, the committee urged the 8th Air Force to focus on a select number of target systems. It is better to cause a high degree of destruction in a few really essential industries or services than to cause a small degree of destruction in many industries. By hitting these bottleneck targets repeatedly and with relentless determination, the American air arm could, it was hoped, paralyze the Western Axis warfront, particularly the Luftwaffe, a heavy user of both oil and ball bearings. The Schweinfurt-Regensburg raid was risky. Ploiești was suicide. Germany, a country without major sources of crude oil, had gone to war with meager reserve stocks of aviation and motor gasoline and never recovered from this precarious position. It had made up for its paucity of natural supplies by a twofold process of conquest and creativity. By 1943, it had the largest synthetic oil industry in the world, and enormous supplies of crude oil were being imported from subject states, chiefly Romania. The Romanian refineries had become doubly important to the German war effort because of the Wehrmacht's failure to capture Russian oil fields in the Caucasus, one of the major aims of the German invasion of the Soviet Union. Germany's synthetic plants were located deep inside the Reich and were cleverly camouflaged and stoutly defended. But with the Allied conquest of North Africa, Ploiești, lying on a broad plain at the foot of the Transylvanian Alps, 35 miles north of the capital city of Bucharest, could be reached by long-range bombers flying from desert fields that had been used to chase Erwin Rommel from the sand seas of Libya. Allied ground intelligence reported that Ploiești was lightly defended, mostly by Romanians who despised their Nazi masters and were unlikely to put up resistance. But a captured Romanian flyer reported that Ploiești was one of the most heavily fortified targets in Europe. No reconnaissance missions were flown over the site to confirm this, for fear of alerting the enemy. It was one of the biggest intelligence blunders of the war. Operation Tidal Wave, as the Ploiești mission was codenamed, was the brainchild of Colonel Jacob E. Smart, a staff advisor to Hap Arnold. The keys to it were surprise and razor-sharp timing. The Germans knew that the American Air Force was completely committed to high-altitude precision bombing, and they had set up their defenses at Ploiești with this in mind after a small, unsuccessful high-altitude raid by the Americans in the spring of 1942. Smart proposed to go in low, at treetop level, at recklessly high speeds of up to 200 miles per hour. The attacking planes would observe radio silence all the way to the target, across a broad stretch of the Mediterranean and over the rugged mountains of Albania and Yugoslavia. After climbing over the 9,000-foot summits of the Pindus Range, they would drop to zero level and thunder up the Danube plain, arriving simultaneously and in massed numbers at the target, overwhelming their unprepared defenders and turning Ploiești into a boiling inferno. Flying low, under enemy radar, would allow the bombers to hit their targets with pinpoint precision from 200 to 800 feet, and would give enemy flak gunners and fighters difficult targets to sight and hit. It would also reduce civilian casualties and give battle-ravaged bombers a better chance of surviving crash landings. Flying fortresses lacked the range for this mission, an unprecedented 2,400-mile round trip, so Smart was forced to use Liberators, with the knowledge that this would make the mission even riskier. The B-24s were difficult to maneuver. Just moving the yoke required great physical strength, a disabling disadvantage on a mission that called for close formation flying and almost inhuman aerial agility. The bomber's aerodynamically advanced wing, the so-called Davis wing, was also less resilient than that of the B-17, another critical disadvantage on an operation in which the bombers would fly directly into the sights of the enemy's ground gunners. 5 bomb groups were selected to carry out the strike. 2 were from Lieutenant General Louis Brereton's 9th Air Force, a small tactical outfit stationed on the desert wastes near the coastal city of Benghazi, Libya, and 3 were on loan from the 8th Air Force. 2 of the outfits from the 8th, the 44th, the Flying 8-Balls, and the 93rd, had combat experience against Nazi submarine pens on the coast of France, and the 93rd had just finished a winter tour of North Africa in support of Operation Torch. On their return from Africa, they had dubbed themselves Ted's Traveling Circus, after their crusty commander, Colonel Edward Ted Timberlake, a former football star at West Point. The 3rd group, the 389th, the Sky Scorpions, was just completing training in the States. Ira Eaker opposed the mission. It would deprive him of desperately needed bombers and crews. But that May, with Arnold's backing, Colonel Smart received approval from the combined chiefs of staff, who wanted to relieve pressure on the Russians, still locked in a death duel with a German army heavily dependent on Romanian oil. When Philip Ardrey of Bourbon County, Kentucky, arrived in England in June 1943, he was told not to unpack. There were rumors that a detachment from his outfit, the Sky Scorpions, was to be sent to North Africa on a highly dangerous secret mission. Less than 2 weeks later, the Sky Scorpions were in the Libyan desert with 4 other bomb groups practicing low-altitude formation flying under General Brereton's direction. Living and flying conditions were abysmal. Fierce sandstorms impeded operations, swarms of lizards and desert rats invaded the men's tents, and most of the flyers came down with dysentery. The crews were not told the objective of their desert exercises. When they were not on practice maneuvers, they flew with the 9th Air Force in support of the invasion of Sicily. After bombing Rome on July 19th, they began intensive training for their ground-hugging raid, dropping wooden bombs on a full-scale mock-up of the Ploiești oil complex that engineers had laid out on the desert sand with whitewash and oil cans. This was the type of flying every hot pilot had dreamed of all his life, wrote Ardrey, at the time a recent graduate of Harvard Law School. When you go 200 miles per hour at an altitude of 800 feet, you really know you're going 200 miles per hour. At the mission briefing, the flyers were warned to expect losses of up to 50%. Tolerable casualties, Brereton insisted, for a strike that could shorten the war by 6 months. Gunners were told they would be flying so low they could expect to engage enemy gun batteries in close-quarter firefights. Co-pilots were given submachine guns and told how to fire them out of their cockpit windows. When we walked out of that briefing, each of us knew that coming back was secondary on this job, said one pilot. The evening before the mission, Father Gerald Beck, the Flying Scorpions Catholic chaplain, went from tent to tent, hearing confession and trying to settle the men's nerves. An impressively tall Irishman with blue eyes and iron-gray hair, he was the most beloved member of the group. When he wasn't ministering to his men, he was playing poker with them. When he won, which was almost always, he gave his winnings to boys who needed it. The night before the mission, each flyer was told to write a letter home and place it on his bed in the morning. It would be mailed if he failed to return. Unknown to most of the flyers, their commanders were at odds about the raid. The mission leader, Major General Uzzel Ent of the 9th Air Force, had drafted a petition to General Brereton, which he wanted all bomb group leaders to sign, requesting that the planes bomb from high altitude. Colonel John Killer Kane, commander of the 98th Bomb Group, joined him in dissent, complaining that some idiot armchair warrior in Washington had to have planned this raid. When Ent's petition nearly cost him his command, he withdrew his opposition. At first light on August 1st, after 12 days of grueling training, a task force of 178 liberators equipped with auxiliary wing tanks and additional forward armor and guns fired up their engines. Out on the runway was Father Beck, blessing the bombers. A co-pilot shouted to him, "You got good connections up there, chappie?" Beck yelled back over the roar of the propellers, "I pray through channels." The men in the bombers gave him the thumbs-up sign and began taxiing out to the end of the runway, their whirling propellers raising tremendous clouds of dust. A baby-faced sergeant leaned out of his gun portal and bade farewell to Father Beck. "Make contact for us, Padre." It took an hour for the Zero Raiders to assemble in the air for the 7-hour run to the target, and less time to suffer their first loss. A liberator named Kickapoo crashed and burned minutes after takeoff. 3 hours later, another bomber flipped over and dropped into the Ionian Sea. Tension in the remaining planes would have been even higher had the flyers known that the Germans had a signal station in Greece that had broken the American code, making radio silence unnecessary. Ploiești's early warning system was alerted and would track the liberators all the way to Bucharest. Approaching the mountains of Albania, the bombers flew into a towering cloud formation, rising to a height of 17,000 feet. Our success and our salvation depended not only on surprise, but also on a simultaneous sweep across our various targets, 8th Air Force pilot William R. Cameron wrote later. We must arrive together, attack together, and depart together. When the bombers became separated in the clouds, this kind of coordination became impossible. One problem followed another. On the approach to the target, the command pilot of the lead group, Colonel Keith Compton, with General Ent riding in the co-pilot seat, made a wrong turn and took the 376th Bomb Group, with the ships from the traveling circus right behind them, south toward Bucharest. Other navigators broke radio silence and sent out urgent warnings. Mistake, mistake. When the church domes of Bucharest came into sight, Compton abruptly changed course, but his navigational mistake shattered the last hope of carrying out a tightly massed attack. Before the mission, each group had been assigned a specific target in the refinery and an exact time to hit it. Now, orders went out to the pilots in Compton's formation to fly in from any convenient direction and bomb at will. It was a recipe for chaos. About 35 minutes from Ploiești, the bombers descended to treetop level for the run-up to the target. When the Sky Scorpions arrived at the refinery, the Battle of Ploiești had already begun. Gigantic storage tanks, their roofs blown off by 1,000-pound bombs, shot up tongues of flame, setting many of the liberators on fire. The air was thick with flak bursts and tracer fire as the lumbering bombers, swaying in the propeller turbulence of the liberators directly in front of them, virtually flew straight down the gun muzzles of Ploiești's defenders. Colonel Alfred Gerstenberg, a Luftwaffe commander who had flown with Goering in the Great War, had turned Ploiești, the refinery as well as the town of 100,000 inhabitants, into the first air fortress in the world. The refinery was ringed with more flak guns than Berlin, and there were machine guns and fast-firing cannons on factory rooftops and water towers, and inside haystacks and church steeples. The protector of Ploiești also had over 250 fighter planes at fields in the vicinity of the oil complex, and had set up 2,000 smoke generators to conceal the refineries. Around the main oil plants, he had positioned hundreds of barrage balloons with thick steel cables designed to tear off the light aluminum wings of bombers. Planned as a Yankee surprise, Ploiești turned into a Nazi ambush. We flew through sheets of flame, and airplanes were everywhere, some of them on fire and others exploding, recalled Colonel Leon W. Johnson, leader of the Flying Eight Balls. The groups led by Johnson and John Killer Kane, the son of a Baptist minister, had to fly through explosions ignited by delayed-action bombs dropped by the liberators that had arrived before them. After ascending briefly to release their bombs, the liberators continued to fly on the deck and in V-shaped formations of three that were so tightly grouped that Captain William Cameron could see the rivets in the two bombers he was sandwiched between. The dense, greasy smoke created by the oil fires concealed refinery stacks over 200 feet tall. Airman Joseph Tate saw a man come tumbling out of the nose hatch of a flaming liberator, his parachute tailing behind him. He drifted over the top of us so close we could see his burned legs. Artery's squadron was the last to enter this storm of fire. As he went in, he looked to his right and saw that the plane flown by his squadron mate, Lieutenant Lloyd Hughes, was leaking fuel in great volume. Hughes had to have known it, but seemed determined to get to the target, which was behind a solid wall of fire. Within seconds, his plane was turned into an aerial blowtorch and went down. The battle over the refineries lasted only 27 minutes. After it was over, the flame-scorched bombers were set upon by swarms of fighters that hung to them like snails on a log. It was bedlam, with the bombers soon stretched over a 100-mile-wide area of the Danube plain, each liberator fighting its own lonely battle for survival. Over half of the B-24s were shot up, and half had run out of ammunition. Some of the planes were so badly damaged that they looked like steel skeletons, their tough framing the only thing holding them together. Bleeding men lay on the flight decks, crew members tending to them, hoping they could hold out for another 6 to 7 hours. Artery's plane skipped over the tops of trees and tension lines, keeping at almost zero altitude to reduce the effect of ground defenses. As it zoomed over an immense grain field, the top of a haystack slid back, and two cleverly hidden Nazi gunners opened fire on them. Artery lowered the nose of his plane to aim the specially equipped automatic guns he controlled from the cockpit and raked them with lead. Maybe they were dead. I hoped so. It was nightfall when Artery's Liberator touched down at Benghazi, 13.5 hours after taking off. The Zero Raiders destroyed over 60% of Ploiești's production capacity, but the mammoth oil facility had been running at only half capacity. 10,000 slave laborers were brought in, and in a matter of weeks, the refinery was producing more oil per day than before the Great Strike. The lack of a follow-up raid allowed the Nazis to rebuild. The Americans would not hit Ploiești again until April 1944, when they could reach the refineries on high-altitude missions from airfields in captured southern Italy. 310 American flyers were killed on the Ploiești raid, roughly 1 in 5 of the men sent out from Benghazi. Another 130 airmen were wounded, and over 100 became prisoners of war in Romania and Bulgaria. Only 33 of the 178 liberators that had been dispatched to Ploiești survived or were fit to fly the next day. Had Bomber Harris done the job, the losses might have been less, but the civilians of Ploiești would have paid dearly. As it was, only 116 Romanian soldiers and civilians died that Black Sunday, making Ploiești one of the only airstrikes of the war in which more airmen were killed than civilians. It was also the only American air action of the war in which 5 Congressional Medals of Honor were awarded. Kane and Johnson were among the recipients. Lloyd Hughes was awarded his medal posthumously. Philip Artery recommended him for the award, wrote the citation, and had a large poster made with Hughes's picture on it. He hung it on the wall of the squadron room when he and his crewmates returned to England, weakened from dysentery and weight loss, a few weeks later. The Double Strike. While elements of the 8th were away in the African desert, plans went forward for the Regensburg-Schweinfurt mission, despite Ira Eaker's continuing opposition. This was Washington's mission. "We were pushed into it before we were ready," Eaker told an interviewer late in his life. "I protested it bitterly." As one of his commanders explained, "It was like lining up the cavalry, shooting your way in, and then shooting your way out again." Eaker was not afraid of that kind of fight, but he lacked the horsemen to do the job. Like Ploiești, everything depended on secrecy and timing, but Regensburg-Schweinfurt was a maximum effort, utilizing nearly every available fortress in England. In late July, a lead crew, pilot, co-pilot, bombardier, and navigator, from each of the bomb groups in the 8th's 1st and 4th Bombardment Wings, was called to the headquarters of their respective wing commanders, Brigadier General Robert Williams and Colonel Curtis LeMay. After being briefed on the mission behind locked and guarded doors, the lead crews were pulled from combat duty and sworn to secrecy. The lead navigator of the 100th was Harry Crosby, now flying with Captain Everett Blakely, one of his closest friends, in the 100th's lead ship. The group's commander for this mission was Major Jack Kidd, an operations officer who had wanted to be a pilot since the time he saw Jimmy Doolittle win an air race over a grass field near his boyhood home of Winnetka, Illinois. He was smart, steady, and cool under pressure. He would be flying with Blakely. That August, he was 24 years old. The morning of the mission, August 17, 1943, the air crews were shaken from their bunks at 1:30 a.m. The men knew immediately something big was up. They were ordered to pack blankets, extra canteens of water, and toilet articles. Breakfast that morning featured fresh, not powdered eggs, and extra rations of bacon, the special meal the men called the Last Supper. Colonel Harding opened the briefing by going to an easel, which had a chart outlining the formation. Everyone listened intently. To miss a word could literally be fatal. The 100th would put up 3 squadrons, a total of 21 forts. Crosby noticed that Brady was flying on his left wing and that Charles Crankshaft Cruikshank was leading the second element, with Frank Murphy navigating and John Egan, their squadron commander, in the co-pilot seat. The 100th was in the last and lowest position, Purple Heart corner, in the 4th Wing's cavalcade of bombers. Down in the lowest of the 3 squadrons was Gale Cleven, their finest flyer, seated next to co-pilot Norman Scott. Cleven would be the 100th's shield in the event the Germans hit the group first and hardest. Then came the surprise. Your primary is Regensburg. Your aiming point is the center of the Messerschmitt 100 and 9G aircraft and engine assembly shops. This is the most vital target we've ever gone after. If you destroy it, you destroy 30% of the Luftwaffe's single-engine fighter production. Another task force, they were told, was going to Schweinfurt. Their target, the intelligence officer continued, produces most of the ball bearings in Germany. 3 months after they get their target, there won't be an engine operating in the whole country. Not a flyer in the room believed him. All eyes were now on the enormous wall map, which 240 men leaned forward and studied, their silence broken by a few low whistles. You could have heard an oxygen mask drop. A red string extended from Thorpe Abbot's to a German city on the Danube River, south and west of Nuremberg. But instead of hooking around toward home, it continued into the Austrian Alps, down the rocky spine of Italy, and across the Mediterranean to a desert location in North Africa. No one in the group had yet flown far into Germany, but their new bombers were specially equipped with extra fuel tanks in the wingtips. These Tokyo tanks, which increased range by nearly 1,000 miles, would get them to another continent. Some faces turned ashen when the intelligence officer mentioned, in a quick aside, that they would be flying without escorts through the heart of Hitler's most formidable fighter defense zone. At 5:30 a.m., the crews taxied their bombers to the head of the landing strip and waited. The weather was excellent over the target, but a heavy summer mist hung over the Thorpe Abbot's aerodrome and every other air station in eastern England. At Kimbolton, home of the 379th Bomb Group, part of that morning's Schweinfurt force, Navigator Elmer Bendiner and his crewmates stood under the wing of Tondoleo and tried to see through the mists to the end of the runway. We knew that many of us would die, and still we wanted the battle to begin. Better to get it over with and not have to go through the agony of preparation again the next day. As messages came from the tower postponing takeoff time once and then a second time, the men grew anxious and irritable. Frequent piss calls were needed behind the planes, said a flyer from another group. Some could not get their cigarettes to their mouths because of nerves. At Bassingbourn, Tex McCrary, the Air Force's ace publicity man, was scheduled to fly in a fortress called Our Gang. I wanted to be at ringside, and I wanted to find out if I could cure fear, the fear that had overcome him on the only mission he had flown in this war. "The Jerrys know what we are cooking up by now. Bet they'll be waiting," said one crew member. Then the pilot came on the interphone. The 0 hour was pushed back 2 hours. That was the signal for the crew to tumble out of the plane and wait on the runway. At this point, a friend of McCrary's learned that he was on Our Gang and drove out in a car to rescue him. It didn't take him long to talk McCrary out of what he desperately did not want to do. At Thorpe Abbott's, Lieutenant Colonel Bernie Lay, Jr. waited for the signal from the tower in the co-pilot seat of Piccadilly Lily, one of Crew Chief Ken Lemons's planes. Seated next to him was a nervy Irishman named Thomas Murphy. Lay was one of the biggest headquarters chieftains, part of Eaker's original 7 that came to England to establish the 8th Air Force. Tired of watching the war from behind a desk, Lay had begged Eaker for a combat assignment, and for the past 10 days had been flying missions with the 100th to prepare himself to lead a heavy bombardment group, an assignment Eaker had finally promised him. He had originally been scheduled to fly as an observer on a plane called Alice from Dallas in Kleban's Low Squadron, but just before the pilots left for their planes, Kleban persuaded Kidd to move Lay to Murphy's plane in the more protected squadron. Sitting in Piccadilly Lily, nervously adjusting his watchband, Lay thought about the August morning that he had watched Paul Tibbitz's puny force of B-17s take off for Rouen. That had been a maximum effort. On this day, exactly 1 year later, the 8th was putting up 30 times the number of fortresses it had sent to Rouen. The plan was for LeMay's Regensburg force of 146 bombers to go in first, with the preponderance of the escorts. Williams's far larger Schweinfurt force of 230 bombers was to take off minutes later. The two forces were to fly a similar course, as if they were heading for the same target, and then split apart inside Germany, confusing and dividing the enemy's air defenses. LeMay's force was expected to take the brunt of the German counteroffensive, allowing the Schweinfurt armada to proceed to the target with only light resistance. With LeMay escaping over the Alps, the Schweinfurt force would be left to face the full fury of the Luftwaffe on its return to England. The plan was brutally simple. LeMay would fight his way in, and Williams would fight his way out. They were the two best combat leaders in the 8th. No one was more responsible than Curtis LeMay for turning the 8th into an efficient fighting force, and Williams was an experienced and audacious air commander, a dashing, one-eyed pilot who walked with a swagger stick and had test-flown the first fortresses to come off Boeing's production line. Eaker counted on them, but now weather was threatening to disrupt everything. At Bomber Command Headquarters in High Wycombe, 38-year-old Frederick Anderson, the 8th's new bombardment commander, had to make the most difficult decision of his life. He had 3 choices. 1. Cancel the mission and risk losing, for perhaps as long as 2 weeks, the ideal weather conditions that prevailed from the coast of Holland all the way to Africa. 2. Damn the English weather and send out both forces at the same time, with the risk of losing a great number of bombers in mid-air collisions. 3. Send the Regensburg force, which had to leave within the hour in order to make it to Africa by nightfall, and hold the Schweinfurt force until the weather cleared over its bases. Anderson chose the third, and in hindsight, worst option. The elements held up the Schweinfurt force for another 3.5 hours. This would allow the Luftwaffe to hit the Regensburg force full on, and then regroup and attack the Schweinfurt bombers twice, entering Germany and leaving it. To give Williams's force more protection, most of the Thunderbolts scheduled to fly with LeMay were held back to convoy the Schweinfurt armada to the limit of the fighter's range, which, with improved belly tanks, extended almost to the place where the bombers would enter Germany. Why did Anderson choose to release the bombers, knowing that the entire mission plan was unraveling in front of him? The 8th Air Force Command was under intense pressure from the air power advocates in Washington to make this mission work, to prove, in the face of a year-long succession of failures and half-victories, that daylight bombing without escorts could work. Nothing less than the future of American strategic bombing seemed to be at stake on this mission. And if Anderson's bombers hit their targets, and the air planners in Washington were right in their prognostications about the importance of ball bearings, the 8th might deliver a blow from which Germany could never recover. Such was the hubris of the bomber barons, still operating under flawed assumptions about combat effectiveness. The mission began surprisingly well. LeMay had been training his crews all summer in instrument takeoffs, and his 4th Bombardment Wing did not lose a single bomber forming up in overcast so thick that the aircraft had to be led out to the runways with flashlights and lanterns. It was 7:30 a.m. when the Regensburg bombers broke through the cloud tops, with Curtis LeMay in the lead plane of the leading 96th Bomb Group. At 4 miles up, the sun was rising, and the sky was a magnificent translucent blue. "We knew we were going to have our hands full, because it was such a beautiful day," a tail gunner from Nebraska recalled. "A swell day for the Nazis to do some bomber hunting." And there was plenty of prey in the air, the bomber stream extending for 15 miles across the sky. When the lead planes reported enemy fighters ahead, Bernie Lay's mouth dried up, and he felt his buttocks constrict. It was only a tentative attack, but both sides took damage. Down below, Lay saw a fortress explode and disappear in an orange ball of flame. It was Alice from Dallas. Gail Cleven's last-minute intervention had saved Lay's life. Near the town of Eupen, Belgium, 10 miles from the German border and 300 miles from Regensburg, the last of the escorting Thunderbolts from Zemke's 56th Fighter Group turned back for England. Just then, a hurricane of enemy fighters tore into the bombers, diving, spinning, and firing their wing cannons from all around the clock. The Germans went after the rear groups, the 95th and 100th Bomb Groups, blowing 6 forts out of the sky. "The sight was fantastic and surpassed fiction," Lay wrote in his mission report. "I fought an impulse to close my eyes and overcame it." This was the first of a hailstorm of fighter assaults that continued almost all the way to the target. "I knew that I was going to die, and so were a lot of others," Lay wrote later. The German pilots were as frightened as he was. "We climbed and made perfect contact with the Boeings," recalled Lieutenant Alfred Grislowski. "There were so many of them that we were all shaken to the marrow." But their hunting instinct was awakened by the realization that the Americans were headed for the heart of their homeland. "These Jerrys must have had families in Hamburg to want us this bad," Gail Cleven said later. Many did, and were out for revenge. The Luftwaffe was up in greater numbers than ever before. Its frontline day defense in the West had recently increased from 250 fighters in March 1943 to over 400, mostly the result of emergency redeployments from the Mediterranean and Russian fronts. And fighting over their own fields, pilots could attack until they were almost out of fuel and ammunition, and then land, refuel, and rearm. For most of the fight, Cleven's sidekick, John Egan, stayed in the cramped nose of Captain Cruikshank's plane firing a .50 caliber machine gun, while navigator Frank Murphy fired the left nose gun, and Lieutenant Augie Gaspar, the bombardier, handled the gun positioned in the center of the plexiglass nose. Soon all of them were kneeling in ankle-deep piles of shells, praying that their gun barrels wouldn't melt from the extreme heat of repeated fire. Emergency hatches, unopened parachute packs, exploding engines, and body parts flew by them in the slipstream. Lay saw a German pilot step out of his burning plane, fold himself into a ball as he fell, and do a triple somersault through the hundredths formation. He was evidently making a delayed jump, for I didn't see his parachute open. The rear portions of LeMay's force had been under unremitting attack for nearly 30 minutes and had lost 14 bombers, and the task force was still more than 100 miles from Regensburg. At this point, on what seemed to be a ride into extinction, Lay looked down at Gale Cleven's plane, leader of the low squadron, and saw that its nose had been shot out and that one engine was on fire. As Lay learned later, it had been hit 6 times by 20-millimeter cannon shells. Its bombardier was wounded, and the radio operator, who had just heard that his wife was pregnant, was bleeding to death in a pool of frozen vomit, his legs severed above the knees. His crew, some of them comparatively inexperienced youngsters, were preparing to bail out. Lay wrote in his report recommending Cleven for the Medal of Honor. The pilot pleaded repeatedly with Major Cleven to abandon ship. Major Cleven's reply was as follows: "You son of a bitch, you sit there and take it." Cleven's words were heard over the interphone and had a calming effect on the crew. An hour and a half after the first fighter attack, LeMay's bomber column arrived at the target. I knew that our bombardiers were grim as death while they synchronized their sights on the great Me-109 shops laying below us in the curve of the winding blue Danube, close to the outskirts of Regensburg. Lay wrote. Moments later, a red light flashed on the instrument panel of Piccadilly Lily. Our bombs were away. We turned from the target toward the snow-capped Alps. From Regensburg, it was 70 miles to the Alps, and from there nearly 5 hours to North Africa. The German fighters did not have the range to follow them into the mountains, but some determined pilots pursued them part of the way. You could tell how important getting to the Alps was by listening to all the praying that was going on over the interphone, a gunner would tell a reporter from Yank. It sounded like a flying church. After 11 hours in the air, Tom Murphy's plane landed in the Algerian desert, with its fuel gauges on empty, 10 of the survivors from a mission that had seen total crew losses of 240. Bernie Lay slept that night close to the wing of his plane, under a star-filled sky. My radio headset was back in the ship, and yet I could hear the deep chords of great music. Men talked themselves to sleep that night in the African desert, not knowing how the Schweinfurt force had fared. Around midday, while the Regensburg raiders were fighting their way to the target, the sun finally burned the heavy mist off airfields in England, and the Schweinfurt force took to the sky. When it reached Eupen at 2:10 in the afternoon, it arrived, unknowingly, at a historic moment in the 8th Air Force's battle with the Luftwaffe. I think that very moment, when the P-47s left and we went on to suffer all those casualties, was the major turning point in the air war. William H. Wheeler, a pilot with the 91st Bomb Group, remarked 40 years later. The Air Force had it proved to them that their idea of sending B-17s unescorted on a deep penetration just wasn't valid. Within minutes, General Williams saw on the horizon the yellow noses of the lead planes of the largest Luftwaffe force ever to attack an American bomber formation, an estimated 300 fighters, more than double the number LeMay had had to contend with. It was the beginning of an air fight unprecedented in size and ferocity. So many men bailed out of planes that it looked like a parachute invasion, said one airman. Elmer Bendiner remembered looking down and counting the fitful yellow-orange flares on the ground. They were not houses or towns, he quickly realized. They were fortresses on fire. "We followed the burning fortresses all the way to the target," recalled Lieutenant Colonel Lewis E. Lyle of the 303rd Bomb Group. "I flew 69 missions in the war, and none of them was this bad." Flying over the Rhine, William Wheeler's fortress was turned into a flaming torch by German fighters. Wheeler was trapped upside down in the burning plane as it went spinning to earth, but somehow made it to the forward escape hatch and out into the slipstream just as the plane's left wing was torn from the fuselage by an explosion. His last thought as he cleared the aircraft was of his girlfriend back in England. An hour later, he was sitting on an iron cot in the dungeon-like jail of a small German town, eating a sandwich of black bread and sausage. It had been 16 hours since his last meal. For many survivors, the battle to and from Schweinfurt was a continuous nightmare, no one part clearly distinguishable from the other, except for the rescue, the blessed sight of soaring thunderbolts above the Channel coast. Flying their second mission of the day, Zemke's thunderbolts risked annihilation by the enemy by holding on to their paper-thin, highly combustible drop tanks until they were near the border between Belgium and Germany. The extra fuel allowed them to fly 15 miles east of Eupen, where they surprised one of the Luftwaffe's elite attack groups just as it was prepared to make a final run at the retreating bombers. The Luftwaffe got the worst of it. Zemke's P-47s shot down at least 11 German fighters and lost only 3 of their own. The American bombers began landing around 6 o'clock, many of them at the first British field they could find. 36 failed to make it back, 10 from the 91st Bomb Group. One of them was our gang. Seeing Tex McCrary walk into the operations room that evening, a friend looked up from his work and commented dryly, "Hello, Luck." The crew of Tondileo had been in the air for 8 hours and 40 minutes, and under fire for close to 6 hours. After debriefing, the men staggered to their bunks. As Elmer Bendiner put his head on the pillow, he wondered, did we win? Did we lose? The next morning, the airmen learned in the English papers that they had destroyed the target and won a hard-fought victory. The London Daily Herald reported the loss of only 2 fortresses, both of which had landed safely in neutral Switzerland. Regensburg was literally wiped off the map, said a euphoric Lieutenant General Harold George, one of the original bomber mafia, who was in England on an inspection tour, and the Luftwaffe had taken a terrific beating, supposedly losing 288 fighters. "The Hun now has no place to hide," Anderson cabled congratulations to LeMay in North Africa. At Regensburg, a beautifully preserved medieval city of 80,000 inhabitants, the bombing had been accurate. The target was saturated by high explosives and incendiaries, and only a handful of civilians were killed. "I am impressed by the precision with which those bastards bomb," German fighter pilot Heinz Nocke noted in his diary. "It is fantastic. We really thought that we would have turned the trick, and that perhaps no Messerschmitts would ever be manufactured down there again," LeMay wrote later. "That plant was completely out of action, briefly." LeMay correctly emphasized the last word. The factory was rebuilt in record time, and Albert Speer intensified efforts to disperse other fighter assembly plants, hiding them in remote woodland and mountain sites. At Schweinfurt, the bombing was inaccurate. 3 widely separated plants had to be hit, and Williams's navigators had trouble locating them, hindered by formation disorganization and swirling smoke from artificial fog generators that rimmed the city. Disoriented bombardiers dropped about a third of their explosives in residential areas of the city, killing 200 civilians, and the bombs that did hit the plants were not powerful enough to smash the important machine tools on the factory floor. The Americans dropped 1,000-pound bombs on Schweinfurt at a time when the British were regularly dropping 4,000 and, in some cases, 8,000-pound bombs. Factory roofs at Schweinfurt that collapsed as a result of bomb damage actually protected the ball-bearing machines from major damage. While production dropped immediately by 38%, Speer had enough reserve stocks to see Germany through what turned out to be a temporary production setback. Without realizing it, however, the Americans destroyed the shop that was turning out parts to manufacture one of Hitler's secret wonder weapons, the Messerschmitt 262, delaying production of the jet plane that could have prolonged the air war. In his memoirs, Albert Speer wrote of escaping a catastrophic blow. If the Americans had returned to Schweinfurt and hit it repeatedly and with maximum force, instead of wasting their time on other less important targets, they could have brought armaments production to a standstill after 4 months. Historians have seized on Speer's remarks to attack Allied bombing priorities, but Speer was merely repeating the recommendation of Hap Arnold's Committee of Operations Analysts, which had recommended the concentrated strikes Speer feared. The enemy economy was far too large to blast it all, Elihu Root, Jr. explained the committee's thinking. We had to choose vital points where small physical damage would cause great industrial disruption. And the committee agreed that the bombing should be pressed forward with inexorable energy because there was bound to be a race between destruction on the one hand and repair and evasion on the other. But how does one press forward without delay after taking such losses? In August 1943, Speer had no idea how badly the 8th had been hurt on its double strike. In a press conference in London, General Harold George, one of the original bomber mafia at Maxwell Field, claimed that the loss of 60 bombers was worth the damage inflicted on the enemy. But he failed to mention that this was almost a fifth of the attacking force, and that another 100 bombers were permanently lost as a result of battle damage, a total loss of approximately 40% of the force sent out from England. In one afternoon, the 8th had lost almost as many bombers as it had in the first 6 months of operations. Attacking Schweinfurt repeatedly with this depleted fleet in the weeks following the first raid would have been an act of insanity. Originally, 8th Air Force planners had expected to deliver a double blow to Schweinfurt, with the RAF blasting the city on the night of August 17th. Had such an attack been made, it might have had an early and severe effect on many vital elements of German front-line strength, according to the post-war testimony of factory managers at Schweinfurt. But weather conditions that night were ideal for attacking a secret Nazi research installation at Peenemünde on the Baltic coast that Allied intelligence had recently discovered. And after bombing Peenemünde, Sir Arthur Harris went right after Berlin. We can wreck Berlin from end to end if the USAAF will come in on it. It will cost between 400 to 500 aircraft. It will cost Germany the war. The RAF did not bomb Schweinfurt until the following February, the night after the Third American raid, and then only under the insistent pressure of the Chief of Air Staff, Sir Charles Portal. Harris himself defiantly insisted that the target experts that recommended ball bearings were completely mad. At the tactical level, the double strike of August 17th was a decisive victory for the German defenses. The fantastically inflated American claim of 288 fighters destroyed was nearly in excess of the entire German force that attacked the 8th that day. Actual German losses were 47 fighters. But Hitler was not celebrating. Germany had been hurt more than the Americans realized. Infuriated by the summer attacks on Hamburg, Regensburg, Schweinfurt, and Peenemünde, Hitler put the blame on Hans Jeschenek, the Luftwaffe Chief of Staff. On August 18th, a despairing Jeschenek put a bullet in his brain. 1943 was the turning point in the war against Germany. Defeated at Stalingrad, in North Africa, in Sicily, and in the waters of the North Atlantic, Hitler's ground and naval forces were under pressure on all fronts. A week before the Ploiești mission, Italian dictator Benito Mussolini was ousted by a palace rebellion, and the already overextended German army was forced to rush crack divisions into southern Italy to meet the expected Allied invasion, which would occur in early September. By then, Germany would be fighting a two-front war, actually a three-front war, in Speer's estimation. The war in the air, in his opinion, was the one Germany could least afford to lose. In the summer of 43, the air front was still holding, but the Allies were increasing the pressure. As Roosevelt told reporters, Hitler built walls around his fortress Europe, but he forgot to put a roof on it. With the exception of the Battle of Britain, Western Europe had been a secondary theater for the Luftwaffe until late summer of 1943. Now, with the fatherland under a double assault from the air, what had been the peripheral became the central air theater. All other theaters were bled to feed it, with the result that Wehrmacht soldiers were rarely again to have sufficient air support for military operations, a disabling liability. Still, Speer was frustrated by Hitler's refusal to take the rising American threat seriously enough. The leader he slavishly worshipped failed to make a distinction between Harris's city-smashing campaign and the less spectacular but potentially more lethal strategic bombing of the Americans, seeing them wrong-headedly as closely linked efforts to destroy German civilian morale. To Hitler, the American raids of 1943 were minor nuisances compared to Harris's devastating strikes on Germany's densely settled cities, raids he feared would undermine popular support for his regime. Instead of ordering the overwhelming numbers of fighter aircraft for defense that Fighter Chief Adolf Galland and Field Marshal Erhard Milch, head of the Luftwaffe's armaments program, were demanding, Hitler concentrated instead on building up anti-aircraft batteries around large cities, which shot down less than half as many bombers as fighters did, but produced spectacular morale-boosting fireworks displays, and on producing hugely expensive vengeance weapons. Chief among these reprisal weapons was the V-2 rocket, a short-range ballistic missile being developed by Dr. Werner von Braun and his team of scientists. "This will be retribution against England," Hitler told his generals after von Braun showed him a color film demonstrating the rocket's supersonic speed and destructive potential. Even an initially skeptical Speer bowed to Hitler's demands and gave both the V-2 program and the Army's program for a V-1 flying bomb, a more primitive weapon than von Braun's unstoppable rocket, top priority. After the Hamburg raids, Hitler became fixated on the idea that terror can only be broken with terror. The German people, he thundered to his aides, demand reprisals. By bringing down destruction on English cities, he would force the RAF to stop its punishing night raids. "I can only win this war if I destroy more of the enemy's cities than he destroys of ours," he told one of his generals. But without a strategic force of four-engine bombers to conduct sustained, deeply effective air raids against British cities, he would have to wait for the appearance of his reprisal rockets. Germany had wanted to mount such a force in the late 1930s to complement its potent medium bombers, but its designers were never able to correct engine problems with the HE-177, the Luftwaffe's hoped-for long-range strategic bomber. Meanwhile, more rational minds concentrated on building up the Reich's defenses. Only by secretly countermanding and evading Hitler's wishes was Milch able to produce fighter planes in sufficient numbers to defend the homeland in 1943, and to have Galland deploy those fighters in force against the daylight raiders, whose precision raids were, in Galland's view, of greater consequence to the war industry than the RAF's area attacks. Due in large part to Milch's efforts, fighter production increased by 125% in 1943 and rose again the following year. But he and Speer were fighting a losing battle with the combined industrial power of the Anglo-American Allies. When shown fantastic Allied production figures for 1943, 151,000 aircraft to the Reich's 43,000, Hitler refused to believe them. And the Führer's views mattered even more in 1943, the year he, an army man, assumed almost complete control of air operations, stripping the indolent and technologically ignorant Göring of all but ceremonial power over the Luftwaffe. Only Hitler's deep personal commitment to Göring, whom he spoke of as a second Wagner in terms of his breadth of vision and imagination, kept the morphine-addicted Reichsmarschall in power. Equally ominous for the Luftwaffe, massive attrition battles in the air on all fronts were badly eroding aircraft strength, despite increases in production. In the month of August 1943, the Luftwaffe had lost 334 fighters over Western Europe. Losses at the front, Luftwaffe historian Williamson Murray wrote, swallowed what industry produced. The Regensburg-Schweinfurt mission had an equally discouraging effect on the Allied High Command. It was as if both sides had lost the battle. That August, at a conference in Quebec to discuss the Normandy invasion, Churchill, with General Marshall's support, dismissed the extravagant claims of the bomber barons, and again questioned whether the daylight offensive should continue. Hap Arnold publicly defended Eaker's command, but privately he shared his growing concern with Robert Lovett. Hap was having a hell of a time hanging on, Lovett recalled. I can't document it, but I think he was beginning to worry about the future of daylight bombing because the attrition rate was too high. A month later, after a quick trip to England, the great champion of the idea of the self-defending bomber was writing to Marshall, "Operations over Germany conducted here during the past several weeks indicate definitely that we must provide long-range fighters to accompany daylight bombardment missions." Asked years later what he considered the major lesson of the European Air War, Ted Timberlake, former commander of Ted's traveling circus, was quick to reply, the 8th Air Force overestimate of its major weapon, the B-17. Prior to World War II, if you told the average officer of the Air Corps that it was going to take repeated raids of 1,000 to 1,500 heavy bombers to put out a particular target, they would have laughed at you, and back then no one would have believed that the bomber could not live in an atmosphere that had a good air defense. It took the Ploiești and Regensburg-Schweinfurt missions to fully convert General Arnold. But with the long-range fighter and the 1,000-bomber fleet still in the future, he and Eaker had to continue to apply pressure with what they had. So Arnold urged Eaker to go back to Schweinfurt to finish the job as soon as possible. After August 17th, life will never be the same. Chaplain James Good Brown wrote in his diary from his tiny room beside the chapel at Ridgewell Air Base. His 381st had suffered the highest losses of all bomb groups on the Schweinfurt mission, and the atmosphere on the base was like a morgue. Brown had been with the 381st Bomb Group since basic training in Pyote, Texas, when hope ran so high that the group felt it would never lose a man. He had left his wife and his church in Lee, Massachusetts, to be with these men he felt closer to than his own brothers. The 381st was his parish and congregation. He thought he knew the men, but Schweinfurt had changed them. He was aware of this because airmen unable to sleep came to him in the middle of the night with their fears. Some said they had dreams in which they could actually feel the cold clasp of their dead companions. Men eat in silence. They arise and leave the table in silence. If they ask for anything at the table, it is a low murmur, or they may go without butter in order not to talk. On the roads, men pass by without acknowledging each other. If they smile, it is forced. It was the same at Thorpe Abbot's. 9 of the group's bombers, 90 men, were missing, the beginning of the 100th's reputation as a hard-luck outfit. Several days after returning from Africa, navigator Frank Murphy wrote his mother in Atlanta to tell her that the war had become a nightmare for him. "I'm still okay and healthy, but can't say how long it'll be this way. Just keep up the letters and pray for me once in a while. I'll certainly need it." Many ground soldiers worried more about being disfigured and dismembered than dying. Not airmen. If luck ran against them, they expected to be killed, not wounded. In ground combat, for every soldier killed, 3 or 4 were wounded. In the Army Air Forces in World War II, over 3 times as many men were killed as wounded. What saved these men from despair was the life instinct, always strongest in the young, with their powerful sense of indestructibility. Covering another theater of the war that same month, John Steinbeck wrote that every young and green soldier, scanning the frightened faces of his comrades, sees death there. But in his heart, he believes that he will be exempt. It was this fantastic delusion that held him together. Writing about Regensburg a half-century later, Frank Murphy recalled the haunting British verse from World War I. "The bells of hell go ting-a-ling-a-ling, for you, but not for me." Chapter 8. Men at War. Men at war were different from men at home. Whatever they were stateside, they were more of in England. Whatever was good in them became very good. What was bad became very bad. Harry Crosby, A Wing and a Prayer. East Anglia, September 6, 1943. At the end of Ira Eaker's summer offensive, it appeared that the enemy was winning the war in the skies over the Reich. For 3 weeks after the Regensburg-Schweinfurt mission, the battered and depleted 8th Air Force did not venture beyond the protective umbrella of its fighter cover. When it finally did, on September 6th, the raid was one of the worst fiascos in its history. A blanket of clouds hid the target, a ball-bearing plant at Stuttgart, and the bombers began circling the city aimlessly, wasting precious fuel, looking for breaks in the overcast while fighting off the Luftwaffe. Over 230 of the 338 fortresses dispatched to the target left Stuttgart with their bomb bays filled. Their discouraged bombardiers dropped their excess weight randomly on targets of opportunity on their way back to England. Near Paris, the red lights on the fuel gauges of some B-17s began to flicker, and minutes later, bombers started to go down into the English Channel. One of them was Tondeleyo. To hit a wave broadside is very much like flying into a stone wall, Elmer Bendiner recalled. Seconds later, torrents of gray-green water came rushing into the plane, and it began to sink, but the men kept their composure, and all managed to climb into the bomber's 2 rubber dinghies. 9 hours later, a British rescue boat picked up the 10 waxen-faced crewmen. 11 other forts had gone into the water, and by nightfall the British had rescued the crews of all of them. On his return to Kimbolton, Bendiner learned that 45 forts were lost in an attack that should have been called back as soon as the bombers hit impossibly heavy weather over the continent, by which time 76 of the fortresses had aborted. There were costlier missions, but none aroused greater resentment among the crews. Some airmen felt that lives had been sacrificed to put on a good show for General Hap Arnold, who was in England that week pressing Ira Eaker to once again carry the flag deep into Germany. Our Father, who art in heaven. After Stuttgart, Ira Eaker began experimenting with night bombing. Churchill was still pressuring Arnold to fold the 8th into Bomber Command. If forced to bomb at night, Eaker wanted to be ready. That September, a squadron of the 305th Bomb Group flew 8 night missions with the RAF, one of them as far as Munich. Losses were minimal, and some of the crewmen were convinced that the Americans could bomb successfully at night. In early October, Ralph Nutter, a lead navigator on the Munich mission, was prepared to recommend to his division commander that the 8th continue night operations until it received long-range escorts. But to Eaker's relief, Arnold remained committed to daylight operations. In September, the 8th Air Force was reorganized. The 1st, 2nd, and 4th bombardment wings became, respectively, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Air Divisions. The 2nd Air Division was an all-Liberator unit. The term combat wing continued to refer to an informal battle formation made up of 3 bomb groups. When the weather cleared over Germany on October 8th, Eaker launched a succession of maximum-effort missions, a second Blitz Week. After it was over, the men would have a more appropriate name for it: Black Week. The first raid was against heavily defended targets in the Bremen-Fegesack area. The following day, the bombers hit aircraft plants at Anklam, north of Berlin, and at Marienburg, on the Vistula, south of the port of Danzig, the longest mission of the war up to this point. And on the 10th, it was Munster. The 8th took appalling losses on these strikes, 88 heavy bombers, and the 100th was decimated, losing almost 200 men, nearly half its airmen. On the day after Rosie Rosenthal's crew returned alone from Munster, where in 12 minutes the 100th lost 12 of 13 planes, 5 of the group's original leaders, John Egan, Gail Clevin, Frank Murphy, Howard Hambone Hamilton, and John Brady, were in German stockades. 3 others, Harry Crosby, John Kidd, and Everett Blakely, were recovering from a harrowing crash near Norwich, England, on October 8th. The 100th had arrived in England 4 months before Munster, with 100 flying officers. After Munster, only 3 of them remained on flying status. A week later, one of these men told a friend that he used to think that the most mournful sound in the world was the whistle of a freight train in the middle of the night. That was wrong, he said. It was the hum of engines on the flight line in the darkness before dawn. The men from Ridgewell were also hit hard that week. At Anclam, along the North Sea, the group lost all of the original flyers that were still left in the outfit, the old men the replacements had looked to for inspiration. "We are an entirely new outfit," Chaplain Brown wrote in his diary, "and no longer a family." 5 days later, on October 14th, in the gray hours of first light, the Ridgewell boys were shocked into silence when the briefing officer pulled back the curtain from the wall map and pointed to Schweinfurt. After the briefing, some men walked to the back of the room and knelt in front of the Catholic chaplain for his blessing. Others huddled with Chaplain Brown before going to their huts to write a final letter. The pilot of the lead group of 8th Air Force Mission No. 115 was J. Kemp McLaughlin of Charleston, West Virginia. This was the same J. Kemp McLaughlin who, a year earlier, had flown his maiden mission to Lille, a mission on which his commanding officer had turned coward in the plane. This time, McLaughlin was flying with a rock-steady veteran, Colonel Bud Peasley, air commander of the entire Schweinfurt mission. Together, they would lead over 300 heavies to the Franconian city, where so many of their friends had died. That morning, there were more enemy fighters in the air than on the first Schweinfurt mission, and dozens of them were rocket ships, converted twin-engine night fighters, most of them Junkers 88s, capable of launching 250-pound missiles from tubes suspended beneath their wings, called stovepipes by the Germans. These were the rockets that had helped decimate the 100th at Munster, fused missiles that streaked toward the bombers and detonated at a predetermined range, creating bursts 4 times the size of ordinary flak explosions. Unlike machine gun and cannon fire, which killed the bombers slowly, the rockets, when they hit midship, destroyed them instantly. The Junkers launched the missiles out of range of the bombers' guns. The explosions forced the American pilots to take evasive action, breaking up the combat boxes. Then the single-engine fighters swooped in, concentrating on one formation at a time, paying deadly attention to stragglers. These were tactics designed to produce terror and despair in the American crews. Only halfway to the target, the ordinarily unflappable Peasley said to McLaughlin, "Captain, I think we've had it." But somehow they got through to the target. At the initial point, McLaughlin handed over control of the plane to the bombardier, who flew it through the automatic flight control equipment built into his Norden bomb sight. "The run was, I guess, what you'd call a bombardier's dream," Bombardier Edward O'Grady said later. "Colonel Peasley kept calling me saying, 'Get that target, get it.'" He did. The B-17s did fearsome damage, but lost 60 bombers to the Germans and another 17 to crash landings in England. Almost 30% of the bombers that had made it into Germany failed to return. Bad weather had prevented the Thunderbolts from rendezvousing with the returning heavies, so the fighter attacks persisted deep into northern France. "It seemed like an endless run through a terrible maze," wrote Elmer Bendiner, who was flying with his old crew in a new B-17G model equipped with a twin-barreled, remote-controlled chin turret. Located directly under the nose, it was designed to discourage frontal attacks. It was no use to them on their way back from Schweinfurt, when most of the attacks came from the rear. In the tailgun compartment of a fortress named Tiger Girl, 19-year-old Eugene T. Carson, wingding to his crewmates, was sitting in a heap of empty shell casings firing his twin 50s with the desperation of a doomed man. He knew that if his plane was hit, he was a goner. He had forgotten to pack his parachute. "We were being mauled. I could not see how we were going to make it home." When the fighters suddenly broke off their attack, Carson, a former doughman in a bakery in Annville, Pennsylvania, bent forward, rested his head on the window of his gun compartment, and began to shake and cry uncontrollably. With the skies clear of Germans, it became ghostly quiet in Captain McLaughlin's ship. When the wheels of the fortress touched down on English soil, O'Grady raised an American flag from the hatch above his position in the nose. His aunt had given it to him before he went overseas, and his parish priest had blessed it. When the flag went up, Colonel Peasley let out a cheer. As they taxied around the perimeter of the airfield, the ground crews snapped to attention and saluted O'Grady's flag. The salutes, McLaughlin knew, were not for the national flag, but for the men who had made the supreme sacrifice that day. Black Thursday was the greatest air engagement up to that time, not just a raid, but a titanic struggle between two large and murderous air armies, one with 229 bombers and the other with over 300 fighters. The battle line extended for over 800 miles, and the action was continuous for 3 hours and 14 minutes. Only 33 American bombers landed without battle damage, and there were 642 casualties among the 2,900 crewmen, over 18% of the force. The German losses were also deep, over 100 aircraft destroyed or damaged. After the raid, Luftwaffe commanders pleaded for more fighters, but Goering and Hitler replied, as they had before, by pouring more money into revenge weapons. This time, however, they questioned the courage of their pilots. At one stormy meeting with Goering, Adolf Galland became so incensed that he removed his Knight's Cross, the military's most highly regarded award, and slammed it on the table. The atmosphere was tense and still, Galland wrote later. The Reichsmarshal had literally lost the power of speech, and I looked him firmly in the eye, ready for anything. Nothing happened, and Goering quietly finished what he had had to say. For 6 months after that, I did not wear my war decorations. When Erhard Milch, director of air armaments, told Goering that he was concerned about the ability of German fighters to defend the cities of the homeland against ever larger American and British raids, Goering replied that the nation had lived before there were cities. German fighter production did increase in late 1943, but with the stupendous American industrial sheen behind it, the 8th was better able to absorb large losses than the Luftwaffe. Even to win a war of attrition is a terrible thing for the victorious side. After Black Thursday, morale in the 8th plummeted to a new low, and commanders worried about a crew revolt. "I will never fly another mission, regardless of the cost," a gunner told his friends in the privacy of their Nissen hut, where 12 of the 20 cots were empty that night. After Black Thursday, a story spread through the ranks of the 8th Air Force that, although not true in its particulars, expressed the new mood. It was about a solitary, shot-up B-17 limping home to England. Someone on the plane radioed the tower. "Hello, Lazy Fox. This is G for George, calling Lazy Fox. Will you give me landing instructions, please? Pilot and co-pilot dead, 2 engines feathered, fire in the radio room, vertical stabilizer gone, no flaps, no brakes, crew bailed out, bombardier flying the ship. Give me landing instructions." The reply came a few seconds later. "I hear you, G for George. Here are your landing instructions. Repeat slowly. Please, repeat slowly. Our Father, who art in heaven." Myths. When Albert Speer got through by telephone to a plant manager at Schweinfurt, he learned that the damage was far greater than the August raid. The Germans lost 67% of their ball bearing production. Even before learning the full extent of the destruction, Hap Arnold was euphoric. "Now we have got Schweinfurt," he told reporters. It was possible, he added incredulously, that bombing itself could ultimately knock Germany out of the war, with ground troops sent into the scorched and defeated land merely for police purposes. He somehow forgot about the Russians, who, in the extremely unlikely event of a victory achieved through air power alone, would have swept into Germany, pushed aside Arnold's policing battalions, and taken over the entire country. Even tight-lipped Curtis LeMay was enthusiastic. "Winter holds no hope for Germany," he told an Associated Press correspondent. The bomber barons could not possibly have believed their own sunny rhetoric. Intelligence intercepts and reports from secret agents inside the Reich gave them a sobering assessment of Germany's recuperative powers. Albert Speer, it was learned, had appointed his most trusted associate, Paul Kessler, as the new czar of ball bearing production, and Kessler was inaugurating a crash program to disperse production to smaller plants and to purchase additional ball bearings from neutral Sweden and Switzerland. Even after this dispersal program failed, when local Nazi leaders successfully fought the introduction of new war industries, bomb targets, into their towns, the ingenious Albert Speer substituted slide bearings for ball bearings. When asked by reporters about additional raids on Schweinfurt, General Frederick Anderson warned the American public not to expect immediate and sensational developments in the bombing campaign. "Staging a major air operation every day," he said, "was like expecting land and sea forces to take the island of Sicily every day. But there is nothing else at this time, except air power, that can hit at the heart of Germany." He had a point. With Allied ground forces bogged down in a campaign of mud and misery in the mountains of central Italy, and with the Russians bearing the burden of the war against the Wehrmacht on their home soil, the only way the Anglo-American Allies could directly hurt Germany was from the skies. Perhaps the greatest myth of the European Air War is the idea that after Black Thursday the American Air Force called a halt to unescorted missions deep inside Germany until long-range fighters became available, because, according to official Air Force historians, the Eighth had temporarily lost air mastery over Germany. In the fall of 1943, neither the Germans nor the Allies had gained air mastery over Northern Europe, so there was no air mastery to lose. The battle was in the balance. The Luftwaffe had shot down ruinous numbers of bombers in October, an average of 28 bombers per mission, but not a single Eighth Air Force raid had been turned back, and the Home Front Fighter Command was paying a hellish price for tactical victories. 248 fighters lost in October alone. This amounted to 17% of Germany's total fighter force in the West. Luftwaffe commanders were also concerned about the enhanced range of America's fighter escorts. By October, Thunderbolts equipped with larger drop tanks were seen over German border towns. Sightings and obdurate Goering refused to believe. Meeting with his war-weary pirates in early November, Adolf Galland told them that they had yet to achieve decisive success against the Boeings. In an equally fought battle of attrition, both sides sometimes believe they are losing. With Overlord planned for the spring of 1944, Allied leaders became increasingly worried that their air forces would not have sufficient time and strength to achieve not just air superiority, but the air supremacy Eisenhower deemed essential for the success of the largest amphibious invasion in history. For this reason alone, the bomber offensive could not have been officially suspended after Black Thursday. The entire invasion depended upon its success. In the grim calculus of total war, it was considered far better to lose a few hundred unprotected bombers than to have entire divisions slaughtered on the beaches of northern France. Contrary to myth, no directive was issued to call off unescorted deep penetration raids into the Reich. "There's a lot of muddled thinking by writers on this subject," Curtis LeMay told James Parton after the war. "I don't think there was ever a definite waiting for fighters. We had to depend only on what fighters were available." Eaker was undeniably more cautious with his thinned-out bomber fleet in the immediate aftermath of Black Thursday, but even before he was reinforced in November, he had his staff begin drawing up plans for a maximum effort against the enemy aircraft industry, an operation codenamed Argument. "This is the complete answer," he told Arnold on October 22nd, "to Germany's propaganda that we cannot take the losses they are able to inflict." Black Thursday should have killed the idea of the self-defending bomber, but it did not. Eaker clung stubbornly to it. "We must continue the battle with unrelenting fury," he cabled Arnold the day after the Schweinfurt raid. "This we shall do." According to Parton, in later years, Eaker said that he and Anderson would have gone right back into the heart of Germany, even without the long-range fighters, if weather had permitted. But the weather refused to cooperate. Beginning in mid-October, heavy clouds masked vital targets inside Germany until early January, making pinpoint bombing impossible. As Parton aptly put it, control of the air in the 2.5 months after Schweinfurt II belonged to the clouds. But an impatient Arnold would not take weather as an excuse. He continued to press Eaker to take longer risks with the additional planes and crews he was sending him. Arnold was unrelenting because he himself was under continuous pressure to justify a budget of billions and the deployment worldwide of almost a third of the Army's manpower. Behind this was his career-long determination to make the United States Air Force completely autonomous. That would happen only if the 8th proved, and very soon, that daylight strategic bombing could work, with or without long-range fighters. Speaking for the men who paid the price to try to make that experiment work, Elmer Bendiner has written that it is a pity that pre-war theories of American air power could not have been tested in a laboratory with flying guinea pigs. Flak Farm. The week after Black Thursday, J. Kemp McLaughlin and the officers in his crew were dispatched to a rest home for a week of relaxation and recuperation. Beginning in 1942, the Air Force had begun to establish retreats, flak farms, airmen called them, for war-weary flyers. Airmen sent there by the squadron flight surgeons were suffering from a mild form of combat exhaustion, were at the midpoint of their tours of duty, or had recently had a mind-shaking experience in the sky. Most of the flak farms were manor houses donated by their owners to the RAF, who in turn leased them to the 8th Air Force. By the end of the war, there were 15 of them. Air Force medical officers visited the rest houses regularly, but responsibility for running them was gradually turned over to the women of the American Red Cross. The aim was to make them as unmilitary as possible. At first, separate facilities were established for officers and sergeants. Later, entire crews were sometimes sent to the same place, and recognition of rank was discouraged. Lounging around the grounds in baggy sweaters, slacks, and sneakers, off-duty airmen could easily have been mistaken for sportsmen on holiday. McLaughlin and his fellow flying officers spent their respite from the war at Stanbridge Earls, a Southampton estate that was the site of the home of King Ethelwulf, father of Alfred the Great. The gray-faced estate house, with its cut-glass windows and crenellated towers, contained 18 superbly appointed bedrooms. The punctilious butler woke the men every morning at 9:30 with trays of orange juice, and apple-cheeked Red Cross hostesses met them at breakfast to help plan their day, a schedule that might include a hunt with hounds or a round of skeet shooting on the baronial back lawn. When tail gunner Eugene Wing-Ding Carson was flown to a rest home in southern England after the Schweinfurt mission, he showed little interest in badminton or bicycling. Noticing that the comely young maid assigned to his room was more than a little friendly, he spent a good part of his week with her, finding this a most remarkable tonic for his combat exhaustion. The mission of the flak farms, according to a Red Cross manual, was to remind men of the things which made them choose to fly and fight. The stronger their desire to live for something, the greater their ability to face their jobs. Put differently, their purpose was to keep men flying by keeping them from going crazy. This backfired on occasion. In a scene that Joseph Heller might have written into Catch-22, a crew that had been through a shattering experience in the air returned from a flak farm, where they had had time to dwell on their recent horror and unpromising future, and announced their unanimous decision never again to climb into a 4-engine bomber. They were transferred to another base, reduced in rank, and placed on ground duty. When Stars and Stripes reporter Andy Rooney visited the first-ever sanctuary for sergeant gunners, he found it a soldier heaven. At Gremlin Gables on the Thames, there were sunlit lounges, turf tennis courts, and a dock on the river with punts and canoes. In the evenings, men stretched out in overstuffed chairs and flicked cigarette ashes on the carpet, if they felt like it. But the thing they talked about most in this restful setting was the organized murder that had brought them there. In a corner of the lounge, Rooney found 3 sergeant gunners stretched out on a carpet in front of a record player, reliving a sky fight. "And this guy is coming in when I start beating at him about 1,000 yards. Later that day, a group of gunners chose sides, piled into 2 river skiffs, and fought a mock air battle as they poled upstream toward the landing dock of a welcoming pub. "Enemy fighters coming in at 3 o'clock, the gunner in one skiff shouted out the approach of a rival water boat. "Fighter at 9 o'clock, smear him." And in seconds the battle was on, the playful gunners splashing water on one another. Standing on the lawn at the river's edge, 3 Air Force psychiatrists looked on like doting parents. "When those kids came here, they were on edge, nervous, tight all the way through," one of them commented. "They've been here, that bunch, 4 days. Look at them now. They're living again, not just existing." But part of living, the doctor should have known, was not forgetting about the war. Barbara Graves, director of the Red Cross's Rest Home Division, understood this. In the unreal world airmen were thrown into, a man came to think of his plane, his flying mates, and his own skill or endurance as the only familiar elements he has to hold on to, she wrote in a report to 8th Air Force Command. He attaches a tremendous importance to them and suffers when anything happens to them. To forget the war completely was to forget who you had become and who you could count on when it mattered most. Not the understanding staff of a regal estate on the Thames, but 9 other scared men in a fortress under fire. That evening at Gremlin Gables on the Thames, after a dinner served with starched napery and centuries-old silver, Rooney accompanied a group of gunners to the garden of a local pub. The men talked, over mild and bitter, about baseball and babes until a British bomber rumbled across the night sky, angling for a nearby landing field. There was a long silence as the airmen followed the plane with their glowing eyes until it disappeared beyond a screen of poplars. One of the men, hands cupped in his chin, elbows on his knees, seemed transfixed by the Lancaster. "That's good," he said. "They're all right coming down like that. It's the other way that bothers me sometimes, when one of those big ships gets it and goes down and starts spinning around and around. That's no good." "Yeah, I know what you mean," a gunner standing in the doorway finished the thought. "Sort of like a giant getting killed, kind of." That's how it was with men who never forgot they would soon be back at work. Piccadilly. In the weeks after Black Thursday, with a foul weather system lingering over Europe and commanders worried sick about morale, great numbers of 3- and 7-day leaves were granted to battle-drained crews. Most of the boys headed for London, which was a different place than Captain Robert Morgan and his Memphis Belle crew visited in the winter of 1943. Back then, there were only 47,000 U.S. airmen in England, and, with no replacements in sight, leaves had been given sparingly, making Yankee flyboys a rare sight in the war-bloated city. By the end of the year, the number of Air Force personnel on the island had ballooned to over 286,000. These airmen comprised only a quarter of the strength of an immense and ever-increasing American troop buildup in preparation for the cross-channel invasion. In the last 3 months of 1943, over 413,000 American troops disembarked at English ports, bringing the number of U.S. service personnel in Great Britain to over 773,000. On D-Day, there would be 1.5 million American soldiers in the U.K., 28% of them, nearly 427,000 men and women, members of the AAF. Thousands of service personnel were stationed permanently in London, but the greatest number of people in uniform in the city were on leaves of absence from military bases scattered all over the suddenly crowded island nation, a country smaller than Minnesota. Most of them were from Britain, its empire, and the United States, but there were also French, Norwegian, Polish, Dutch, and Czech soldiers, sailors, nurses, and airmen in the city that had become their new capital in exile. Battered and dirty, worn and scarred, London swarmed with scores of different uniforms, and it spoke in 100 different tongues, wrote Sergeant Robert Arbib, the construction engineer who visited the city regularly from his new posting, a short rail ride away. A small number of bomber boys came to London with a woman on their arm. Wingding Carson made his maiden trip to the big city with an Air WAC, Women's Army Corps, from 8th Air Force Headquarters, whom he had met at his bomber base just after the Schweinfurt disaster, and Harry Crosby, a married man, toured the city with Dot, the Iowa girl he had been in love with before he met his wife. She was stationed at a Red Cross club in Cambridge. Crosby and Carson were the lucky ones. Most American airmen who stepped down from a passenger car at one of London's barrel-vaulted train sheds were in the city alone or with crewmates. As Andy Rooney wrote, they had been hauling regularly and needed to take care of their physical needs. London in the middle of the war was one of the most sensational places on the planet. Death and suffering had released inhibitions, and everywhere there were people in search of food, friends, liquor, and sex. The streets were jammed beyond belief. There were beggars sawing on old violins, gangs of drunken sailors, and smartly dressed women on the arms of colonels, their high heels clicking, their lipstick exactly right. And up on the rooftops, men and women, bundled against the cold, stood on fire guard, waiting for the sirens and bombs that would throw them into action. With the Allies on the advance nearly everywhere and invasion talk in the air, London was a welcoming place for young airmen who were taking the fight to Hitler's doorstep. The first stop for American airmen was usually the nearest Red Cross club, where helpful volunteers made bookings free of charge at commercial hotels or at one of the Red Cross's own dormitory-like facilities. After checking in and dropping off their kits, most men headed straight for Rainbow Corner. Located on the corner of Shaftesbury Avenue and Piccadilly Circus, it was a place as close to home as a GI could find in all of England. Administered by the American Red Cross, Rainbow Corner had been designed to create a strictly American atmosphere. There was an exact replica of a small-town corner drugstore in the club's basement, where ice-cold Cokes were sold for a nickel and grilled hamburgers for a dime. Upstairs, in the grand ballroom, servicemen danced with volunteer hostesses to the driving music of soldier bands, the Flying Forts, the Thunderbolts, the Sky Blazers. There was also a lounge with a jukebox and a small dance floor with tables and chairs around it. Lonely GIs dunking donuts in fresh coffee would loaf there, listening to the latest American hits. Rainbow Corner never closed its doors. The key had been symbolically thrown away the day of the grand opening in November 1942. At a writing desk just across from the drugstore, women volunteers helped homesick servicemen write letters to wives, sweethearts, and mothers. The men's favorite aide was Lady Delhi, a delicate-looking woman with blazing eyes, the sister and dancing partner of Fred Astaire and the wife of Lord Charles Cavendish. Adele took me under her wing and clucked like a mother hen, recalled Eugene Carson, who met her when he returned to London without his American girlfriend. She warned me about all the places where I could get into trouble, warnings that Wingding used as a beacon to forbidden pleasures. The club was always crowded. In one day in late 1943, over 70,000 American troops passed through its doors. Here, a soldier could get a cheap room, a hot shower, a haircut, a shoe shine, and a complimentary bromo-seltzer. He could have his money changed and his check cashed, play billiards and ping-pong, watch a prize fight or a wrestling match, read an American newspaper, and get useful information about the city and its sights. And at a time when there were no sightseeing buses in London, there was a booking service that commissioned a dozen bona fide Cockney taxi drivers to take GIs, for a price, on tours of historic places. An American boy told a staff member, "You do everything here except blow a soldier's nose." Flyers on bigger budgets stayed at the Berkeley, the Savoy, Grosvenor House, or another of London's regal hotels, dropping in at popular afternoon tea dances. Wingding Carson saved his money and spent 3 nights with his Air Force lover, Genevieve, at the Berkeley. In bed, locked in his arms, she told him that she had never been with a man before. Stricken by an unforeseen attack of conscience, Wingding refused to push himself on her, and they both left London disappointed. With Genevieve unable to obtain a pass, Carson spent his next 2 leaves in the city at the apartment of a former ballerina that Lady Delhi had introduced him to at Rainbow Corner. Their first night together, "She danced for me," he fondly recalls. An American airman's tour of the town usually began at night. The blacked-out streets were thronged with people, many of them carrying torches, flashlights, and taxis filed past, thin lines of light pointing from tiny slits in their headlight covers. Although an enemy bomber was a rare sight in the fall of 1943, searchlight beams crisscrossed the sky, and there were false alarms nearly every night. The wail of sirens followed by short bursts of anti-aircraft fire from sandbag bunkers located all across the city, even at bus stops. When the sirens went off, no one paid any attention. Pedestrians walking by clubs could hear swing bands playing to the beat of anti-aircraft fire. Adding a macabre touch to the evening, heavy fog rising off the Thames mixed with swirling clouds of coal smoke from the city's 1,000,000 and more chimneys. Preferring to explore London by himself, 18-year-old air gunner Jack Novy wandered into a back-alley pub where there were no Americans in sight. Some RAF boys were gathered around the piano. When they spotted Novy's silver wings, they asked him to join them, the start of a long evening of song and strong drink. It was rare for American and British flyers to socialize together. "The major cause of this," speculated George Orwell, residing in London during the war, "is the difference in pay. You can't have really close and friendly relations with someone whose income is 5 times your own." There was also the feeling among the British troops that the Americans had a clear physical advantage over them. They were generally taller, bulkier, and handsomer than we were. Many were blond giants, with hair cut short in combat crops. Their uniforms and their insignia were showy, beautifully fitting, of excellent material, and smart. As far as appearance went, they outclassed us. English pubs closed early, but for those with stamina, the next stop was usually a private club, where liquor could be bought by the bottle. Good gin and scotch continued to be scarce in wartime London, and the hard drink that was readily at hand tasted, said Robert Arbib, like the bottom of a tanning vat. But the clubs on the West End were hot and noisy, and there were women at the tables, sultry things with thin dresses and thick accents, not a few of them professionals, who spoke of love for $8. "Lieutenant, I will take you to the clouds, higher than you have ever been before. Then I will bring you down, happier than you have ever been." There was local talent as well. Good-time girls, Londoners called them. Some were only 15 and 16 years old, but most of them were working women in their early 20s, the type of girl who had stayed away from the West End before the war because she didn't have the clothes to wear or the money to spend. Although not professionals, they expected presents, nylon stockings and sweets, for a night in the sack in the crowded flats they shared with 2 or 3 other women. For men so inclined, there were plenty of street whores. The easiest place to find them was in the darkened doorways of the shops around Piccadilly Circus. Even with the police around, the women were brazenly aggressive. Piccadilly Commandos, everyone called them. They went after the willing and unwilling alike. As we males walked along Piccadilly in the darkness, correspondent Walter Cronkite remembered, we could hear the click of heels announce the arrival of a lady of the night. Wearing cheap perfume, she would run her hand along our pants leg. This, Cronkite noted, was economic, not sexual foreplay. By feeling the pants cloth, the experienced ladies could tell whether the male was in the American or British Army and was an officer or an enlisted man. On that determination hung the price at which she would open the bidding. In the hard bargaining of Piccadilly Circus, the flick of a cigarette lighter, giving the soldier his first glimpse of the woman's face, could make or break a street deal. If some boys got too rough, the commandos were capable of handling themselves. The French women walked with growling Dalmatians on leashes, and almost all streetwalkers carried switchblades. Vertical sex, a wall job as it was known, could be had for £2, about $8. A quickie in a shabby hotel room was prorated according to service rank. Most commandos preferred wall jobs. Marble arch style was their term for it. It was cost-efficient, assembly-line sex, and the more naive girls were certain they could not get pregnant that way. The streetwalkers encouraged but did not demand that clients wear protection. For men who had forgotten or already used up their supply of condoms, there were plenty of sleazy vendors around the circle pretending to sell newspapers. By the end of 1943, there was a venereal disease epidemic in the UK. A New York Times correspondent reported that VD rates among GIs in England were over 25% higher than they were at home, and that perhaps half of the cases were contracted in Piccadilly. Soon the American Red Cross was operating prophylactic stations in its clubs, and the Army finally built up a sufficient supply of condoms. The early ones, supplied by the British, were found to be too small. Not until the spring of 1944 did an effective medical treatment for VD become widely available. Called a Pro-Kit, it combined sulfathiazole and calomel. The VD rate declined at the same time for reasons unconnected to the new cure. The Army began tightening its leave policies in preparation for the cross-channel landings. A 2-day London stay often ended shabbily for the flyboys. After what he described as a super bender, Texas-born top turret gunner Jack Corner got up from a table, took a few wobbly steps, and dropped to the floor. A crewmate picked him up, piled him into a cab, took him to Waterloo Station, and put him on a train to Ridgewell. His hangover probably lasted longer than his leave. He's got it here. Back at their air stations, after sobering up, husbands and sons mailed off letters to wives and parents describing their recent stay in old London. Long, wearying days exploring the city's museums and Thames River landmarks, Big Ben, the Tower of London, and the Houses of Parliament. With such strenuous touring, there had hardly been time to grab a quick beer. Inside a letter to his parents, David McCarthy, a navigator in John Comer's bomb group, slipped a photograph of himself and a friend that they had taken in a cheap street-front studio after consuming too much explosive Algerian wine. When McCarthy's wife visited his parents and was shown the photograph, she commented on how tired the two men looked, adding that they must be suffering from battle fatigue. At which point, McCarthy's father, a man acquainted with drink, looked at her and said, "No, Norma, those two boys are drunk." With the 8th Air Force growing rapidly in the fall of 1943, Ira Eaker was faced with a major community relations problem. This had begun to show itself during the summer build-up in preparation for Blitz Week. That July, Eaker warned his commanders that the relationship between American airmen and British civilians, not counting, of course, attractive English women, was not as good as it was a few months ago when our force was smaller. Toward the end of the year, the American press picked up on this. In recent months, it has become increasingly obvious that the people of Britain are annoyed by the free-spending, free-loving, free-speaking U.S. troops. Time magazine reported that December. Time claimed that many Britons thought the American GI was sloppy, conceited, insensitive, undiscriminating, noisy. This was borne out by public opinion surveys conducted by mass observation, an independent organization founded in 1937 to record what the British public believe, think, and do. Throughout the war, teams of mass observation investigators conducted polls and sociological surveys all over the UK and enlisted 1,500 correspondents to keep diaries of their daily life that recorded cultural changes in their communities. Asked in 1942 how they felt about Americans, 47% of those polled said that they had favorable impressions. The following year, this fell to 34%, at a time when the notoriously arrogant Free French troops received a 52% favorable reaction. Asked to specify their main reasons for disliking Americans, boastfulness, immaturity, and materialism topped the list. "They irritate me beyond words," observed a British housewife. "Loud, bombastic, bragging, self-righteous." Another correspondent complained of their arrogance, Teutonic massiveness, and lack of courtesy and common decency, along with their brazen assumption that they were winning the war by themselves. "How can one help resenting the full-fed, candy-pampered, gum-chewing swagger of our invaders?" wrote diarist Rosemary Black. The one opinion that pervaded nearly every survey was a deep-seated British belief that America was a little child that hasn't grown up. It is strange to see adult persons with their power over scientific inventions, yet with minds of children of 11, a chemist told a mass observation interviewer. Even Englishmen favorably disposed toward Americans said that the qualities they found most attractive in them were those ordinarily associated with children, their childlike desire to talk, their vigor and impulsiveness, their open-handed generosity and friendliness, and their amusing lack of inhibitions. "I like them," said a young mass observation correspondent, "but not in the way I like the French, as an equal, but in the way a fond parent likes his children." This was an issue of growing concern to Eaker and Spots, and of course to General Eisenhower, who was preparing that December to return to England to assume supreme command of Overlord. Few things were more important to them than cordial relations between the Americans and their English hosts. In a report sent from North Africa in September 1943, Spots had made this point emphatically. "There were," he said, "3 crimes a member of the Air Force can commit: murder, rape, and interference with Anglo-American relations. The first 2 might conceivably be pardoned, but the third one, never." More than any other place, London was giving American soldiers a bad reputation, yet no American commander, regular Army or Army Air Force, was willing to reduce the flow of troops into the city. In London, where hundreds of white-helmeted American military police patrolled the streets, the GIs were far easier to control than in the lightly policed country towns, where women and drink were also in shorter supply. A man with a drink and a woman, the generals realized, was far less likely to get into a fight than one who was sober and sex-starved. And following the terrible losses of the summer and early fall, the Air Command, as John Comer observed, was acutely aware of the psychological necessity of a big blast in the big town. After the first Schweinfurt raid, the combat flyers of Comer's 381st Bomb Group were gathered together in the operations room for what everyone expected would be more bad news. There was gloomy silence until the men heard an announcement they found hard to believe. "We're giving every combat man a 4-day pass, and we'll have personnel trucks ready to leave at 1:30. We'll take you right to the outskirts of London where you can catch a tube into the city. This pass will be mandatory unless excused by the flight surgeons." 8th Air Force commanders also understood that their men had as many problems with Londoners as Londoners had with them. Unscrupulous taxi drivers and merchants took advantage of the Americans' abysmal ignorance of the local currency to cheat them, and prostitutes did a roaring business as pickpockets, or with their pimps as outright thieves. One of prostitutes' favorite tricks was to lure Yanks into cheap hotel rooms, put knockout drops in their drinks, and empty their pockets when they hit the floor. Some Britons were already beginning to publicly blame themselves, or, more accurately, women from the bottom of the social heap, for unseemly behavior that was unfairly pinned on the Yanks. For the comfort of young American males, there swarmed out of the slums and across the bridges multitudes of drab, ill-favored adolescent girls and their aunts and mothers, never before seen in the squares of Mayfair and Belgravia, wrote novelist Evelyn Waugh, with unsheathed Tory disdain. There they passionately and publicly embraced, in blackout and at high noon, and were rewarded with chewing gum, razor blades, and other rare trade goods. There was also growing resentment about the large numbers of unescorted women who were frequenting the pubs. Most of them were factory girls and women from the uniformed services out for a good time after putting in 10 hours and more for the war effort. Surveys indicate that most innkeepers were tolerant of what many of them saw as an inevitable war-born trend. Usually, when they come in alone, they don't go out alone, but who am I to criticize? These hard-working women need drink occasionally, same as a fellow. There was a general feeling throughout the country, said a mass observation surveyor, that there's a war on, so why shouldn't people enjoy themselves while they can? Even older women seem little prejudiced against girls drinking by themselves. As one woman said, why should it be supposed that they need an escort? A lot of good men are as escorts. I'd rather have a dog any day. Seeing an opportunity here, Americans on the make treated their English dates like duchesses. They opened doors for us, were ever so polite, and gave us their complete attention, remembered a British woman, whereas our men would leave us alone at a table to shoot darts with their mates. British males responded with humor. Heard about the new utility knickers? One yank and they're off. But resentment lasted until the Yanks were finally gone. Strangeness both attracts and repels, and so it was with the wartime British and Americans, who knew shockingly little about each other. Until the friendly American invasion, most people in the British Isles and the United States had never met a person of the other country. To bridge this knowledge gap, the U.S. Army put together A Short Guide to Great Britain, a breezy survey of topics ranging from island geography to indoor amusements, like darts and beer drinking. The British Army printed its own suffocatingly dull guide to transatlantic harmony, Meet the Americans. Readers who suffered through these guides learned little abuse about their cousins across the pond. With radio broadcasts between the two nations rare, and newsreels presenting only snippets of sensationalized information, untraveled Britons and Americans, and that included most GIs, tended to form their impressions of each other from outlets of mass-produced news and entertainment in their own countries, newspapers and magazines, radio and movies. Movies were wildly popular in wartime Britain. Even in small country towns, the favorite form of relaxation was an evening at the cinema. Many villagers went to a local theater 2 or 3 times a week, which made crowded movie houses excellent places to meet local girls. Courting couples sat in the back, single girls and Yanks on the make in the balcony, and old ladies with sandwiches in the front. Organ recitals, accompanied by vigorous hand-clapping and singing, opened the evening, followed by a newsreel and 2 full-length features. British audiences knew all the Hollywood stars, but for many audiences, America itself was the leading character, large and rich, enterprising and energetic, and irritatingly insular, a can-do nation that valued nothing that was not new. Mass observation investigators downplayed the role of Hollywood films in shaping British opinion of Americans. People feel that there is a great deal of the fantastic and the unreal in these pictures. They do not regard them as representing America, but as representing a sort of dream stereotype from America. But this seems wrong. The national traits that Britons saw portrayed in Hollywood films were the same personal traits that they found alternately odious and attractive about Americans they met during wartime. Mass observation's own findings indicate this. So, when an Englishman spotted an American, he knew exactly what to expect. and he was usually wrong. The American troop movement to England was an unprecedented planned migration, but neither the Americans who were sent to Britain nor the British who were there when they arrived were a representative national group. The American migration was made up overwhelmingly of young men between the ages of 18 and 28, separated from families and the community institutions that have a softening impact on human beings, billeted in rigidly controlled military camps, and sent out in air machines to slaughter and smash. On the other hand, Britain, at war, was not entirely itself. London had never been, nor would it ever be again, the city that American soldiers visited. Neither would the rest of the country, a nation missing nearly its entire supply of young, able-bodied men, with all the disruptions of normal family life that proceed from this: wives without husbands, children without fathers, fathers without sons to help on farms and in shops. It would take time and familiarity to break down preconceived impressions held by both the British and the Americans. The places where this occurred most frequently were the villages and towns that ringed the American air bases, where there were tens of thousands of ground-pounders who, unlike the flyers or the infantry, were in England for the duration of the war. In these little towns, we found that there were other groups in Britain besides an arrogant aristocracy, an ignorant comical class known as Cockneys, and the ubiquitous English butler, wrote Robert Arbib. It was in the small towns of Middle and Eastern England that Britons learned that not every American male swaggered like the Duke or talked like Bogey. Animosity against the Americans never disappeared, even in the most accommodating towns of East Anglia. Visiting old friends in Norwich, mass observation diarist Sarah Williams complained that the whole place looks scruffy. It's the Americans. I went into a restaurant, which before the war was all right, and it was nauseating. There were several Americans with girls, and they were all drunk to the point of vomit. Many girls just fling themselves into the Americans' arms because they have so much money. Townspeople, disgusted with the way their young women threw themselves at the Americans, failed to figure that it was often a matter of supply and demand. "What's he got that I haven't got?" a British soldier on leave from an overseas assignment asked some local girls who seemed smitten by a Yank. "He hasn't got anything more than you've got," one of them straightened him out. "But he's got it here." Sudbury. 8th Air Force commanders worked with the American Red Cross to try to keep men on base in the intervals between overnight leaves. By late 1943, there were Red Cross aero clubs on almost every bomber station. There were game rooms, lounges, libraries, and Saturday night dances. "There was wonderful attendance at our dances," recalled K. Brainerd Hutchins, who signed up for overseas work with the Red Cross after 2 of her brothers were reported missing in action in bombing operations over Europe. "We'd send out big trucks to pick up English girls and bring them to the club. These factory girls loved the American GIs, and they loved the jitterbugging." The dances were closely chaperoned, and no girl was permitted to leave the dance hall. On the morning after a dance, a Red Cross clubmobile, a converted single-decker London bus, would arrive to serve donuts and coffee. The sinkers were made from equipment in the truck's combination kitchen lounge, and they would be devoured by hungry boys living in a donut-deprived country. The men most appreciated the work of the Red Cross girls who lived on the bases and tried to be, in Andy Rooney's words, a sort of remote combination of Rita Hayworth and your best friend's big sister. They were the first to notify airmen of illnesses and deaths in their families, and they would surprise them with homemade cakes on their birthday. The Red Cross women were outside the door of the briefing room on every mission day, dressed in their stylish blue-gray uniforms and caps, serving coffee and donuts. They would be the last American women seen by many bomber boys. For the flyers who returned, there was a neatly stacked pile of sandwiches and a big coffee urn on a table in the debriefing room. But in the hours and days between missions, Kay Hutchins and her co-workers couldn't do as much as they wanted to for the boys. Liquor was freely available on the base, and the dance halls of Sudbury were too much competition for bingo games and the difficult-to-date hostesses at the alcohol-free Aero Club socials. Robert Arbib had made friends with an Englishman in Sudbury when his battalion was building the airfield at Debich. At that time, an American soldier was a rare sight in town, but when Arbib returned for a visit in early 1944, he found the market town by the River Stour completely transformed by the 4 air bases that had been built within easy reach. Army trucks and jeeps crowded the crooked medieval streets, and every public house was packed to capacity. Expecting to find the townspeople longing for their departure, Arbib instead found a town enlivened by the invaders' presence. Villagers had established an Anglo-American club where airmen were invited to dances and parties, and Americans were marrying Sudbury girls in the town's venerable stone churches. Few Sudbury houses were without American guests on Sundays. The airmen would arrive loaded with goods they had requisitioned from the mess hall kitchen: canned peaches and pineapples, fresh eggs and bread, corned beef and sweet potatoes. If a visiting Yank happened to stop by the PX, there might be a carton of Camels for father and boxes of chocolates for mother and the kids. Here and elsewhere, the Yanks were wonderful with children. Tough, gum-chewing, girl-chasing, hard-drinking GIs, let one small child cross his path, and he is lost, remarked one woman. Your Yank is always a sucker for kids. Airmen hosted parties for local children on Thanksgiving, Christmas, and the 4th of July. The boys were given rides in jeeps, and there were Tootsie Rolls, fizzy drinks, and cake for everyone. The airmen were at the age where they were soon going to be fathers, or had just become fathers, and they felt sorry for the English kids. Even the most fortunate of them had few toys or games, and many of them were war orphans, or had not seen their soldier fathers for years. At Thurley, the 306th Bomb Group adopted a war orphan, a chubby-cheeked 3-year-old named Maureen. The men nicknamed her Sweet Pea, and had her baptize a bomber named after her by dipping her hand in paint and placing a palm print on the nose. Jim Crow in England. Airmen looking for bawdier entertainment crowded the 2 major cities of East Anglia, Ipswich and Norwich, spending their liberty evenings in dance halls smelling of tobacco and cheap perfume. There were always fights in these places, and some customers came prepared. Robert Arbib remembered dancing with a lithe, strong army land girl at Ipswich, who had come to the dance fully armed with a long and evil-looking dagger at her hip. Men looking for sexual pleasure found that it was dangerous to be choosy. One could be left in the lurch after the liquor stopped flowing in the town at 10 o'clock. Then it would be a solitary walk back to the army trucks gathered in a dark parking lot. At the trucks, drunken soldiers and their dates said good night, and men called out for missing friends, some of whom were in the town lockup. North of Ipswich, in a village called Bamber Bridge, a night of hard drinking and a combustible racial situation led to a violent riot by African-American troops. As the pubs began closing on the unusually warm evening of June 24, 1943, 2 American MPs, patrolling the town in a jeep, heard that there was trouble at the Old Hob Inn. The popular thatched-roof tavern was located not far from the barracks of the 1511th Quartermaster Truck Regiment, an almost entirely African-American unit, except for the officers, that delivered bombs to 8th Air Force bases south and east of Lancashire. A dozen or so black soldiers had been drinking at the pub and refused to leave at closing time. When the MPs arrived and tried to arrest one of the men for being out of uniform and not having a pass, an argument erupted, and a soldier brandishing a bottle lunged at one of the MPs. The policeman drew his pistol, but was persuaded to holster it by a cool-headed black staff sergeant. As the MP pulled away, someone threw a bottle. It smashed into the jeep's windshield, spraying the 2 men with beer. They drove off, vowing to return. After picking up 2 other MPs on foot patrol, they spotted the black soldiers from the pub heading back to the base, shouting, singing, and drinking from bottles. When they tried to arrest two of them, an ugly brawl broke out with nightsticks, stones, bottles, and knives. One MP was hit between the eyes by a flying bottle, and another was knocked unconscious by a landscaping stone. Then gunshots rang out, and the GIs scattered, carrying off their two wounded buddies, one shot in the back, the other in the stomach. The shaken MPs loaded their own two banged-up men into the jeep and sped off. When the soldiers arrived back at the post, wild rumors flew through the camp that black men had been gunned down by MPs who were still on the prowl. Roused from their bunks, men raced to the front gate, some of them carrying rifles. A few men managed to get past the guards and slip into town. Then a small truck filled with half a dozen armed soldiers smashed through the gate. At that point, the unit's only black officer persuaded most of the remaining men at the gate to return to their barracks. "The guilty ones will suffer," he promised. A half-hour later, at midnight, the fragile peace was shattered when a group of MPs roared into the camp in two jeeps and an improvised armored car equipped with a mounted machine gun. Men raced for the gun rooms, shot out the locks, and seized rifles. Enraged black men, harboring festering grudges for being called jigaboos and niggers by white officers and MPs, roamed the streets of Bamber Bridge, firing at MPs and at two of their own white officers. "Get inside," one of the mutineers shouted to a villager who ran a fish and chips business. "There's going to be a war." One soldier was heard shouting that he would rather die fighting for his race than against the Germans. The shooting did not stop until 3 a.m. Darkness and poor marksmanship kept down the casualties. 2 white soldiers, an MP and an officer, and 3 black GIs were shot, one of them fatally. At 2 separate military trials, 32 men were found guilty of charges ranging from assault to mutiny. There was no murder charge, for there were no witnesses to the killing. Most, perhaps all of the men on trial had not fired shots the night of the incident. With wildly conflicting testimony, identifying the shooters proved impossible. Sentences from 3 months to 15 years of hard labor were meted out to men who were believed to have been carrying rifles the night of the riot, but all the sentences were reduced on appeal. Within a year, most of the men were restored to duty. This was due to the swift intervention of General Ira Eaker, a Southerner, who told his staff that 90% of the trouble with Negro troops was the fault of the whites. Later that summer, Eaker combined the dispersed trucking units in England into a special command, which he named the Combat Support Wing. This, he thought, would help foster among black troops a definite feeling that they are contributing to the combat effort. The aggressive commander of the new Combat Support Wing, Colonel George S. Grubb, weeded out 75 incompetent and racist white officers, upgraded base recreational facilities, and began using racially mixed MP patrols. Morale and performance improved markedly, and both court-martial and VD rates dropped dramatically. Like Eaker, Grubb, who was white, believed that most racial incidents were provoked by white troops, and that, in general, Negro troops are more courteous and well-mannered than the white troops. It was an opinion shared by many British people. When the war began, Britain was a racially homogeneous country with not more than 8,000 black residents, most of them concentrated in London and several other port cities. The vast majority of towns and villages did not contain a single black resident, and many English people had never encountered a person of color. England was overwhelmingly white by design, and the government wanted to keep it that way. It forbade colored British subjects of the empire from settling in, for them, the inaptly named mother country. Nor had the government wanted black American GIs. When America entered the war, the British chiefs of staff, fearing racial friction, had requested that African American GIs not be sent to England to build air bases. It would be better, they said, if white engineer units were assigned the task. Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden had the temerity to cast this policy in humanitarian terms, telling American Ambassador Winant that the English climate was badly suited to Negroes. The U.S. War Department would have none of this. It was already under relentless pressure from Congress and African American leaders to integrate the armed forces. The Air Force, moreover, had made it known that it needed engineering units, and there were not enough whites to fill them. Politics and practicality combined to produce an official policy that blacks be sent to England in rough proportion to the number of blacks in the United States, about 1 in 10. To the surprise of both the American and the British governments, the African American troops were warmly welcomed and well treated. They, in turn, found it liberating to move about in a country without legal segregation. British men and women mixed freely with black American soldiers in pubs and restaurants, and nearly everyone loved the music they brought with them. Their swing bands excited crowds, and one of their magnificent choral groups, made up of 200 aviation engineers, was invited to perform at the Royal Albert Hall in London. English people drew a line between the races on only one sensitive issue, interracial dating, but opposition to it was not universal. The white American airmen on the base couldn't understand why a British girl would go out with a black American. To us, it really didn't mean anything, recalled a resident of Thorpe Abbotts. Fearing racial trouble, U.S. Army policy sanctioned segregation while professing to oppose discrimination. In July 1942, Eisenhower issued an important statement on racial relations. "It is the desire of headquarters," he stated firmly, "that discrimination against the Negro troops be sedulously avoided." In the same circular, however, he encouraged local commanders to institute a separate but equal policy for black and white troops, with the aim of minimizing racial friction. One of his suggestions was a policy of rotating leaves, with rotation based on skin color. This would ensure that blacks and whites were not in the same town on the same evening. In this way, racial segregation became the Army's way of minimizing racial discrimination. Eisenhower's strictures against racial prejudice were widely ignored. After hauling heavy explosives from dawn to dark, through rain and fog, and over dangerously narrow country roads, the 5,000 men of the Air Force's African American trucking units were often denied billets and meals at bomb bases. Most drivers ate K rations and slept in their trucks. The Air Force had a long-standing policy of institutional racism. At the beginning of the war, Eleanor Roosevelt joined black leaders to pressure her husband to integrate the historically all-white Army Air Corps and to put black pilots into combat. Hap Arnold grudgingly established an all-black fighter unit, the famous Tuskegee Airmen, named for the Alabama base where they trained. These pursuit pilots served with distinction in the Mediterranean theater, but the Air Force drew the line on integrating bomber crews, insisting that blacks and whites, especially Southern whites, could never operate efficiently as combat teams, nor would the 8th integrate its fighter command. Arnold feared that a policy of integration would result in Negro officers serving over white enlisted men. This, he said, would create an impossible social problem. In 1942, when the War Department forced the AAF to accept blacks at a rate of 10% of its total force, Arnold assigned African Americans solely to ground support units, where they served in tightly segregated ordnance, quartermaster, engineering, and transportation companies. Eaker eagerly accepted these men, but had been unable to persuade Air Force headquarters to train blacks to fill shortages in the ranks of mechanics, air controllers, and weathermen, positions with responsibilities that Arnold believed were beyond the mental capacity of most black recruits. With Arnold's backing, even the American Red Cross in England, though it would officially deny it, had separate clubs for black GIs, staffed by African American Red Cross workers from the United States. By the end of the war, there were only 12,196 African American AAF personnel in Britain, all of them in service units. Only 82 were officers, in a branch of the Air Force in which 1 in 6 of the white force was commissioned. With many English women willing to date black soldiers, there were bound to be racial conflicts, especially when black and white troops were in the same town on leave. I alone have seen 5 instances of niggers with white women. A white Air Force corporal expressed his outrage in a letter to his family. On a number of occasions, black soldiers were assaulted by white troops from southern states for walking down village streets holding hands with English girls. When British soldiers and civilians defended the right of the women to choose their own escorts, military police of both colors and nations had to haul off their battling charges, Time reported. In Leicester, white paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division got into a brawl with an AAF quartermaster battalion when members of the battalion were seen with white women. The black GIs seized weapons and a truck, and a full-scale riot broke out, resulting in the death of an MP. In Launceston, a picturesque Cornish town, black soldiers who had been refused service in the whites-only section of a pub left quietly but returned later, armed with rifles, machine guns, and bayonets. When MPs ordered them to disperse, they opened fire, seriously wounding 2 military policemen. There was so much trouble between blacks and whites on leave that Air Force commanders in smaller towns took up Eisenhower's suggestion to rotate passes, establishing separate black and white nights. In larger towns, the Army issued passes restricting the use of certain pubs and dance halls to one race only, and used MPs to enforce the segregation. By late 1943, this de facto Jim Crow policy was in place wherever large numbers of black and white troops were stationed in close proximity. The most rigid form of Jim Crow was practiced in East Anglia, where blacks were needed to perform essential work on bomber bases as truck drivers and ordnance workers. Blacks were stationed at segregated facilities near the bomber stations, but for both races, the main nightlife was in larger towns like Ipswich, with its 150 public houses. With their smaller numbers, blacks were restricted to only 8 Ipswich pubs, 1 dance hall, and a segregated Red Cross club. In East Anglia, the inappropriately named River Dove was the designated color line. All villages and towns east of the river were out of bounds for black troops. Blacks found in white towns were arrested by military police. Truman K. Gibson, a black aide to Secretary of War Stimson, wrote an indignant letter to Assistant Secretary of War John J. McCloy, condemning the exportation of Dixie-style segregation to England. Gibson's protest was ignored, and segregation continued to be used as a way to keep peace between the races. White airmen who had no desire to compete with blacks for the attention of English women supported the system of alternate day leaves, even though it restricted their own freedom. The policy of segregated evenings did raise a concern, however. These men wondered what their English girlfriends were doing when they were restricted to base on colored night. Chapter 9. The Turning. Out of our zeal for freedom, we shall defend ourselves in any way that we are able. Herodotus. England, late October 1943. After his wild spree in London, David McCarthy returned to Ridgewell to discover that the 381st had already received new bombers and crews, replacements for heavy losses on the Schweinfurt raid earlier in the month. The sight of the fresh new faces of the replacements raised our spirits, but we were still tired, depressed about the heavy losses, emotionally exhausted, and frightened beyond description. October's losses had a far-rippling effect. McCarthy's wife Norma, back in Lake George, New York, had begun corresponding with the families of men in the 381st since the squadrons left for England. By the middle of October, she had received a flood of letters, telegrams, and telephone calls from concerned loved ones who were reading about the 8th's recent raids and wanted to know if she had heard any news. The names of the deceased had not yet been published in the newspapers. The avalanche of requests for information from the distraught and anxious families had a frightful effect on Norma, McCarthy learned later. My father-in-law had to shield her from the phone and from answering the door. For the crewmen of the 8th, November 1st was an important day. Black October, what McCarthy called the killing month, was behind them. Perhaps November would bring better days. Blind bombing. The maiden mission of November was to Wilhelmshaven on the 3rd, the 8th's first big strike since Black Thursday. It was a familiar target, within range of fighter escort, and the bombers met only light opposition. Yet it was a milestone mission, undertaken with unfamiliar little friends, and in cloud cover that would have grounded a fleet this size a month earlier. From this day forward, American strategic bombing was radically transformed. At the morning briefings, the flying officers learned that part of their escort would be Lockheed P-38 Lightnings. A number of them had been assigned to the 8th a year earlier, but had been moved to the Mediterranean before they had a chance to prove themselves. They were known to be unreliable at extreme altitudes, where the paralyzing cold hampered engine performance, but they were fast and fearsome war machines with slightly greater range than the Thunderbolts, a matter of life and death to the bomber crews. When John Comer's pilot arrived on the flight line that morning and informed his gunners that they would be picked up at the coast by 50 Lightnings, there were whoops of joy. The men were counting on them to go after the big rocket-carrying German fighters that had decimated the bomber fleets on Black Thursday. None of the Junkers 88s showed up over Wilhelmshaven, but in later engagements the twin-engine Lightnings would annihilate them. The Germans were far less worried about the Lightnings than they were about the size of the bomber stream sent out on November 3rd. 566 heavies and 378 fighters, awesome affirmation of the American Air Force's recuperative powers. Equally alarming to Luftwaffe commanders, Thunderbolts equipped with large drop tanks crossed into Holland and penetrated German airspace in cloud cover that grounded or disabled most of Adolf Gallant's defensive force. The Luftwaffe command was shocked that the 8th had any planes over Germany on this day. In the past, similar weather conditions had pinned American warplanes to their bases. The lead planes of the formations had large dome-like devices hanging just aft of their chin turrets, and this new technology spelled long-term trouble for the Luftwaffe. These retractable domes housed the scanners for a new form of air-to-ground radar, H-2X, codenamed Mickey Mouse, later abbreviated to Mickey, an improved American version of a system, H-2S, the British had developed in 1940 to locate targets through thick overcast. The new American Pathfinder Force, the 482nd Bomb Group, had been activated that August at Alconbury in Huntingdonshire, and had flown its first mission the following month, leading elements of the 8th to the German port city of Emden. On that mission of September 27th, the 4 lead bombers had been equipped with H-2S. Wilhelmshaven was the first experiment with H-2X. The system was not terribly sophisticated. A high-frequency electrical impulse was transmitted downward through a revolving antenna underneath the bomber, and this beam of energy scanned the Earth's surface. The reflected signals picked up by the antenna produced a crude map-like image on a cathode ray tube or oscilloscope in the bomber. Dark areas for water, light areas for ground, bright areas for cities. Airborne radar was incapable of distinguishing smaller targets like factories and marshalling yards. When the target was sighted, the Pathfinder planes dropped sky marker flares for the rest of the bomber stream. "All eyes are on the Mickey ship when we're over the target," a navigator described the procedure. "When Mickey drops his bombs, we drop ours." The bombing on November 3rd was hardly pinpoint precise. Most of the explosives missed the port area and fell inside the city. But it was promising enough to have the Air Force invest more heavily in radar equipment, especially after the heavy bombers of a new American strategic air force in southern Europe, the 15th, began having as much trouble with the weather as the 8th. Northern European weather was the principal reason behind Hap Arnold's decision to establish another heavy bomber outfit in Tunisia in October, commanded by General Jimmy Doolittle. From bases on the recently captured Foggia plain in southern Italy, where the 15th was moved in force the following month, Its bombers were capable of reaching targets in the southern and easternmost reaches of the Reich that were beyond the range of the 8th Air Force. But virulent weather patterns over the Alps and in the rugged mountains surrounding the 15th's bases would result in more total non-operational days for that far smaller force than for the 8th. Radar bombing was a means of keeping pressure on the enemy during the long European winters. Germany depended on perpetual cloud cover even more than it did the Luftwaffe to keep its skies clear of American bombers. In an average winter month, there were only 2 or 3 days when visual bombing was possible. In the winter of 1943 to 44, Pathfinder bombers led 48 raids, among them the only missions the 8th conducted over Germany in November and December. Begun as an experiment, radar bombing soon became routine procedure. Throughout the war, only about half of the 8th's heavies bombed visually. In the winter of 1943 to 44, it was 10%. Radar bombing had 2 other advantages. Flying above a protective blanket of clouds, 8th Air Force bombers suffered far fewer losses to either flak or fighters. And occasionally, formations sent out in horrible weather to conduct radar raids arrived at their targets several hours later to find that the skies over Germany had unexpectedly cleared, allowing more accurate bombing. Radar bombing was actually a form of area bombing. Precision was impossible. This was a clear break with Air Force creed, but the alternative, not bombing at all in bad weather, was unacceptable to air commanders committed to crushing the enemy. Throughout the war, there were only 2 factors that greatly accelerated the rate of American strategic bombing operations: tremendously increased production of bombers and crews, and widespread employment of H-2X. The bomber crews called it what it was, blind bombing, but Hap Arnold, sensitive to public perceptions at home, instructed Eaker and his staff to use less graphic and more technically correct terms, such as bombing through overcast or bombing with navigational devices. By whatever name, radar bombing was an unacknowledged admission by the 8th that the air war could not be won by precision attacks alone. Another pillar of pre-war bombing doctrine had collapsed. Since targets along a line between water and land were more easily identified by radar, the 8th largely restricted its missions to Germany in late 1943 to the coastal cities of Emden, Kiel, and Bremen, none of them high-priority point-blank targets. Other missions were flown to occupied France and Norway. This dismal bombing record has caused some historians to portray the 8th Air Force as a wounded and nearly defeated force in the months immediately following Schweinfurt II. Wounded, yes. Nearly defeated, no. That winter, German air commanders had a better idea than post-war historians of what they were up against. It was the ever-growing strength of the American raids, several of them twice the size of the force sent to Schweinfurt, that most worried Fighter Chief Adolf Galland. American fighter escorts were also starting to show their superiority to the Luftwaffe opponents in fiercely contested dogfights. Galland's fighter force was having trouble with the weather and was experiencing a dangerous leakage of skilled pilots, among them 12 aces who had claimed a total of over 1,000 Allied aircraft. Despite increased German production, the Luftwaffe's single-engine fighter force actually declined by 105 planes in the final 3 months of 1943, as both pilots and planes were lost in accidents and airfights. As historian Williamson Murray has suggested, the eventual defeat of the German fighter force in the late spring of 1944 can only be understood in the context of earlier attrition rates. In early November, Hubert Zemke's 56th Fighter Group, the Wolf Pack, recorded its 100th enemy aircraft destroyed, and Thunderbolts of all groups in the 8th had by then a 3-to-1 kill advantage in battles with Messerschmitt 109s and Focke-Wulf 190s. In late 1943, Galland was forced to move units from northern France and the Low Countries back to the Rhine, where they would wait for the American escorts to leave the bombers and then hit the exposed formations in concentrated force. In adopting this defense in depth, Gallant played into the hands of Allied military planners in England, who wanted areas near the Channel cleared of enemy fighters that might disrupt the D-Day landings. Their Pyrrhic victory in Black October left Germany with too few skilled pilots to expertly operate the fighter planes that it had finally begun to produce in greater numbers. Defeat for the Americans brought them more pilots and planes, enough eventually to swamp the Luftwaffe. The astonishing American recovery from Black October, like the ancient Roman army's recovery from the humiliating defeat administered by Hannibal, showed the enemy what a technologically powerful, ferociously focused people they had warred on. Germany had begun the war with the world's finest combat air force and its second strongest industrial economy. In 1939, the German aircraft industry was second to none. Aeronautic engineers of staggering creativity headed its design studios, and its factory workforce was superbly trained. But even before massive Allied raids on its plants, the industry was prevented from reaching its full potential by three principal factors: gross mismanagement by incompetent Nazi administrators, chief among them Colonel General Ernst Udet, Goering's World War I squadron mate, whom Goering had put in charge of the Luftwaffe's technical office in 1936, short-sighted military planning at the highest level, and a deep national commitment to craft, not mass, production. The German aircraft and engine industry, wrote historian James S. Coram, was poorly structured to fight a long, total war. Before the war, even the newest German aircraft factories were small compared with the British and American ones. Although a large number of small factories made the industry less vulnerable to grand strategic bombing, it also prevented the Luftwaffe from employing the most efficient methods of mass production. The industry was also hobbled by short-sighted strategic decisions by the Führer and his inner circle, military management that arose from the Nazis' arrogant optimism. After the lightning defeat of Poland, the Low Countries, and France in the first year of the war, and the fantastic early success of the Wehrmacht in Russia in the summer of 1941, Hitler failed to mobilize the economy fast enough for total war. He believed that Russia would fall by the end of the year, and that he would then have time to marshal the vast resources of his newly acquired continental empire, should Britain somehow stave off defeat and America enter the fight. Neither Hitler nor Goering fully appreciated the massive material potential of Germany's most powerful enemies, Britain, the Soviet Union, and eventually the United States. Not until the defeat at Stalingrad in January 1943 did Hitler order full mobilization, but by then it was too late. Although German aircraft production would eventually increase by almost 300% under Udet's capable successor at the technical office, Erhard Milch, Udet committed suicide in 1941, this was never enough to keep pace with mounting attrition and with far greater production leaps by the Allies. In 1944, German aviation factories would put out an impressive 40,000 planes, but that same year, the United States alone would produce 96,000 aircraft, and Allied total aircraft production would outpace German production by 400%. Radar bombing was another sign of accumulating American resolve. A form of warfare unhampered by ethical concerns, founded on sheer military necessity, it was an early warning to Germany of America's determination to fight a war of annihilation. Radar bombing may have been inaccurate, but it put continuous pressure on German fighter defenses. By being able to go across no matter what the weather was and bomb with a radar sight, the H-2X forced the German fighter up in the air, Karl Spaatz noted after the war, and I am certain under those conditions that they had as many operational losses, crashes on landing after going up, as they did in the air fighting itself. He was right. In late 1943, Gallant reported to the German High Command that his fighter aircraft had no instruments for blind flying, no de-icing of the cockpit, no safety arrangements for navigation or automatic pilots. And most of his pilots had no knowledge of instrument flying or bad weather methods of landing. Fighter leaders that did manage to break through the weather had to attempt to assemble their scattered formations above the clouds, a nearly impossible stratagem. The result, dispersed, less effective attacks. Numerous German pilots were sitting in their completely iced-up cockpits, half-blinded, to become an easy prey for the thunderbolts. The appalling losses of this period were plainly due to the weather, Gallant wrote years later. Winter weather was brutally difficult for flyers on both sides. After completing high-altitude missions in poorly heated cockpits, American fighter pilots were sometimes so frozen and weak that they had to be pulled from their planes by medical teams. Ice 2 inches thick built up on the windscreens of fighters and bombers, causing accidents. Flyers also had difficulty relieving themselves. There were only 2 toilet facilities on a 4-engine bomber, a tin can and a relief tube. Between the waist compartment and the tail there was a can with a lid on it, but, as Jack Novy noted, when you put your butt down on the toilet, the frozen metal would take part of your skin with it, so we just threw the damn thing out of the airplane. The relief tube, a funnel with a rubber hose that dropped out through the bottom of the plane, was located in the bomb bay. Novy explained, "You were supposed to make your way across this narrow catwalk with bombs hanging on both sides, unzip yourself in this extreme cold, aim into the funnel, and urinate. If someone had already used the tube, it was almost certain that his urine had frozen, and that your pee would splash right back up in your face." So crew members simply urinated on the floor. When under fire, they had no choice but to relieve themselves in their pants. Above the clouds at 60 degrees below zero, under a sun that gave no warmth, navigator Elmer Bendiner, flying his final mission on November 29th, was so cold he was barely able to lift his arms to chip frost from the inside of his plexiglass nose cone. The enemy was all around him, but he found it hard to tell the German fighters from his own escorts. When a Focke-Wulf 190 came at them head-on, there was no answering fire. Every forward-facing gun in the entire fortress formation was frozen. Just then, Bendiner's crew noticed that the oncoming Germans' guns were mute as well. Passing them without firing a shot, the pilot turned to them and waved. A meteorological happenstance imposed a truce, and Elmer Bendiner, husband, father, and Hitler-hater, got to go home to his wife and brand-new baby. Few airmen were trained to cope with the insidious dangers of icing. A treacherous combination of high humidity and freezing temperatures would cause clear ice to build up on the bomber's surface so rapidly, one pilot described the phenomenon, that the craft became too heavy to fly. When this happened, there was no recovery. Under the intolerable weight of gas, bombs, and ice, planes would begin spinning wildly until they fell apart. The only consolation of bombing through clouds full of ice was that it was nearly impossible for enemy fighters to get up to the bombers in lethal numbers. "We fly as a matter of course in weather that back home would ground every aircraft in the country," a bomber pilot wrote his mother. Electrical suits continued to malfunction with such frequency that many flyers stopped using them, preferring to wear extra layers of clothing. The cold penetrated with an intensity that was the same as pain, causing some flyers to take strange precautions. Navigator and novelist Sam Halpert described how he used to tie a string around his penis so he could find the goddamn thing when he felt the urge. Silk gloves, worn under heavier gloves, had cut down the incidence of frostbite among waist gunners, but frostbite on men's faces from wind blast remained a major problem until bombers equipped with plexiglass waist windows began arriving in England in early 1944. Until then, more men continued to be hospitalized for frostbite than for battle wounds. Casualties from flak and cannon fire had been reduced by the introduction of body armor, or flak suits, as the men called them. The combat body vest was made of overlapping manganese steel plates sewed into a canvas covering. An apron of the same material hooked onto the vest, protecting the groin and upper thighs. The complete suit weighed 22.5 pounds and, though cumbersome, could be shed quickly in an emergency by the pull of a cord. The new armor was the invention of Colonel Malcolm Grow, Chief Surgeon of the 8th Air Force. In research conducted at the Central Medical Establishment, he had discovered that 80% of combat wounds were caused by low-velocity missiles, flak splinters or fragments of cannon and machine gun shells. Dr. Grow worked with London's Wilkinson Sword Company to develop the flak suit, which was worn with a steel helmet with flaps to accommodate earphones, the design idea of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, specialists in historic body armor. A London firm, specializing since 1772 in the manufacture of swords, is now beating its product into something much more useful at the moment, the New York Times commented. It is making suits of mail for American airmen. Thus the cycle rolls around again, and American fighters, like the Yankee in King Arthur's court, find themselves back in medieval armor. By December 1943, over 13,000 flak suits had been delivered to bomber bases in England. They were effective against machine gun fire, flak fragments, and shell splinters. Crews with body armor suffered 58% fewer casualties than those without it, but men and male still died instantaneously when hit straight on by cannon fire or exploding flak, and men died or were badly mangled when hit in areas of the body that their armor failed to shield. Forrest Vossler. On a return trip from Bremen on December 13, 1943, radio operator Forrest Woody Vossler, a former drill press operator from Livonia, New York, was hit where no man was protected. His plane, Jersey Bounce Jr. of the 303rd Bomb Group, Hell's Angels, had 2 engines shot out and was still being assailed by a storm of German fighters that had scored a direct hit on tail gunner George Buskey. Vossler sat on the edge of the table in his radio compartment and blazed away with his flexible machine gun through the open hatch overhead until an exploding shell ripped his gun apart as he bent over it. Reaching up to where his eyes should have been, he felt a moist mass of loose flesh. Vossler saw blood streaming down the retina inside his eye. Thinking it was on the outside, he was certain he had lost a good part of his face. "I knew I was going to die," he said later. "The fear was intense. It's indescribable, the terror you feel when you realize you're going to die and there's nothing you can do about it. So I started to lose control and go completely berserk." Yet as quickly as he had lost his senses, he became serenely calm. Reaching out his hand, he muttered, "Take me, God. I'm ready." Near the North Sea, the German fighters melted away. With gas running low, the fortress's pilot ordered the men to throw everything expendable overboard. Vossler's radio had been disabled, but working by touch, with blood dripping from his face, he managed to repair it and instruct the other gunners where to set the dials for the emergency channel. Then he tapped out a distress signal informing Air-Sea Rescue that Jersey Bounce Jr. was about to fall into the North Sea. After that, he passed out. When he regained consciousness, he made a decision. With the plane dropping fast and nothing else left to toss out, he asked the other gunners to lower him through an escape hatch without a parachute. Convinced he was disfigured for life, half a man, he felt, "It didn't make any difference whether they threw me out or not." They refused. Vossler went into the freezing sea with the shell-battered ship. "When we came to a stop, we all jumped out the hatch and got on the wings," recalled Flight Engineer William Simpkins. "I got onto the right wing with Vossler. I helped lift Buskey out. He was still unconscious. We put him on the wing and went to get the life raft. While we were doing this, Buskey started to slide down the wing into the water." Perched on top of the fuselage, with both eyes filled with blood, Vossler was still able to distinguish blurred shapes. "I knew Buskey would be in the water in a fraction of a second. I would have to take action. So I jumped and held out my hand at the same time. I grabbed the antenna wire that runs from the top of the tail to just forward of the starboard radio compartment window. I prayed that it would hold, and I was able to grab Busky around his waist just as he was going into the water. If the wire had broken, both of us would have gone into the drink. Minutes later, the crew of a Norwegian trawler pulled the flyers from the sea. That night, Woody Vossler suffered terribly at Great Yarmouth Hospital. But, as Andy Rooney wrote some time later, the doctors think that Forrest Vossler may be able to see enough out of one eye, the right eye, to distinguish the Congressional Medal of Honor he was to receive for his day's work in Jersey Bounce, Jr. The following August, President Franklin Roosevelt pinned the medal on Woody Vossler's chest at a White House ceremony. He had just regained partial vision in one eye after surgeons removed his other eye. Vossler was the second member of the Hells Angels to receive the nation's highest award for military valor. The other was Jack Mathis, the Texan who died at his bomb site over Fegezak in March 1943. 2 weeks after Vossler's crew was pulled from the sea, the 303rd celebrated the group's second Christmas in England. It was a mournful occasion. Most of the men were lost in memories of happier times. They had been asked to stay off the trains so that British soldiers and war workers would have an easier time getting home. It was a reasonable request, said one airman, because we had nowhere special to go. The men at Molesworth and other air stations in England had one thing to be thankful for that dismal Christmas. They were still alive. "I'm not listed in Who's Who," Jack Comer wrote in his diary, "but I am listed in Who's Still Around." Doolittle. On January 5, 1944, Hells Angels flew to Kiel, a port city on the Baltic Sea. It was a typical mission. Lots of action, lots of losses. What made it special was that it was the final raid mounted by the man who had built the 8th Air Force in England. Effective the following day, General Ira C. Eaker was transferred to the Mediterranean to command Allied air operations in that theater. He was being moved to make room in England for his old pal, Carl Spaatz. Spaatz was returning to England with Sir Arthur Tedder to work with General Eisenhower in planning the Normandy invasion. Tedder would be Ike's chief deputy at SHAEF, Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force, and Spaatz was given command of a new umbrella organization, United States Strategic Air Forces in Europe, USSTAF. Spaatz would oversee and coordinate the efforts of both the 8th and 15th Air Forces. In some ways, the Strategic Air Forces was the old 8th Air Force in new dress. Spaatz settled into his former headquarters at Bushy Park and appointed Eaker's former bomber commander, General Frederick Anderson, as his chief of operations. But 8th Air Force Bomber Command was officially disbanded, and authority over bombing operations from England was concentrated in the hands of the new overall commander of the 8th, Lieutenant General James H. Doolittle, who had been Eisenhower's air officer during Operation Torch before taking over the new 15th Air Force. Doolittle's headquarters were at High Wycombe, Pine Tree, where Eaker had established the 8th's Bomber Command on his arrival in England in February 1942. To complete the reshuffling, Major General Nathan F. Twining was brought in from the South Pacific to assume command of the 15th Air Force. The decision to move Eaker was made the previous month. Eaker had conducted a furious campaign to retain his position, appealing all the way up to Eisenhower and Marshall. He was told his new assignment was a promotion, but in his mind he had been sacked, and by Hap Arnold, his longtime friend, mentor, and co-author. Swallowing his pride, he begged Arnold to reconsider. Having started with the 8th and seen it organized for a major task in this theater, it would be heartbreaking to leave it just before climax. Arnold replied by indirection, congratulating Eaker on his new appointment. Although Arnold had applied the pressure, the final decision had been made by Eisenhower. He wanted Spots in London to help him plan air operations for the invasion. The two would work together in the Mediterranean on air support for infantry, a practice that is not widely understood and takes men of some vision and broad understanding to do right, Eisenhower wrote Marshall, explaining his decision. Eisenhower also felt at ease around Spots. He liked his even disposition and wry sense of humor. Once, when asked to divulge his secret for getting things done, Spots replied, "I drink good whiskey, and I get others to do my work." But Eisenhower knew that Spots drove himself as hard as he did his aides. Eisenhower knew that Spots still believed that Germany could be defeated by air power alone. In a November 1943 meeting with Roosevelt's closest advisor, Harry Hopkins, a meeting witnessed and recorded by Eisenhower's aide, Captain Harry C. Butcher, Spots had insisted that a massive bombing campaign against Nazi oil targets by the 8th and the 15th Air Forces, a campaign he hoped to launch when the weather cleared in the early spring of 1944, would paralyze the German war machine, making overlord neither necessary nor desirable. But Spots, unlike Bomber Harris, was a team player, and Eisenhower was confident that he would give full support to any invasion plan the Allied leadership fashioned. Finally, it made no sense to Eisenhower to have two men of Spots's and Eaker's abilities in the same theater. That would be a wasteful concentration of talent. Eaker showed no resentment against Spots, but his close friendship with Arnold did not survive the controversy. Eaker knew that Arnold had lobbied hard to have him removed. Arnold wanted a more aggressive commander, one who would put up more and larger missions, even in pernicious weather, and one who had a greater sense of urgency about the need for long-range fighter escorts. Arnold was particularly angered by Eaker's decision to launch only 2 very large missions, with over 500 bombers, against Germany in the entire month of November. At a meeting of the combined Chiefs of Staff in Cairo on December 4th, Arnold made known to Charles Portal and others his deep dissatisfaction with Eaker's performance. "The failure to destroy targets," he told the chiefs, "was due directly to the failure to employ planes in sufficient numbers. A sufficient weight of bombs was not being dropped on the targets to destroy them, nor was the proper priority of targets being followed." Portal, a close friend, gave Eaker advance warning of Arnold's dissatisfaction with his performance and tried to prevent Eaker's removal, but Arnold wrote Eaker that he could not see any way clear to make any change in the decisions already reached. In a For Your Eyes Only letter of late February 1944, Arnold divulged another reason he wanted Spots in London as head of the new United States Strategic Air Forces in Europe. It was his desire, Arnold told Spots, to build an American air commander to a high position prior to the defeat of Germany. If you do not remain in a position parallel with Arthur Harris, the air war will certainly be won by the RAF, if anybody. Already the spectacular effectiveness of their devastation of cities has placed their contribution in the popular mind at so high a plane that I am having the greatest difficulty in keeping your achievements, far less spectacular to the public, in its proper role, not only in publications, but unfortunately in military and naval circles, and in fact with the President himself. Therefore, considering only the aspect of proper American share in credit for success in the air war, I feel we must have a high commander, directly involved, as Harris would be, in planning Overlord. Arnold did not have to remind Spots that the post-war argument for an independent air force would depend on whether or not American bombing was seen as decisive in the defeat of Germany. Eaker never got over the humiliation of being replaced, and of the way he had been initially notified, not by a personal letter from Arnold, but by a coldly worded cable that reached him, embarrassingly, through channels. "I feel like a pitcher who has been sent to the showers during a World Series game," he confided to a friend. Assistant Secretary of War Robert Lovett wrote Eaker to congratulate him on his new promotion, but also to commiserate with you privately at leaving the 8th after you have seen the baby through rickets, croup, and measles, and just at the time when it grows into a strong young warrior. Doolittle took over a force that now had 26 heavy bombardment groups and 16 fighter groups. On a maximum effort, he was capable of sending out a fleet of 600 planes, 6,000 men, more than an infantry regiment. In addition to the 15th, he also had the direct support of the 9th Air Force, under Louis Brereton, the commander of the Ploiești mission. A tactical air arm of fighters and medium bombers, the 9th was being moved from the Mediterranean and reconstituted in England to provide support for American ground forces in the invasion of Fortress Europe, and, for a time, to provide additional escorts for Doolittle's heavies. In all, Doolittle had approximately 1,300 battle-ready bombers and 1,200 fighters. Doolittle inherited what was fast becoming one of the greatest machines of war ever assembled, but one that continued to be plagued with problems. Strangled by the weather, the 8th had been unable to mount a deep penetration raid since Schweinfurt, and combat casualties were running perilously high. In the previous 6 months, the 8th had lost 64 out of every 100 crews. Air Force statisticians reported to Spots that only 26% of crews beginning operations in England could expect to complete 25 missions. With replacement flyers still not up to planned strength, this was a crisis, one that Spots and Doolittle hoped to surmount not by taking fewer casualties, but by building up their force fantastically so that the percentage of losses would drop. Such is the brutal logic of wars of attrition. Doolittle and Spots were also under crushing time constraints. With the invasion scheduled for late May, they had until May 1st, only 3 months, to gain air supremacy over northern Europe. On or around that date, the 8th Air Force was scheduled to come under the direct authority of Eisenhower and concentrate its efforts on supporting the land invasion and the breakout from the beaches. It was a daunting challenge, but Jimmy Doolittle was up to it. A former racing pilot, the king of the sky, he was renowned for his daredevil stunts, but also for his deep knowledge of the science of aviation. In the interwar years, he had helped develop 2 of the weapons that would help turn the tide in the air war: high-octane fuel and instrument, or blind, flying. Doolittle grew up with the fledgling Army Air Service, setting a succession of speed and distance records to advance Billy Mitchell's campaign for an independent air arm. On temporary leave from his duties, he attended MIT and was awarded one of the first American doctorates in aeronautical engineering. He then went on to test his revolutionary ideas in the sky, stretching the frontiers of aviation. In 1929, he became the first pilot in the world to execute a blind landing, using new performance instruments he had helped to develop. With a hood covering his cockpit, making it blacker than the night around him, he took off, flew a planned course, and landed without incident. In the 1930s, he left active military service to enter private industry as manager of the aviation department of the Shell Oil Company. All the while, as a major in the Army Reserves and a demonstrator of Shell's new aircraft products, he continued to be the country's most celebrated stunt pilot, the most famous airman in America next to Charles Lindbergh, and a hero to thousands of boys who would later serve under him in the 8th. In 1940, Doolittle returned to active duty at age 43. 2 years later, after persuading a number of automobile executives to convert their plants to the production of warplanes, he received the call from Hap Arnold that led to the raid on Tokyo, which made him forever famous. Only 5'4" and 140 pounds, 47-year-old Jimmy Doolittle was a driven man who credited boxing with helping him to discipline an unruly temper. At age 15, weighing 105 pounds, he won the flyweight amateur boxing championship of the Pacific Coast. Later, he taught his 2 sons to box, telling them that if they ever beat him, he would buy them a car. "The last time I boxed with him, he broke my nose, and I broke 2 of his teeth," his son John recalled. "He considered it a moral victory for me, because he had to pay to get us both fixed." But in dealing with people, Doolittle relied on persuasion rather than pugnacity. "It didn't take but 2 minutes, and you were under his spell," said one of his Tokyo raiders. Doolittle was a great commander, added another Tokyo pilot, because he had just the right mix. He was both a forceful leader and approachable as a man. In North Africa, he had flown with his men to gain their respect, and he would have flown with the crews of the 8th had he not been briefed on Ultra and D-Day, two of the deepest secrets of the war. Everything in his makeup and personal history, his courage, his flying experience, his managerial background, his compassion for his crews, his technical knowledge of aircraft and foul-weather flying, and a sobering pre-war trip to Germany to study the Luftwaffe, equipped him for his new responsibilities. Jimmy Doolittle's first decision as commander of the 8th would reverse the course of the air war. Under Eaker, the mission of the fighter escorts was to stay within close range of the bombers until enemy fighters attacked. "This policy concerned me," Doolittle explained later, "because fighter aircraft are designed to go after enemy fighters. Fighter pilots are usually pugnacious individuals by nature and are trained to be aggressive in the air. Their machines are specially designed for offensive action." Doolittle wanted his escorts to intercept the enemy's fighters before they reached the bombers, and to strafe enemy fighter fields and transportation targets on their return home, as well as on separate operations. If it moved, could fly, or supported the German war effort, I told my pilots to kill it in place. Spots agreed completely, seeing the destruction of the Luftwaffe in the air, on its airfields, and at its fighter factories as the 8th's paramount responsibility. Eaker's policy of forcing the Luftwaffe up to fight by hitting vital economic targets made no sense, Doolittle argued, if the fighters remained tethered to the bombers. The decision to change things was made in the office of the 8th's fighter chief, General William Kepner. Walking into Kepner's office, Doolittle saw a sign on the wall. "The first duty of the 8th Air Force fighters is to bring the bombers back alive." "Bill, who dreamed that up?" Doolittle asked. "The sign was here when we arrived," Kepner replied. "Take that damn thing down," Doolittle ordered, "and put up another one saying, 'The first duty of the 8th Air Force is to destroy German fighters.'" "You mean you're authorizing me to take the offensive?" Kepner asked. "I'm directing you to," Doolittle replied sharply. Kepner was elated. He had been urging Eaker to allow him to unleash his fighters, and he especially liked Doolittle's idea of seeking out and destroying enemy fighters on their airfields. As Doolittle left Kepner's office, he heard the fighter commander tearing down the sign. Later, Adolf Galland would say that the day the 8th Air Force's fighters went on the offensive was the day Germany lost the air war. At this time, Hermann Goering was ordering his fighters to avoid the American fighter escorts altogether and concentrate on the bombers. This, Galland said later, was Germany's greatest tactical error of the air war. It caused his pilots to lose their elan and develop a deep fear of the American fighters, avoiding them whenever possible. When Kepner told a group of his fighter pilots that they were going over to the offensive, they cheered. But as soon as my decision was announced to the bomb groups, Doolittle recalled, their commanders descended on me individually and in bunches to tell me, in polite terms of course, that I was a killer and a murderer. I had taken away their little friends, and they were sure their bomber formations would now be picked off wholesale. It was a difficult decision to make, Doolittle admitted, but from the time we made it, we began to take ascendancy in the air. That would not happen right away. In early January, after taking over command of air operations in England, both Spots and Doolittle, like Eaker before them, were hamstrung by the weather, which prevented the kind of long-range strategic bombing the 8th had been created to carry out. With missions continuing to be cancelled with despairing frequency and the wreckage of bombers lost to the weather scattered all over England, it was difficult for the crews as well. At Ridgewell, a fortress experienced trouble taking off into the gloom and crash-landed. The explosion could be heard for miles. Chaplain Brown helped remove the grotesquely charred bodies from the wreckage, and 2 days later led graveside services for the 10 flyers at Mattingly Military Cemetery, the Air Force's new burial ground located on a high, wooded hill overlooking the colleges of Cambridge. Standing over the plain wooden caskets, Brown scanned the faces of the dead flyers' friends. They had lost other comrades over Germany, but like shadows, they had disappeared without a trace. These men were about to go into the cold ground. The look in their faces read, "This is my end. I will lie here too," Brown wrote later, and when I saw this on their faces, a cold chill ran up my back. Even imperturbable Carl Spaatz began to react to the pressure. On 2 occasions in early January, fast-changing island weather forced Doolittle to recall bomber formations on their way to targets. Doolittle feared that the planes would be unable to land at socked-in English bases when they returned. When Spaatz learned that the weather had unexpectedly cleared over England after the second mission had been aborted, he had it out with his bomber commander. "I wonder if you've got the guts to lead a big air force," he reprimanded Doolittle. "If you haven't, I'll get someone else who has." When Doolittle tried to explain that he would never gamble with the lives of his men on an uncalculated risk, Spaatz waved him out of the room. Within days after the second recall, the 2 commanders were flying together on an inspection tour of bases in Boots, Spatz's personal B-17. As they approached the last of the fields they planned to visit, the weather turned on them, and the pilot was unable to locate the field through the leaden mist. Spotting a small hole in the clouds, he dropped through and began hedge-hopping over farms and villages until he found an open pasture to land in. They hit hard and came to a skidding stop a few feet short of a stone fence. As the 2 generals climbed out of the plane, an ashen-faced Spaatz turned to Doolittle and said, "Jim, I see what you mean about uncalculated risks." The Mustang. One of the 2 combat missions that Doolittle had recalled occurred on January 11th. It was only a partial recall, and the bombers that proceeded to their targets were slaughtered. But what looked like a great German victory was actually a promising turning point for the 8th in its fight for sky supremacy. At 5:30 on the morning of the mission, the lights came on in John Comer's hut. Aroused from a deep sleep, Comer listened to the roster of the gunners who were flying that day. Kuntz flying 888 with Klein, Balmore flying 912 with Crozier. Jim Kuntz and George Balmore were Comer's longtime crewmates and best friends, but this time he would not be flying with them. He had completed his 25th mission a few days before, and he was heading home to Corpus Christi, Texas, that morning. Comer went down to the flight line with Kuntz and Balmore to see them off. A quick handshake, and they were gone. Standing at the local train station an hour or so later, Comer watched the bombers pass overhead. As the fleet of fortresses and liberators began assembling in the low, menacing overcast, Comer wondered if the boys should be up there on a day like this. Air Force meteorologists knew it would be a risky mission. They had predicted a few hours of clear weather over central Germany, allowing only a small window of opportunity for the 8th to fly its first deep penetration mission with fighter protection against point-blank targets. Flying in the formation with the 91st Bomb Group, Robert Morgan's old Bassingbourn-based outfit, was Lester Rentmeester, a pilot raised on a dairy farm near Green Bay, Wisconsin. He had quit the University of Wisconsin's engineering program to join the Air Force, and his plane was named after his new bride, Jeannie Marie. This was his first mission. The general target was a fighter production belt whose central cities were Brunswick, Halberstadt, and Oschersleben. The target for his group, part of the 1st Division, was a factory complex in Oschersleben that was turning out more Focke-Wulfs than any other plant in the Reich. At the mission briefing, the crews had been told they would have a large escort of fighters, for the Luftwaffe was certain to be out in impressive numbers, protecting targets only 90 miles west of Berlin. Thunderbolts and lightnings would take the bombers to within 50 miles of their targets, and a single group of P-51 Mustangs, the only group then available in England, would cover the lead formation over the target. The Mustang was the long-range fighter that everyone in the 8th had been waiting for. In limited numbers, it had begun escorting bombers the previous month. Most of the bomber crews knew almost nothing about the new plane, except that it was a fast and impressive silhouette in the sky. There were rumors, however, that it was having mechanical problems and might not yet be a match for the dreaded Focke-Wulf 190. As Jeannie Marie completed its climb through the clouds and broke into the blue, there were bombers scattered all over the sunlit sky, some of them heading in the opposite direction. The plane's radio operator sent a Morse code message using secret passwords, asking if the mission had been called off. The reply came within seconds: "Press on." Back at 8th Air Force Headquarters at High Wycombe, an unsettled Jimmy Doolittle watched the weather map as high, heavy rain clouds swept eastward across the North Sea toward Berlin. When the fighter escorts began returning, unable to locate the bombers, Doolittle sent out a message recalling the 2nd and 3rd Divisions. The leading 1st Division, less than 100 miles from the target, was not told that it would have to go it alone, with only a little help from a single combat wing of the 2nd Division, whose commander had disregarded the recall. The Luftwaffe was ready that winter morning. In a fantastic underground compound outside Berlin, the Battle Opera House, the movement of the American bomber stream was being plotted on a wall-sized map of frosted glass. With the bombers headed on a direct path for Berlin, Gallant sent out every plane he had available. Minutes later, his controllers noticed a flight of enemy fighters hovering over Oschersleben, waiting for the approaching bombers. The Germans were shocked that enemy fighters could fly that far and apparently have enough fuel left for a fight. Gallant wanted no part of them. He sent his hunters after the Boeings. Coming in across Holland, Lester Rentmeester's crew was singing and joking to calm their nerves when a shout was heard on the intercom: "Bandits at 10 o'clock high." At least 36 Focke-Wulfs were directly above their stacked formations and had already begun their dive. It was the start of a 6-hour-long battle. After the first assault, there was a short break in the action. Everyone got quiet in the plane as the forward-facing crew members nervously watched a swarm of enemy fighters forming up a mile ahead of them for what looked like the start of a suicide charge. At precisely that moment, a P-51 Mustang flashed through the enemy formation from behind and sent 2 German fighters into a flaming descent. It was a complete surprise, Rentmeester recalled. Never had American fighters taken on the Luftwaffe this far inside the fatherland. But today there were not enough Mustangs. 49 of them had become separated in the clouds, leaving only one to confront at least 30 single-engine German fighters. The pilot was Major James H. Howard, the son of medical missionaries in China. After 3 years as a Navy carrier pilot in the late 1930s, he had returned to China, where he was born, to join Claire Chennault's American volunteer group, the Flying Tigers. In 18 months of service, mostly in Burma, he had destroyed 6 Japanese planes and was shot down once. When the Flying Tigers were absorbed by the United States Army Air Forces in 1942, Howard accepted a commission as a major. He had arrived in England in the first week of November with the 354th Fighter Group, the first AAF unit in the European theater equipped with Mustangs. For over half an hour, Howard climbed and dove continuously, scattering German planes as they bore in on the bombers. In the course of his one-man blitz, 3 of his 4 machine guns jammed, but Howard continued to press home his attack with one gun, making diving, rolling passes through the Luftwaffe formations until he ran low on fuel. The 401st Bomb Group, the focus of the German attack, did not lose a single ship. When Howard landed back in England, there was only one bullet hole in his Mustang. It was one of the greatest feats of combat flying in the war, and it earned him the Medal of Honor, the only one awarded to a fighter pilot in the European theater. American escort pilots had been ordered not to attack the enemy without the rear support of their wingmen. But "it was up to me to do it," Howard said in an interview. "There were 10-man crews in those bombers, and no one else to protect them." A slim, self-effacing man, Howard claimed only 2 enemy kills and 2 probables, but the bomber crews who witnessed his one-man fight swore he downed 6. "There were an awful lot of them around," Howard told reporter Andy Rooney. "It was just a matter of shooting at them." What was a small victory for Howard was a large loss for the 8th Air Force. Using auxiliary belly tanks, the Luftwaffe fighters had been able to stay in contact with the bombers longer than they had for any time up to now. The fighting was as tough as it gets in the sky. The 1st Division reported over 400 individual attacks in 3.5 hours. The Germans savaged the American fleet, leaving the burnt carcasses of 60 bombers strewn over the snow-covered landscape of the Reich, exactly the number of losses of Black Thursday. Entombed in 2 of them were the bodies of Jim Kuntz and George Balmore. John Comer got word 3 days later, just as he was packing his bags at a transfer center to head for the ship that would take him home. Both of their planes had gone down, and no chutes were observed. "That night was bitterly cold, and it was raining," Comer wrote. "I walked blindly in the rain without cap or raincoat for a long time, because a man does not cry in front of other men." Years later, after volunteering for the 15th Air Force and flying 50 additional bombing missions, John Comer named his firstborn son James Balmore Comer. Back in Washington, Hap Arnold fumed. Why had so few bombers hit the targets? Why couldn't the 8th deliver some good smashing blows? It had been a gloomy beginning for Spots and Doolittle, but they were encouraged by the performance of the Mustangs, which so far suffered no losses and claimed 15 kills. "That plane," said American fighter ace Don Salvatore Gentili, "put the Huns right up against the wall." The Mustang's belated development was one of the most egregious errors in the history of American air power. It was the plane the bomber mafia had claimed was impossible to build, a fighter that could go as fast and as far as the bombers without losing its fighting characteristics. The best American fighter plane of the war was built for the British and designed by a German who had worked for Willy Messerschmitt, whose Me-109s shot down more Allied planes than any other aircraft. The North American Aviation Company assigned German-born Edgar Schmued to build it, and the company delivered the plane to the Royal Air Force in 1941. At the time, the American Air Force showed little interest in it, buying only 2 planes for test purposes. Its underpowered Allison engine made it unsuitable for high-altitude flying. The British used it as a low-level tactical fighter. Impressed by its performance and streamlined airframe, Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Hitchcock, an American air attaché in London, wrote a memo to Washington in October 1942 to pass on the idea of Lieutenant Colonel Campbell Ord of the Air Fighting Development Unit that the Mustang be made into a high-altitude fighter by crossbreeding it with the Merlin 61 engine, produced by Rolls-Royce, which had been working on the problem since June. The modification transformed the plane into a sensational high-altitude aircraft, a small, streamlined beauty that was faster, lighter, and more nimble than anything in the Nazi arsenal. Suddenly, the American Air Force became interested, ordering 2,200 of the British-American hybrids from North American Aviation in late 1942. Not nearly enough, but a start. Schmued and his engineers turned the Mustang into a long-legged performer by placing an 85-gallon fuselage tank to the rear of the armor plate behind the pilot. Not until after the Regensburg-Schweinfurt raid, however, did a suddenly concerned Hap Arnold order the plane rushed to England. When Mustangs began arriving, Ira Eaker, who was dubious about their capabilities as escorts, assigned them to the 9th Air Force for tactical fighting. Arnold quickly changed that, making an arrangement for the 9th's Mustangs to fly as bomber escorts under the control of 8th Air Force Fighter Command. Thereafter, the 8th got all the Mustangs it wanted from North American Aviation. Beginning with their first long-range escort duty in December, P-51s carried 75-gallon drop tanks, one tank under each wing. Thus equipped, they could fly all the way to Berlin and back. 6 months later, improved models with 108-gallon drop tanks were flying to Poland, a round trip of 1,700 miles at speeds approaching 440 miles per hour and at altitudes of up to 40,000 feet, and with 6 0.5 caliber machine guns. For low-level work, it could carry a 2,000-pound arsenal of rockets or bombs. By then, the positions of the bombers and the fighters had been reversed. The new challenge became to increase the size of the bombers' fuel tanks to give the big friends the range of their little friends. The Mustang was the outstanding piston-powered fighter of the war. In their first 3 months of operations, the Mustangs scored 3 times more kills per sortie than the P-47 Thunderbolts, and twice as many as the P-38 Lightnings. By the end of 1944, every fighter group in the 8th, except Zemke's 56th, had transitioned to Mustangs. The rest of the Thunderbolts and the Lightnings were transferred to tactical units that would soon begin bombing bridges, airfields, and supply trains in northern France in preparation for the invasion. After the invasion, they would provide battlefield support for Allied infantry. Modified Lightnings, without arms, continued to be used for high-altitude photo reconnaissance. In less than a year, the 8th Fighter Command had become virtually an all-Mustang force. After the war, Hap Arnold admitted that it had been the Air Force's own fault that this splendid performer had not been made available earlier. Mass against mass. The 8th Air Force was unable to send out a single mission for 10 days after the Oschersleben raid. As the discouraging weather stretched into mid-February, Air Force planners waited impatiently to deliver the massive blow against the German aircraft industry they had originally scheduled for early November 1943. This was Eaker's Operation Argument, which called for continuous coordinated strikes by the 8th and 15th Air Forces and Arthur Harris's Bomber Command. Arnold and Eaker were so desperate to destroy these vital targets that the missions would have gone forward in 1943 without long-range escorts. As it was, the bad weather turned out to be an unexpected blessing, allowing the 8th to build up the strength of its escort force to nearly 1,300 fighters, over 300 of them Mustangs. The aim of Operation Argument was nothing less than the annihilation of the Luftwaffe. The strategy, bait them and kill them. Send in the bombers, the bait, to destroy the aircraft factories and then massacre the planes and pilots that came up to defend them. Ira Eaker had tried this earlier, but without sufficient bombers to accomplish the task, and without Mustangs, he had never been able to apply what military strategists call the principle of mass, the application of overwhelming force. This had been the American strategy of winning wars since Ulysses S. Grant wore down Robert E. Lee. My lot was much easier than Eaker's because I began to get more bombers and long-range fighters, Doolittle said in a post-war interview. It was the Mustang that made me look good. But Doolittle would face stronger enemy opposition. With Gallant's enhanced defense forces, nearly 1,000 daylight fighters, drawn back into Germany, they would be in a position to savage the bomber streams with tightly massed strikes. It would be, Gallant predicted, a battle of mass against mass. As he geared up for the coming fight, Adolf Gallant stood on a hinge of history, not knowing which way it would swing. The battle began on the unpromising morning of February 20th, 1944. Clouds, ice, and swirling snow greeted the flyers as they headed for their briefings. Out on the airfields, gassed and ready, was the largest strike force yet assembled by the American Air Force, over 1,000 bombers and almost 900 fighters. But few airmen expected to fly that morning. Even the ordinarily aggressive Spaatz was vacillating. The previous day, he had received word from Eaker that the 15th Air Force would be unable to participate in the opening of what was called Big Week, the most savage succession of air battles of World War II. Eaker's force would be providing emergency support for Allied troops bottled up on the beaches of Anzio, Italy. This was a caution flag for Spaatz, but his deputy for operations, General Frederick Anderson, pressed him to send out the bombers. Operation Argument was largely Anderson's plan, hammered out in close cooperation with his assistant, Colonel C. Glenn Williamson, an old classmate from West Point. The two air strategists were physical opposites who thought alike. Anderson is tall, raw-boned, and supple, temperamentally a well-anchored man, a good talker and an easy mixer, a Life reporter described him. Only seldom will a stranger catch the gleam of purpose beneath the affability. Williamson is short and stumpy and given to long spells of moodiness. Logical, erudite in the detail of his profession, uncompromising, he is one of the foremost theoretical thinkers of the Army Air Forces. The two men were united by deep devotion to the ideas of the ancient Chinese philosopher-general Sun Tzu. One of Sun Tzu's maxims, the opportunity of defeating the enemy is provided by the enemy himself, sheds light on the strategy of the updated version of Argument. Having built a magnificent industrial infrastructure for the production of fighter aircraft, Germany would have to defend it strongly. This would pull the Luftwaffe into a closely fought battle of attrition that the beefed-up 8th Air Force was now confident of winning. As Sun Tzu had prophesied, one of the enemy's greatest strengths would prove its undoing. When Anderson first drew up his plan in October 1943, he proposed to cut German fighter production by 75% in 4 successive hammer blows. That was a preposterous projection. But the 4-month-long weather delay had given him, unexpectedly, a long-range fighter force that would allow him to gravely damage the Luftwaffe by attacking it both on the ground and in the air, employing the new twin-pronged offensive machine, an aggressive phalanx of bombers and fighters that Doolittle had created by unleashing the escorts. Originally, Anderson was prepared to lose as many as 2/3 of his crews, 7,000 men, a third of the total number of Marines that would die retaking the Pacific. With the escorts, he expected his losses to be less heavy, yet still great, up to 200 bombers on the first day of operations. But the risk had to be taken, he believed. The success of the land invasion, and with it the war itself, depended on knocking out the Luftwaffe. There was something else at stake. Since arriving in England, the 8th Air Force had taken on 3 major target systems: submarine repair facilities, ball bearings, and aircraft production, and had failed to knock out any of them. On the record, an American reporter wrote, the American daylight attack was in doubt. To hit Germany this hard, Anderson needed fantastic luck, weather conditions of a kind which rarely occur in Europe in winter. German fighter production was economically concentrated and geographically dispersed. The main assembly plants were organized into industrial complexes, each one with a principal assembly plant surrounded by smaller factories that manufactured component parts. The peculiar thing about these complexes, as Williamson later explained, was that the production flow could be shifted from plant to plant inside the complex or to plants in other complexes. If you knocked out the assembly plant in one complex, the tools and workers were quickly shifted to another, and the satellite component factories fed right into it. A complex was a big octopus. You had to kill all of it to make it die. But the American attacks of the previous summer and fall had set in motion a dispersal program. Some of the newer complexes were located in central and southern Germany, and others in Austria, Hungary, and Poland. With his targets scattered all over the Reich and visual bombing an imperative, Anderson would need at least 3 to 4 days of clear weather. Since many of the missions would be to the extreme limit of the bomber's range, they would be long flights, requiring good visibility both over the targets at midday and back in England at the end of the day, when the bombers flew back into capricious British weather. To advise him, Anderson had located an eccentric professor and had him flown to England and made an instant major. His name was Irving P. Kirk, and he was head of Caltech's meteorological department. As a sideline job, Kirk operated a long-range weather forecasting service whose patrons included fruit growers and Hollywood movie studios. Kirk's theories were based on the idea that weather situations repeat themselves. A sequence of phenomena which produced a certain kind of weather in the past will, if repeated, produce the same weather again. In England, Kirk researched European weather records going back half a century. On February 18th, he told Anderson that a good-looking sequence was in the making. Beginning on the 20th, a high-pressure system would settle in over central and southern Germany and would probably last for 3 to 4 days. This was it. Anderson, with Spotz's approval, scheduled a maximum strike for the morning of February 20th. Anderson was banking everything on Kirk's forecast, which was one of 3 he had received, and the only one that promised clearing skies over Central Europe for a succession of days, beginning the following morning. The night before the mission, the skies were solid over England, and weather reconnaissance planes returned with unanimously bleak reports. There was no foreseeable break in the cloud cover. Anderson knew that takeoffs would have to begin before dawn because of the short European winter days, and that icing conditions would pose extraordinary difficulties for both fighters and bombers. It was not exactly a no-risk situation, recalled Jimmy Doolittle, whose inclination was to postpone. William Kepner, the fighter commander, agreed, but Anderson remained adamant, even if it meant losing 200 bombers. That night at Park House, poker-faced Karl Spatz camped by the phone, listening to the conflicting advice of his subordinates. After a sleepless night, he sent out the signal to his base commanders. Let 'em go. Chapter 10. Liberated Skies. War is a series of catastrophes that results in a victory. Georges Clemenceau. Dawn, June 6, 1944. In the gray mist before first light, as the Allied invasion armada drew near the French coast, the crews of American bombers spotted a lone flying fortress circling just below them. In the co-pilot seat was General Lawrence Cooter, on temporary assignment as General Hap Arnold's personal observer of D-Day operations. Lean, turbulent Larry Cooter was one of the framers of AWPD-1, the master plan for the daylight strategic bombing of Germany. In the late summer of 1942, he had been sent to England to execute that plan as commander of the 1st Bombardment Wing of the 8th Air Force. That fall and winter, Cooter had launched strike after futile strike against impregnable U-boat pens on France's Brittany coast before being reassigned to the Mediterranean, to Operation Torch, and then to Washington to become Arnold's chief planner of combat operations. When he left for Washington in early 1943, the Luftwaffe ruled the skies over the continent, and the future of daylight bombing was in grave doubt. Now, Cooter waited for the sun to confirm his hunch that Germany's fighter force would pose no threat to the tremendous amphibious operation that was about to begin. On the eve of the invasion, General Eisenhower had assured his troops, "If you see fighting aircraft over you, they will be ours." Neither he nor any other Allied commanders gave voice to his deepest concern, that Hitler had been husbanding hundreds of fighters inside the Reich for a furious effort to hurl the invaders back into the sea. Even Karl Spaatz, who was confident his forces had grievously damaged the Luftwaffe, expected, as Eisenhower did, lively air opposition. "I was thinking," Cooter recalled, "that if I were the German operations officer and Providence had promised to allow me to select the weather in which to make my defense, these were the conditions I would have chosen. A solid bank of overcast covered the Normandy coast and extended to mid-channel. Here was perfect concealment for German airmen. They could dive out of the dense cloud upon the packed channel below, bomb or strafe any ship, and climb back into the protecting clouds in a matter of seconds. They could come and go before a gun was brought to bear, or our thousands of fighters were able to intercept. I was apprehensive, more than I would care to admit. The cloud bank could be swarming with Germans. Where was there ever such a target? 4,000 ships on a front 18 miles broad." As the landing boats carrying the troops headed toward the beaches in the heavy chop, General Cooter's concern disappeared. The air was full of Allied fighters, and columns of flying fortresses stretched back to England as far as the eye could follow. There were no signs of German fighters. "The Hun never showed up," Cooter wrote later. "He couldn't, because he had nothing left." On this world-turning day, the Luftwaffe flew fewer than 250 sorties against the most powerful invasion force ever assembled to that time. The infantry battle, the breakout from the beaches and the fight to clear the enemy from Normandy, would not be won for another 7 weeks, but command of the sky had already been secured in 6 weeks of withering aerial combat. Billy Mitchell and Julio Douay had seen bomber warfare's instantaneous, morale-shattering power as a humane alternative to the slow slaughter of trench warfare. But the aerial battles in the months leading up to D-Day were unimaginably costly in men and planes. Unlike the grinding killing of the previous war, however, these airfights were swiftly decisive, clearing the skies over northern Europe for the Cooter-style strategic bombing that would smash Germany's industrial machine in the final year of the war. Big Week. The first of these great battles began the ugly February morning Karl Spaatz gave the command to begin Big Week, a 6-day-long campaign that was fought all over Western Europe, from the North Sea to the Danube, from Paris to Poland. The target on the first day was the stronghold of Hitler's fighter production, the massive assembly and component plants in the Brunswick-Leipzig area of central Germany, some 80 miles south of Berlin. The weather began to clear beautifully as the bomber stream crossed into German airspace, just as Anderson's eccentric weatherman had predicted. Leading the convoy of 800 silver-winged fighters were the Thunderbolts of Hub-Zemke's Wolf Pack, fitted out for the first time with 150-gallon belly tanks that would allow his fighters to penetrate nearly to Hanover, almost 400 miles from their base at Halesworth. "We caught up with the bombers and took up station on the left side of their formation at 22,000 feet, recalled Francis Gaby Gabreski, the son of Polish immigrants from Oil City, Pennsylvania. "All was quiet until we were ready to break off escort about 30 miles west of Hanover." At that point, a formation of twin-engine night fighters, Messerschmitt Bf-110s, came into sight just below them, and Gabreski's squadron bounced them. Only a single German fighter escaped undamaged before Zabreski reformed his squadron for the long haul home. His Thunderbolts had scored 18 of the 61 victories credited to the American fighters that day. Tactics had as much to do with it as technology. Prior to Doolittle's order to release the escorts, Luftwaffe pursuit planes would usually assemble at lower altitudes, knowing they would be safe there with the American fighters hovering above them, glued to the bombers. On February 20th, the enemy pilots were surprised and slaughtered, and Zemke's 56th Fighter Group did not lose a single plane in the region of the Reich his pilots would soon be calling the Happy Hunting Ground. That night at Park House, Spots, Anderson, and Williamson waited for the mission reports to arrive via teletype, bracing themselves for heavy losses. "The reports came in all evening," Williamson recalled. "Group after group reported no losses, or only one or two. We couldn't believe it." When the teletype machine stopped ticking, the commanders calculated the cost. 21 bombers and 4 fighters. 214 of the nearly 11,000 men who flew the mission. The Germans lost 153 fighters. Spots was euphoric, on the crest of the highest wave he had ever ridden, Williamson recalled. But men who fight battles see them differently than generals back at headquarters. To the general sitting before the maps, the reports on casualties are encouraging, wrote the novelist and World War II veteran Irwin Shaw. To the man on the scene, the casualties are never encouraging. When he is hit, or when the man next to him is hit, it is inconceivable at that moment to believe that there is a man who can report that everything is going according to plan. For the 3 American airmen who won Medals of Honor on February 20th, nothing went according to plan. Theirs are the greatest individual stories to come out of Big Week, tales of epic heroism and sacrificial solidarity. On a day when young men had to grow up or fold up, they stood strong. As an unnamed fortress of the 305th Bomb Group left the skies over Leipzig, it was jumped by over a dozen enemy fighters. 8 crewmen were hit by cannon fire, and one of the bomber's engines was on fire. A shell smashed through the right windshield and exploded in the face of the co-pilot, killing him instantly. When he fell forward, all his weight came down on the control column, sending the bomber into a sudden dive. The pilot, Lieutenant William R. Lawley, who was severely wounded around the face and neck, struggled to force his dead friend off the controls with his right hand while trying to bring the bomber out of its deep descent with his left. He had to pilot the ship blindly. The windscreen and controls were covered with blood and debris. When he finally brought the bomber out of its near vertical drop of 10,000 feet, he noticed that the damaged engine was still on fire. After leveling off, he ordered the crew to bail out, fearing the plane was about to explode, but Bombardier Lieutenant Harry Mason, who had gone to the rear to check on the damage, reported that 2 of the gunners were badly wounded and could not be moved. One of the crew did bail out, but Lawley went on the interphone and announced that he was going to try to bring the bomber home. England was almost 5 flying hours away, but he saw no other way to save his 2 stricken gunners. The other crewmen were given a second opportunity to bail out, but decided to stick with Lawley and their semi-conscious comrades. Suffering from shock and exposure, with freezing air blasting through the shattered windscreen, Lawley was ashen-faced and delirious, and several times he slipped into unconsciousness. Harry Mason tied the co-pilot's body to his seat back with a parka and stood between the seats in the cockpit, reviving Lawley and helping him with the controls. When they reached England, they were flying at barely 1,500 feet on only one engine. After missing the first field they sighted through the drizzle and gloom, Lawley spotted a Canadian fighter strip and tried to lower the wheels. They were stuck. The Fortress hit the concrete runway with wheels up, its exposed belly sending up a shower of sparks that looked like a firestorm. The entire crew was pulled from the wreckage alive, but the 2 badly wounded gunners were permanently crippled. After the war, William Lawley kept in touch with his crew. One of his gunners, Ralph Braswell, visited Lawley at his home outside Montgomery, Alabama, before his death in 1999. "He had arthritis," said Braswell, "but after I shook his hands, I said, 'They're beautiful. They saved my life.'" 5 other flyers on the Leipzig mission were saved that afternoon by 2 of their comrades, Staff Sergeant Archibald Mathis and Lieutenant Walter E. Trumper. Near the target, Carl Moore, the top turret gunner of the Fortress 10 horsepower, flying out of Polbrook with the 351st Bomb Group, spotted 2 Me-109s coming straight at them. Seconds later, a cannon shell exploded in the cockpit, decapitating co-pilot Ronald Bartley and knocking out pilot C. Richard Nelson. The limp bodies of both pilots slumped forward on the steering columns, and, in an eerie parallel, 10 horsepower went into the same kind of dive that nearly finished off William Lawley's Fortress. The centrifugal force created by the spiraling dive immobilized every surviving crewman. For the next few minutes, it was like being inside of a spinning top. We were thrown against the fuselage and held there. We couldn't move, said Waist Gunner Russell Robinson. Carl Moore managed to crawl forward from the floor below his turret and into the narrow opening between the pilot's seats. The wind that was tearing through the fractured window drove him backward. Summoning all his strength, he leaned forward and cringed in horror at the carnage in the cockpit. Bartley's head was on the floor, and the right side of Nelson's face had been sheared off. Convinced that Nelson was dead, Moore grabbed hold of both yokes, one in each hand, and used his elbows to fight off the weight and pressure of the pilots' limp bodies. After a descent of nearly 15,000 feet, with enemy fighters pounding them even as they picked up speed, he pulled the plane out of its dive so suddenly, said wounded radio operator Thomas Sowell, I felt my eyeballs were going to pop out through my cheekbones. At this point, navigator Walter Trumper, a former accounting clerk from Aurora, Illinois, made his way up to the cockpit, and Moore handed over control of the ship to him. A few minutes later, Scottish-born Archie Mathis, a Pennsylvania coal miner's son who had a few hours flying experience, climbed out of his ball turret and joined Trumper in the cockpit. The two men crouched in the narrow opening between the seats as they tried to decide what to do. Using their hands to manipulate the elevator and aileron controls, which were on the floor of the cockpit, they managed to keep the bomber airborne. Other crewmen pulled Bartley's body out of the right seat and placed it in the crawlway below the cockpit. Trumper then handed the controls to Mathis and, when the Luftwaffe fighters disappeared, went down into the nose to chart a course back to England. The bombardier had bailed out after releasing the bombs, but with all 4 engines running well, the rest of the crew decided to stay with the plane. The freezing blasts in the cockpit made it impossible for either Mathis or Trumper to take the wheel for more than a few minutes at a time. They set up a rotation, with Mathis doing most of the flying and the 2 men communicating by hand signals because of the noise of the wind. The crew tried to move Nelson so that Mathis could take the left seat, away from the shot-out window, but they stopped suddenly when they realized he was still alive, hanging by a thread. When they reached Polebrook, Trumper radioed the control tower. The co-pilot is dead. The pilot we think is dead. The bombardier has jumped. I am the navigator, the only commissioned officer on board. What should we do? Trumper said Mathis believed he could land the plane, and Colonel Eugene Romig, the base commander, gave the okay. After Mathis made a high, erratic approach on this first attempt, fatigue and exposure having dulled his reactions, Romig ordered him to circle back and have the crew bail out over the field. The last man to jump was Carl Moore. After shaking hands with Mathis and Trumper, he gave his friends the thumbs up and disappeared through the rear crew door. While the crew was bailing out, Romig and Major Elzia Ledoux, a squadron commander, boarded a B-17 and took off in an effort to fly alongside 10 horsepower and talk it to the ground by radioing instructions to Mathis. With Mathis flying wildly, alternately climbing and diving, they were unable to get close enough to provide much assistance. After Mathis made a second unsuccessful pass, Romig told Mathis and Trumper to point the bomber out to sea, set the automatic pilot, and bail out. The 2 men replied that the pilot was still alive and could not be moved. They would not desert him. After failing to land at a neighboring field, 10 horsepower veered out of control and crash-landed. Mathis and Trumper were killed instantly and were posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. The wounded pilot they died trying to save survived for only another hour or so. Carl Moore, the last man to see his 3 dead crewmates, was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross. After the war, the Pittsburgh Coal Company renamed one of its mines for Archie Mathis, the air gunner from Stonehouse, Scotland, who had worked beside his father in a bituminous seam in Liberty, Pennsylvania, before dying a hero on his second combat mission of the war. 8th Air Force losses rose alarmingly in the next 5 days of Big Week. At least 226 of its heavies went down over the Reich, nearly 20% of the 8th's available force. Losses for the 15th were proportional. Back in 1942, an equivalent loss rate would have disabled Eaker's command. In that year, Lawrence Cooter and his fellow airplanners estimated that the 8th would lose no more than 300 unescorted bombers in the entire air war. But in 1944, this was a battle-hardened, airplane-rich Air Force, infused with a new spirit and prepared to sustain frightful casualties. And now, for the first time, it was certain it was winning, that it had found and was exploiting a vulnerable weak point in Germany's war economy. Frederick Anderson, the master planner of Big Week, was convinced that the 8th and 15th Air Forces, working for the first time in close coordination with each other and with the British night bombers, had dealt a paralyzing blow to Nazi fighter production, bringing it close to final extinction. He was wrong. During Big Week, 10,000 tons of explosives were dropped on 18 German airframe and ball bearing manufacturing centers, including yet again Regensburg and Schweinfurt. This was roughly equal to the tonnage dropped by the 8th Air Force in its entire first year of operations. The RAF also weighed in heavy, dropping even more tonnage than the Americans. Yet this full-out effort would cost the Germans only a 2-month delay in aircraft production. By the summer of 1944, German fighter plane production would peak, in part due to Big Week. With Hitler's approval, responsibility for production was shifted from Goering's scandalously incompetent Air Ministry to a special agency within Albert Speer's Ministry of Armaments and Munitions. Speer placed one of his expert managers, Karl Otto Sauer, in charge of an accelerated program of industrial dispersal. In late 1944, Germany's smaller, indigenously hidden plants were producing more fighter planes per month than Germany had been producing before Big Week. Allied intelligence never discovered these forest plants, which would have been almost impossible to hit from 4 miles up anyway. The second part of Anderson's strategy worked wonderfully. The Luftwaffe came up to protect the aircraft plants and lost over a third of its single-engine fighters and, more critically, 18% of its fighter pilots. Even the bombing of the assembly plants produced some significant long-term results. German aircraft production figures would have been even more impressive had the plants not been bombed. And in the months ahead, dispersal would cost the industry wasting delays. In these smaller plants, aircraft were produced much more slowly than in the more rationalized larger plants. Dispersal would also leave the scattered aircraft plants heavily dependent on rail transport. Trains carrying parts and components would soon become fat targets for marauding American fighter planes. In the end, dispersal defeated itself. When the German transportation system was decimated by Allied bombing and strafing in late 1944, it became impossible to keep the final assembly plants supplied with the parts to produce finished aircraft. Overrated at the time by 8th Air Force leaders and underrated ever since by historians, Big Week was neither a victory nor a loss for the Americans. It was merely the opening engagement of what would be the most prolonged and decisive air battle of World War II. Berlin. Round 2 was Berlin, the 6th largest city in the world and the greatest economic and commercial powerhouse on the European continent, with nearly all its industries given over to war production. This was another target the Luftwaffe would have to defend. Arthur Harris had been conducting a campaign of fire and ruin against Berlin all that winter, bombing indiscriminately and taking intolerable losses against the suddenly revived German night-fighting forces. The American effort would be different. The main aiming points would be industrial, chief among them the great ball-bearing works at Erkner, in the suburbs of the capital, and the bombers would be used primarily as bait to bring the Luftwaffe to battle. There would also be new tactics. In the past, every big bombing mission launched by the 8th had included elaborate diversionary raids to confuse the defenders. This time, there would be no deception, no feints. The American air commanders would send in the bombers on predictable routes. Placing the bombers at extreme risk would be part of the design. With great numbers of long-range Mustangs arriving in England just after Big Week, Anderson, a hard-minded advocate of total warfare, was spoiling for a fight. "Prepare yourself for big losses," he warned Hap Arnold in late February. The 8th Air Force would strike regardless of cost. Just when casualties began to rise tremendously, the bomber crews received another dose of bad news. Under prodding from Hap Arnold, General Doolittle extended their tours of duty from 25 to 30 missions, and later to 35. Why send home crews, the reasoning went, when they had reached the peak of their efficiency? The decision made Doolittle a greatly hated man on the bomber bases. "We fly the first 25 for America and the next 5 for Jimmy," the crews complained. Big Week put a terrible strain on the men. It was "the pills that got a lot of the guys through," said radio gunner Lawrence Goldie Goldstein. "Pills to put them to sleep, pills to keep them awake, pills to kill the depression." If the flight surgeons refused to dispense them, some men stole them. For the truly desperate, there was morphine, easily available in first aid kits. The first Berlin mission was scheduled for March 2nd. When Doolittle scrubbed it because heavy clouds over the target would make the bombing inaccurate, Anderson blew up. "It doesn't matter if Berlin is overcast. The resulting air battle would result in attrition, which makes it more important than any destruction on the ground," he wrote in his diary. "We've got to stick to this goddamn thing." Berlin would be the toughest target the 8th ever attacked. Doolittle's crews would be meeting a reconstituted Luftwaffe, with over 70% of its fighters based within range of Berlin. The German capital was an 1,100-mile round trip from eastern England, which meant the bombers would be exposed over central Germany for 5 hours, and, if the bad weather prevailed, would have to fly over a 6-mile-high cloud bank that would make formation flying difficult. When Doolittle's chief aide urged that the liberators not be sent because, fully loaded, they could not fly as high as the forts, "God, the crews will just get killed in them," Anderson had a chilling one-word reply: "Well?" On March 3rd, a few P-38 Lightnings equipped with auxiliary fuel tanks made it to Berlin, but the bombers could not surmount the clouds and had to turn back. Heavy skies and squalls remained a problem the following day, but when Doolittle sent out a mission recall signal to the fleet, 2 squadrons from the 95th and 1 from the 100th failed to pick it up, or so they said. The 25-ton ships and their shepherding Mustangs pressed on, navigating by dead reckoning. Vapor trails made by whirling propellers compounded the hazards. Flying in the rarefied atmosphere made the airmen drowsy and listless, but flak bursts prevented any from nodding. Fighter resistance was swift, but the formation was saved, after losing 5 bombers, by the Mustangs of the 4th Fighter Group, led by Lieutenant Colonel Donald Blakesley, a former member of the Eagle Squadrons, volunteer American pilots who flew Spitfires for the RAF before America entered the war. When Colonel Harry C. Mumford, the leader of the bomber formation, returned to base in the gathering winter dusk, he expected a reprimand. Instead, he received the Silver Star, and his picture was featured in Life magazine. It was a ragged performance, but the fact that American planes had reached Berlin in daylight was immensely significant to both the Axis and the Allies. In the first year of the war, Hermann Goering had pledged to Berliners that not a single enemy bomb would drop on the sacred soil of the capital. After the war, an interrogator asked Goering at what point he realized that Germany was doomed. "The first time your bombers came over Hanover, escorted by fighters, I began to be worried. When they came with fighter escorts over Berlin, I knew the jig was up." Chuck Yeager. On March 5th, the weather kept the bombers closer to home. Losses were light, but it was a rough day for the escorts. After getting his first victory over Berlin the previous day, Charles Chuck Yeager, a 21-year-old rowdy from Myra, West Virginia, was shot down 50 miles east of Bordeaux in southwestern France by 3 Focke-Wulf 190s. Flying only his 8th combat mission, Yeager, who had enlisted as a mechanic, would survive the war to become the first man to break the sound barrier and the world's most famous test pilot, the featured character in the book and film The Right Stuff. "I knew I was going down. I was barely able to unfasten my safety belt and crawl over the seat before my burning P-51 began to snap and roll, heading for the ground. I just fell out of the cockpit when the plane turned upside down. My canopy was shot away." Yeager went into a free fall, not daring to pull his ripcord until he had dropped far enough to avoid getting strafed by one of the pursuing fighters. Cold and scared, bleeding from wounds on his feet and hands, and with a hole in his right calf, Yeager realized the odds of escaping the Nazi security forces were long. None of the men in his squadron who had been shot down had made it back to England. But sitting in the deep brush treating his wounds with sulfa powder and bandages, and studying a silk map that was sewn into his flight suit, he was confident. The son of poor but hard-willed hill people, he knew how to hunt and trap and live off the land. He had an Army-issue .45 caliber pistol tucked in his belt, and he was a crack shot. "Back home, if we had a job to do, we did it," he recalled, "and my job now was to evade capture and escape." Yeager's objective was Spain, where he knew he would receive help from British diplomats who had established arrangements for downed flyers to be sent back to England through Gibraltar. But first he had to evade German patrols that were searching for him with the aid of low-flying scout planes. Peeking out of the brush, he saw a woodcutter with a heavy axe, a weapon he could use. Figuring no French peasant was a match for a hungry hillbilly, he jumped him, wrestled him to the ground, and stuck his pistol in his face. The man spoke no English, but grinned nervously and nodded when Yeager told him he was an American. He would go for help, he signaled with his hands, but Yeager must stay hidden in the woods. The Boche were everywhere. An hour later, the woodcutter returned with an old man who spoke some English. Yeager followed him to a small hotel, where he was taken to a second-floor bedroom. The regal-looking woman who owned the establishment was sitting on the bed, wrapped in a shawl. Looking directly into Yeager's eyes, she smiled and said in perfect English, "Why, you're just a boy. My God, has America run out of men already?" After questioning him to make sure he was not a German agent posing as an American pilot, she told him her people would help him. The next morning, Yeager was taken to a farmhouse, where he hid in the hayloft for almost a week. Late one night, the local doctor, who had already treated his wounds, returned with peasant clothing and false identity papers, and told Yeager they would be taking a little journey, one that would lead, after several weeks of running and hiding, to a clearing on a densely forested mountain, where Yeager was handed over to a band of heavily armed men wearing black berets. "I don't have to be told who these guys are." Yeager remembered his reaction. "These are the Maquis, the French resistance fighters who live and hide in these mountain pine forests by day and blow up trains and bridges by night." Yeager was told to stay with these men until the snow thawed in the Pyrenees. They would then help him cross into Spain. The Maquis were a relatively new force in the resistance. Maquis is the Corsican name for the local scrub brush that resistance groups on that island used for cover in their 18th century democratic revolution. The first Maquisards were young men from the isolated, forested regions of Brittany and southern France, who escaped to the hills in late 1942 to evade the Nazis' labor draft, which would have sentenced them to compulsory employment in Germany. In the summer of 1943, with invasion talk in the air, many of these mountain bands had begun to take in other members of the resistance and engage in acts of sabotage against the Germans and the collaborationist French militia. At this point, British agents from the SOE, Special Operations Executive, an agency charged with fomenting sabotage and paramilitary operations in Nazi-occupied countries, began to take an interest in them. Agents and arms were dropped to the Maquis by parachute, and regular radio communication between the Maquisards and London was established, with SOE working hand in hand with a special branch of America's Office of Strategic Services, OSS, the predecessor of the CIA, headquartered in London. Looking ahead to the Normandy landings, Prime Minister Churchill requested that additional aircraft from the RAF be made available for arming the most formidable Maquis groups, which were in southwestern France. It was then, in January 1944, that the 8th Air Force was pulled into the operation, flying the first of its so-called carpetbagger missions under the direction of Lieutenant Colonel Clifford J. Heflin. By the following June, the Allies had increased the number of their supply drops to the Maquis to over 850 a month. Using the crews from recently disbanded Air Force anti-submarine squadrons, the Carpetbaggers, as the new 801st Bomb Group, redesignated the 492nd BG in August 1944, was called, were originally based north of London and close to Tempsford, the home station for RAF squadrons engaged in parallel operations. Both air bases were marked closed to the public, and flyers who drank in local pubs understood that they would be court-martialed if they talked about their jobs. The 801st's B-24 Liberators, which were moved in March to Harrington, in the depths of rural Northamptonshire, were especially equipped for the night drops. Blackout curtains covered the waist windows. All armaments were removed except the upper turret and tail turret, and the bombers were painted midnight black. Where the ball turrets had been, a hole was cut into the floor of the fuselage and covered with a removable metal shroud. This was the Joe hole, through which undercover agents, or Joes, were dropped with their parachutes. Female agents were called Josephines. Waist gunners, now called dispatchers, sent down large canisters of supplies from the bomb bays. Closer to D-Day, three-man commando units, called Jedburghs, were dropped to conduct covert operations, often in collaboration with the Maquis. By the time Flight Officer Yeager hooked up with them, the Maquis were heavily engaged in railroad sabotage to prevent local Wehrmacht units from reinforcing divisions stationed on the Channel coast in preparation for the invasion. The Maquis hide by day and hit by night, Yeager later described their operations, blowing up bridges, sabotaging rail lines, hitting trains carrying munitions of military equipment. The Maquis group that Yeager joined was armed with British Sten guns and Spanish .38 Llama automatics, but they were in dire need of explosives. For these, they depended upon Allied airdrops. One evening, Chuck Yeager was sitting in a lantern-lit barn with his band of forest rebels as they unloaded the contents of the steel canister dropped by parachute from an Allied plane. Eyeing the boxes of explosives, fuses, and timing devices, he said to the leader, "I can help you with that stuff." As a boy, he had helped his father shoot gas wells with plastic explosives. That night, he was put in charge of explosive fuse devices. For as long as he stayed with them, he was the Maquis's fuse man, a terrorist bomb maker, no longer protected by the protocols of the Geneva Conventions. If captured, he would be treated as a saboteur and turned over to the Gestapo for torture questioning and execution. But, as he said later, he needed these guys if he was going to get to the Pyrenees. Besides, the work was fun, interesting. It did not last long. On a night in late March, Yeager was put in the back of a truck with a group of other American airmen the driver had picked up earlier. When the truck screeched to a stop, each of the men was given a hand-drawn map and a knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and chocolate. The driver pointed to a narrow mountain path, and the airmen, on their own, began climbing into sheets of rain and gale-force winds. When the others lagged behind, Yeager teamed up with a powerfully built B-24 navigator named Pat Patterson. The two men ascended to 7,000 feet in wet, heavy snow up to their knees, crawling across ridges covered with sheets of ice. When they entered the thinning air, they had to stop every 10 or 15 minutes, wondering as they rested if they would soon become feed for the huge crows that cawed overhead. By the third day, they were lost. By the fourth, they were almost ready to give up, exhausted, disoriented, and unable to feel their frozen feet. Walking half asleep, staggering like two drunks, they stumbled upon an empty logger's cabin, pushed open the door, and collapsed on the floor, where they slept side by side. Minutes later, they were jolted awake by a hail of gunfire. It was a German patrol, and the soldiers were firing blindly through the front door, suspecting escapees might be in the cabin. Yeager jumped out the rear window, and Patterson followed right behind him. Hearing his friend scream, Yeager knew he was hit. In an instant, he grabbed hold of him and jumped on a snow-covered log slide. The two men slid down the flume and landed in a swollen mountain stream. Holding the unconscious airman by the neck, Yeager swam to the other bank and pulled him out of the water. Patterson looked in desperate shape. He was shot in the knee and was bleeding like a stuck hog, his lower leg barely attached to its upper part by a thick, throbbing tendon. Pulling out his penknife, Yeager cut the tendon and tied the bloody stump with a spare shirt the Maquis had made out of his parachute. When night descended, he slung his still unconscious friend over his shoulder and began climbing a steep slope, stopping now and then to see if Patterson was alive and fighting off a strong urge to give up and die. At sunrise, Yeager reached the top of the mountain, and in the distance, through the morning haze, he could see the thin line of a road that must, he thought, be in Spain. Too weak to negotiate the steep draw that led down to the road, he dragged Patterson to the edge and pushed him over. Yeager followed behind him, riding on a long stick he held between his bent legs, just as he did when he used to slide down a steep hill behind his West Virginia house, using a broomstick as a brake. When the two airmen reached the road, Patterson was so pale and limp that Yeager thought he was dead. Feeling there was nothing more he could do for Patterson, Yeager left him by the road, in clear view, to be picked up by a passing motorist. Then he began walking south. Reaching a village, Yeager turned himself in to the local police and slept for 2 days. He was awakened by an American consul and taken to a hospital, where there was nothing to do but sunbathe, eat, and flirt with the chambermaids, while the American consul tried to free 6 of us downed airmen from our hellish existence. While still in Spain, he learned that Patterson had been picked up by the Guardia Civil an hour after he had left him, and had been taken to a hospital. Within 6 weeks, Patterson was back in the States. Chuck Yeager had other ideas. Bloody Monday. The day after Chuck Yeager was shot down over France, the 8th Air Force returned to Berlin and fought the greatest air battle ever. A 15-mile-long parade of American bombers thundered across the heart of Berlin for 30 minutes today and set great fires in the stricken Nazi capital after smashing through a huge German fighter screen, the United Press reported. The New York Times estimated that a strike of this scale engaged nearly 600,000 men and women on both sides. This figure included 12,000 Allied airmen, almost 1,000 German pilots, 50,000 Allied and 25,000 German ground crewmen, and up to 500,000 Germans at anti-aircraft emplacements that reached all the way from the continental coast to the capital. Berlin from the air was a huge, dark city, recalled B-17 gunner Tommy Lamore, the descendant of a Cherokee family that had survived the Trail of Tears. This was Hitler's town. The big bad boys lived in this neighborhood. Go ahead, send the Luftwaffe up. Go ahead, shoot at us with everything you've got, but here we are, blowing up your houses in front of your master race eyeballs. I cheered when the bombs left the racks. Hold on to your sauerkraut, Adolf, I yelled. An 8th Air Force record of 69 bombers, 10% of those that made it to Berlin, was lost to fighters and flak. Nazi radio stations claimed the forts and liberators were driven from their targets as they came over the city, but a day later, dispatches by Swedish reporters said that large sections of the capital's industrial suburbs were still burning and were without light, power, gas, or telephone service. The Germans made them pay for this assault on their capital. Fighters lined up 50 abreast and flew into the bomber formations head-on. The defenders closed with the bombers at 200 yards per second, and each fighter pilot was able to fire only a half-second burst at 500 yards before having to pull up violently to avoid smashing into the bombers. This was not much time, but one accurate half-second burst from head-on, and a kill was guaranteed. Guaranteed, recalled a German fighter pilot. The Bloody 100th got the worst of it. Discovering a gap in the escort coverage, bandits hit us head-on and in pairs, turning 15 bombers to flame and ruin in less than 3 minutes, recalled CB Red Harper, the pilot of Buffalo Gal. With Buffalo Gal burning and full of holes, and with its oxygen system knocked out, Harper jettisoned the bombs and dove to 5,000 feet, where there was breathable air. By the time Hub Zemke's Thunderbolts arrived in force, the 13th Combat Wing, of which the 100th was a part, had lost 20 bombers in 25 minutes. Ahead of them, an even stronger formation of German fighters was assembling in front of the most powerful flak defenses in the world, an angry cordon of 750 light and heavy guns. But the American juggernaut muscled its way to the target, presenting a fearsome sight to Berliners on the ground. Taking cover in a slit trench near one of the gun batteries was 17-year-old Alexander Witzigmann on his first day of duty at the flak site. I was so frightened by the display of strength by the enemy, I began to shake. The Americans ran into patchy cloud cover over the city and had to bomb through intermittently visible holes in the high, thin clouds that raced across the sky. The ball-bearing plant at Erkner went untouched, and most of the 3,000 tons of explosives fell inside the city, killing and maiming over 700 civilians. But the bombing was not the main reason the Americans were there. They were there for a fighter fight. They looked each other over as they raced at each other's noses. The historian of the 4th Fighter Group described the opening round. Each dropped wing tanks, like two boxers shedding robes at the sound of the gong. Of the approximately 400 German defenders that entered the fight, at least 66, 179 according to Air Force claims, went down, most of them victims of the swift-hitting Mustangs. The Indians, as the German pilots called them, chalked up an astounding 8-to-1 kill ratio in the cutting cold above Berlin, where the pilots' feet went numb and their hands turned purple under fur-lined gloves. Relief tubes were frozen. Some used their pants as diapers, and the pants froze. Fighter jockeys kicked the floors of their cockpits and beat their hands to bring up the blood, yet some were bathed in fright sweat as they went straight at the FW-190s at closing speeds of 600 miles per hour. It was like hand-to-hand combat, opposing pilots getting in so close on their passes they could see each other's eyes. When they returned to their home base at Debden, Blakesley's pilots were jubilant, joking, backslapping, and boasting that it was the best hunting they had ever had, 15 victories for their group alone. In the debriefing hut, the pilots made their reports, devouring chocolate to sustain them until they could reach the mess hall. Then it was to the clubroom, where the Birdman, as Blakesley's men called their adored leader, ordered the free beer sign put on the bar mirror. It was different at the bomber bases. Over half the forts that managed to return came in with battle damage, and many of them were heavily laden with petrified men and stiffs who were laid on the floor. Some of the flyers were furious, angrier at the high command than they were at the enemy. At Thorpe Abbot's, where the group had lost 15 bombers, men cursed Spots and Doolittle for sending them to Berlin when the Germans knew they were coming. The men did not know it yet, but this raid was the turning point in the air war. That day, some Berliners had been given a presentiment of their own awful end. Climbing out of a shelter in the center of the city, Gert Müller, a technical school student, remembered thinking, "If they can do that once, they can do it again." New York Times reporter James B. Reston caught the significance of what Berliners would call Bloody Monday. "The time of what was once called air raids has passed," he wrote. "The Allied Army of the Air has started a campaign of attrition against the Luftwaffe, which must be recognized as one of the decisive military campaigns of the war. From now on, the Allied leaders of this campaign will send their aerial artillery anywhere in Germany where the German fighters are made, and to any point where German fighters will give battle." With the weather a mess on the following day, the flyers of the Bloody Hundredth were allowed to sleep till noon, write letters in the afternoon, and crack a few bottles in the evening. Unexpectedly, around 10 o'clock, word came in that the group was on mission alert. Red Harper and his friends walked slowly back to their huts and hit the sack. Hardly anyone spoke. Awakened at 4 a.m., Harper's heart took a jump when he looked at the briefing map. No one breathed a word. It was Berlin again, and they were going back over the same route they had taken 2 days before. The group's new commander, Major John M. Bennett, had pitched a fit when he learned the night before that the 100th was being dispatched to Berlin on Wednesday after losing 50% of its force that Monday. Bennett had been on the job for barely 24 hours, having replaced Chick Harding, who was rushed to the hospital and almost died from gallstone problems he had been ignoring. The men, said Harper, were in a mood for mutiny, and Bennett knew it. Bennett had called wing headquarters the night before the mission and received permission to lead the wing. His boys would need encouragement. As Bennett led his 15 bombers out over the North Sea, he wondered how many of them would stay with him. "I was petrified. I had mental pictures of all kinds of personnel failures and abortions." At Drummer Lake, in northern Germany, the place where the 100th had been massacred 2 days before, the Thunderbolts broke for home, and the Mustangs that were to take over were late showing up. The Luftwaffe feasted on the opportunity. This time the enemy attacked another wing, the 45th, just ahead of them. Lost and psychologically disoriented, the leader of the shot-up 45th failed to make the turn toward Berlin at the initial point, and Bennett, without hesitation, moved his wing to the front and led the 8th Air Force to the target. Gallant held his hugely outnumbered fighter force back until the heavies began their bomb run. Then he sent up whole battle fleets of defenders. The American machines blasted through this wall of fire, and once through it, fighter opposition over the target was surprisingly light. The flak, however, was murderous. Men could smell it through their oxygen masks, and the concussions shook their bodies. Fragments of the hot shrapnel came up through the bottoms of the bombers, emasculating men. Anticipating this, the gunners of the 100th had foraged armor plates from the salvage yard at Thorpe Abbot's and used them, along with their flak vests, for what they called eunuch protection. The determined city defenders also employed ground-to-air rockets. As Red Harper watched one of them coming up, it seemed like half an hour before it passed in front of him, looking like a white telephone pole with fire spewing out the tail end. Only one of the 100th's bombers failed to make it back to East Anglia. In all, the Americans lost 37 bombers and 18 fighters, but once again, they chewed up the enemy's fighters. At Thorpe Abbot's, returning combat crews were given an extra shot of scotch, a new medical policy. Morale, said Red Harper, went up like a skyrocket. After the debriefing, Bennett gave the crew of Buffalo Gal a 48-hour pass, and the men headed straight to London. We had seen over 200 men in our bomb group shot out of the sky during our first 5 missions, and we were all getting a little flacked up, Red Harper remembered. As they walked down the steps of a cellar restaurant the next evening, they unknowingly entered another war zone. Just before their orders of gin and grapefruit juice arrived, an explosion shook the room. The Germans had been bombing London and other British cities for some time in retaliation for the RAF raids on their capital. The thick-crusted Brits were getting used to it and had begun calling it the Baby Blitz. Within minutes, candles were lighted and the party continued. When a helmeted air raid Worgen came down the stairs and asked if anyone was hurt, there was no reply. He then asked if any of the women in the room might be pregnant. A husky female voice came from the back of the room. "Blimey, matey, give us a little time. We just got here." While Harper's crew was in London, 9 planes from the 100th went to Berlin, and all returned that afternoon. Only 6 American fortresses and a single fighter plane were lost on the great raid of March 9th, and the pilots and crews did not report a single enemy plane destroyed. "Nazis shun battle," the next day's New York Times announced. The Germans claimed that a mountain of clouds 4 miles high had pinned their fighter forces to their airfields, but the mauling they had taken on the 2 previous raids was the real reason the Luftwaffe did not rise to fight that afternoon. This was something big. It had been less than 5 months since Schweinfurt II. In that short span of time, the Americans had regained the initiative in the skies over the Reich. Aerial supremacy had yet to be won, but "we were taking 40 to 50 enemy fighters every day we went out," General William Kepner said later. In a cable to Hap Arnold, Spaatz gave a tersely accurate assessment of Berlin Week. During the past week, 3 attacks were made without any attempt at deception. Route followed on each attack being exactly the same. While it is too early to gauge full effect of destruction of fighter production plus their heavy air wastage, we of course are all confident that the air battle is in our hands. In 3 days, the 8th had lost 153 bombers, losses that were replaced in a matter of hours, an Air Force spokesman told reporters. This is where the Americans had the advantage, in men even more than machines. Albert Speer's hidden plants continued to pour out planes, but a despairing Adolf Galland did not have enough qualified men to fly them. In March alone, he lost 20% of his experienced pilots. In that month, the 8th destroyed more than twice as many enemy planes as it had in 1942 and 1943 combined. In the words of a German historian, the war of attrition had reached the mortal phase, when neither courage nor skill availed further. The effects of these losses on morale are recorded in the diary of a Luftwaffe pilot. "Every time I close the canopy before taking off, I feel that I am closing the lid of my own coffin." The cost. For the remainder of March and into April, Spaatz and Doolittle continued to force the flight, sending out heavies on immense radar raids, baiting missions actually, in blinding weather that made accurate bombing impossible. In April alone, the 8th Air Force lost 409 heavy bombers, the most it would lose in any single month in the air war, and the 15th's losses shot up from 99 in March to 214. Some Luftwaffe pilots were fighting with patriotic ferocity. In a spirit of self-sacrifice, a group of such airmen approached Galland with the idea of forming an elite storm group to ram the death-dealing bombers. Galland rejected the idea, but did approve the formation of a volunteer storm group squadron, Sturmstaffel 1, that employed tactics that any other air force in the world, except Japan's, would have considered senselessly suicidal. With lighter, faster fighters covering their approach, FW-190s equipped with heavier armor and armament would form up in flying wedges, get in as close as possible, and try to shoot down the invaders at any price, Galland explained. If during such a storm attack their own aircraft was heavily hit, They could always ram and bail out. The pilot-depleted Luftwaffe was able to use these tactics with effect only against bombers unprotected by great numbers of escorts, so it simply waited for its opportunities. The relay system that the American fighters employed to protect the bombers gave the enemy plenty of chances to do harm. Each formation of fighters made contact with the bomber stream at a designated point, providing high or parallel coverage until its fuel was exhausted, and then giving way to longer-range fighters. Spitfires gave shallow cover to the bombers on departure and arrival. Thunderbolts and Lightnings took them across the Rhine, and Mustangs ferried them to and from distant targets like Berlin and Munich. In such a system, up to 1,000 fighters might be needed to keep 40 to 100 covering the bombers at any one time. When an American bomber formation suffered heavy losses in the spring of 1944, it was almost always because the escorts and bombers failed to make a rendezvous, or because a small number of escorts was overwhelmed by a massed German attack. Using these wolf pack tactics, German fighters often outnumbered the escorts by as much as 10 to 1, giving even the most inexperienced pilots an edge. On a mission to Berlin on April 29th, 20-year-old co-pilot Truman Smith's group accidentally strayed out of the bomber stream and paid the price, losing 10 of the 66 ships the 8th Air Force lost that day. The next morning, Smith was on a road by the base trying to hitch a ride to visit a friend at a nearby bomber station. When an ambulance pulled over, he ran toward the rear of it and reached out to pull open the back door. "No, Lieutenant," the driver shouted. "Up front." It was too late. Smith's mouth dropped when he saw 9 bone-white cadavers on stretchers. These were men who had been told that the Luftwaffe was finished. After the first Berlin raids, morale plummeted at the bomber stations. Again, fatigue and rising losses were precipitants, but crewmen began questioning the military value of the targets they were recently attacking, clouded over cities, particularly Berlin, where the bombing seemed to be without clear plan or purpose. In a confidential survey of combat crews that the 8th Air Force conducted in the spring of 1944, Berlin easily topped the list of targets the men found to be unimportant. Typical comments were, "Berlin is not a military target. Berlin just propaganda value. I don't believe in spite bombing. Berlin, devastation of one city will not break morale." Some airmen found it hard to be in the murder business. Lieutenant Bert Stiles of Denver, Colorado, was one of them. A brooding, darkly handsome co-pilot in the 91st Bomb Group, flying out of Bassingbourn, the former base of the crew of the Memphis Belle, Stiles was already a published author. He had dropped out of Colorado College to become a writer, and a number of his short stories had appeared in the Saturday Evening Post before his group arrived in England in March 1944. He had brought his Corona typewriter with him, against regulations, and took a notepad on missions to record his impressions. Between missions, he wrote short stories and a luminous autobiography, Serenade to the Big Bird. Although Bert Stiles felt he was made for the blue sky, he should have been a war correspondent, said his former fraternity brother and command pilot, Sam Newton. He would have been another Ernie Pyle. Sitting at a small writing desk in his room after his first mission, Stiles wondered whether he had the stomach to kill. He had run into some Polish Spitfire pilots in Iceland on his flight to England, and they had a bloodlust, wanting to kill every Nazi in the world. It was different with him, a boy from a land where bombs never fell. To deal out death over Berlin, he had to remind himself that there were sons of bitches down there that had to be conquered, and that the 8 men who had slept in his bed in the 4 months before he arrived in England were all dead or missing in action. While Army surveys indicated that the morale of American combat flyers remained higher than that of ground soldiers throughout the war, all these missions packed together, one on top of the other, filthy weather or fair, with the bombers as bait, worked on the men's minds. And some of them broke. "Altogether, we started out for Berlin 7 times, recalled John A. Miller of the 100th. Twice our co-pilot went nuts and tried to crash us into the sea. These times the crew fought him off the wheel and we aborted. After the second time, he didn't return to our crew. He wasn't a coward. He just couldn't go back to Berlin. Beginning in March, the number of psychiatric casualties reported by the Central Medical Establishment rose noticeably. The pace was just as punishing for fighter pilots, some of whom flew 20 and more missions a month between March and May. The rate of operations was so rapid that large numbers of fighter pilots and bomber crews were completing their tours of duty in less than 2 months. With the invasion on the near horizon, no excuses were accepted for not flying. One morning, the flight surgeon was checking every pilot, trying to get enough to make up a flight, said fighter pilot Max J. Woolley. He looked at everyone, and most were in bad shape. He asked me, "How do you feel?" I spent about a minute telling him of my severe case of diarrhea. He responded, "Stick a cork up your ass and enjoy the flight." Binge drinking increased, and combat commanders continued to do little about it, while officers at headquarters who did not fly in combat had almost no way of controlling those that did. After putting away a dozen drinks too many, a lieutenant from the 100th began to make a scene in a swanky London hotel bar. When a staff officer from Pine Tree ordered him to his room, the tipsy flyer replied, "Colonel, yesterday at noon I was over Berlin. Where in the hell were you?" A few men flew drunk, still high from the night before. "One night I got home from the Liberty Run to Northampton and found out I was alerted to fly the next morning," recalled Ben Smith, a 20-year-old Georgia boy who was a radio gunner with Hell's Angels. "I was in bad shape. I got the others to pick up my stuff at briefing and went on out to the airplane and stuck the oxygen hose to my nose. I immediately felt better, but it didn't last. When we got over enemy territory, I began vomiting. My goggles and oxygen mask frosted over solid, and I could not see." Pulling off his mask to shake out the vomit, he swore that he would abstain forever. But on landing, he headed straight for the Dirty Duck pub, just off the base, convinced that his destiny, in the words of the Air Corps anthem, was to live in fame and go down in flames. "Alcohol was the only thing that made our existence bearable," he wrote later. That was an exaggeration. The Air Force's own surveys of flyer morale indicated that the single factor that permitted most crewmen to continue flying without a mental breakdown was not alcohol, but the hope for relief after 30 missions. Strong leadership also helped to hold men together. One of the 8th's finest squadron commanders was Major James Maitland Stewart, a Princeton honors graduate known to all as Jimmy Stewart, the Hollywood movie idol. After being drafted in 1940 at age 32, the rail-thin, 6'4" son of an Indiana, Pennsylvania hardware store merchant had tried to get into the Army Air Force but failed to meet the weight requirement for his height, 148 pounds, by 5 pounds. Desperately wanting to serve, he later called the draft the only lottery I ever won, he appealed the decision over the heated protests of Louis B. Mayer, his dictatorial boss at MGM. After convincing an Air Force enlistment officer to give him a new test and, this time forget to weigh me, he entered military service as a private, signing his enlistment papers just days after winning an Oscar for his role as a reporter in The Philadelphia Story. "It may sound corny," he later explained his decision, "but what's wrong with wanting to fight for your country? Why are people so reluctant to use the word patriotism?" The slow-talking Stewart, the man movie critics called Tall Drawl, was already an accomplished flyer with a commercial pilot's license and his own sporty 2-seater plane, experience that landed him an assignment with the Army Air Corps as a flight cadet with a monthly salary of $21, exactly $11,979 less per month than he received from MGM. After earning his pilot's wings 1 month after Pearl Harbor, he pressed for overseas combat duty, but was assigned instead to flight instructor duty in the States. Nobody wanted to take responsibility for putting one of America's most popular movie stars in harm's way. Stewart coaxed and complained until the brass finally relented. In November 1943, he arrived in England as a squadron commander with the 445th Bomb Group, a Liberator outfit stationed in Tivenham, just outside Norwich, in what was known to airmen as B-24 country. 3 months later, he was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross for holding his formation together under intense enemy pressure on the first day of Big Week. It was one of the 20 combat missions he would fly, not losing a single man to enemy fire or mental breakdown. Watching him around base, the men of his 703rd Squadron could not believe how closely his real behavior matched his screen persona, getting things accomplished without dramatics and, in his small-town manner, calling the men fellas, urging them to write their folks, and peppering his speech, as he did in the movies, with doggones and gee whizzes. Stewart played the piano at dances in the officers' club and helped make chocolate for the squadron. But he was basically a loner, said his fellow squadron commander, Captain Howard Doc Kreidler, of Tilden, Nebraska. On their free days, Stewart and Kreidler would rent a small wooden boat in the village and paddle off by themselves, stretching out and listening to American swing music on a tiny portable radio. Around the men he was about as unemotional as you can get, Kreidler recalled, but the flyers respected his cool, measured leadership and quiet authenticity. Without any fanfare, he skipped all the milk runs, said Sergeant John Harold Robbie Robinson, one of his squadron gunners, and later the author of a powerful book about his wartime experiences. High Command didn't like that. He had tremendous rapport with the men, that languid, humorous way he had of settling them down in some pretty stressful situations, recalled Colonel Ramsey D. Potts, Jr., the charismatic group commander of the 453rd Bomb Group at Old Buckenham, 10 miles from Tivenham, where Stewart was transferred in March 1944. At Old Buck, Stewart was Group Operations Officer, charged with directing bombing operations and briefing the crews. He and Potts, a veteran of the low-level Ploiești raid, were both new appointments. They took over a group that had arrived in England just after Stewart's 445th and suffered staggering casualties during Big Week and over Berlin, including the loss of both its first commander and its group operations officer, the men Stewart and Potts replaced. Morale was sagging, and Potts and Stewart, who shared quarters, began reviving it with a tight discipline and inspiring hands-on leadership. They were on the job around the clock, often in Stewart's Jeep, wrote Starr Smith, a combat intelligence officer with the group, on the flight line, checking every detail, laying on practice missions, seldom leaving the base. Spirits improved, and so did formation discipline and target proficiency, and there were fewer losses. Rosie Rosenthal was made of the same stuff as Jimmy Stewart. In May 1944, 2 months after completing 25 missions with the crew of Rosie's Riveters, he took over the 350th Bomb Squadron of the 100th, whose morale and efficiency had slipped badly, and began to restore the unit to peak performance. After the first Berlin raids, we had men who were banged up mentally, and a few of them didn't want to fly anymore. I told them they had a moral obligation to fly, and that I would fly with them. We were here to beat Hitler. I also told them that if they didn't fly, they would be letting down friends who had helped to keep them alive up to now. The appeal to their pride and respect worked better than the one to their patriotism. Rosenthal knew that without group loyalty, the responsibility that fighting men feel to the men next to them, wars would be impossible. Gail Cleven and John Egan gave the 100th its personality, wrote Harry Crosby. Rob Rosenthal helped us want to win the war. In the end, however, 8th Air Force morale improved markedly only when casualty rates declined. That began to happen in May 1944, after American fighter pilots had reduced the Luftwaffe's effectiveness. "We did the bombing, the dirty work," said Rosenthal. We were the decoys, and they took care of the bad boys that had been beating us up. They were the guys who made D-Day possible. Fighter Boys. Rosie Rosenthal, like Bert Stiles and thousands of others, had joined the Air Force hoping to fly fighter planes. The fighter boys, with their style and dash, had it all over us, Rosenthal recalled. They were up there alone, in complete control of their planes, free spirits who could take more chances, be more aggressive than we could. That spring, 2 great contests were waged by the fighter boys. One to break the record of 26 aerial victories set by America's ace of aces in World War I, Captain Eddie Rickenbacker, the other between Don Blakesley's 4th Fighter Group, a Mustang outfit, and Zemke's Wolfpack, still flying Thunderbolts. The hero of the Hun-killing tournament, as the pilots called the race to beat Rickenbacker, was Captain Don Salvatore Gentili, a high school football hero from Piqua, Ohio, with movie star looks. Eisenhower called this son of Italian immigrants a one-man Air Force, and this became the title of an instant biography of him by the famous war correspondent Ira Wolfert. For a month, Wolfert lived in Gentili's room at Debden, and had his publisher advance the Mustang ace $2,000 for a series of exclusive interviews. Gentili and his rivals were featured in newsreels and theaters back home, and were front-page copy in papers on both sides of the Atlantic. Reporters mobbed them after every mission and kept track of their running scores. The pilots were obliging, drinking their admirers' bourbon and flying low and menacingly into their camera lenses when they weren't off blasting Jerry's. Gentili and his wingman, John T. Godfrey, the team Winston Churchill called the Damon and Pythias of the modern age, became national heroes when Gentili destroyed 5 enemy planes on the ground in a single day, bringing his score to 30. When they were sent home to lead a war bond drive, factory whistles were blown in their honor, and New York taxi drivers begged them for their autographs. Hub Zemke was equally famous, although he was not drawn to the limelight. The son of German immigrants from Missoula, Montana, Zemke had worked in his teens as a gold miner, picking up extra cash as a saloon brawler. Turning his attention to boxing, he won the middleweight Golden Gloves title in 5 western states before he entered the University of Montana, where he boxed and played football. "He still looks like a halfback," wrote Tex McCrary, "hard and lean and young at 30. Once a month he would slip into London and enter one of the Rainbow Club's boxing matches as Corporal Zemke. He carried that pugnacity into combat. Zemke's 56th Fighter Group had 5 of the top aces in the European theater, including himself, but along with Blakesley, Zemke excelled as a group leader, not as a deadly shot like Oil City's Gabby Gabreski, America's #1 living ace when the war ended. It was more important to both of them that the group perform well than they be the highest-scoring pilots. "We love fighting," said chiseled, hard-drinking Don Blakesley. "Fighting is a grand sport." His commander, William Kepner, put it more strongly. "A blooded horse will run until he drops, and a fighter pilot will fly until he kills himself or gets killed." Don Blakesley was a battle leader for 3.5 years, flying more than 400 sorties. He fought the Luftwaffe longer than any other American pilot, stopping only when he was sent home under extreme protest. His far-ranging Mustangs, the Blakesley Waffe, scored big in the spring of 1944. But it was Zemke's outfit, flying a slower, more powerful plane, that would end the war with the most aerial victories, 665, of any fighter unit in the European theater. The Thunderbolt, with a more rugged frame than the Mustang and a dive like its name, scored heavily in air-to-ground operations, shredding parked enemy aircraft on strafing missions. Strafing took more nerve than skill, and statistically was 5 times as dangerous as escort duty. Flying as low as 10 feet above the ground, at speeds up to 450 miles an hour, Pilots flying beat-up missions, as they were called, had to contend with trees, houses, barns, and high-tension wires before running through a fusillade of fire from anti-aircraft batteries and flak towers. On one mission, the 8th lost two of its top aces, Captain Walker M. Bud Mahurin and Major Gerald W. Johnson. Strafen is a German word meaning to punish, and these terrifying attacks did exactly that. Hitting targets of opportunity on the way back from escort duty soon evolved into independent fighter sweeps, a tactic that Jimmy Doolittle called organized air guerrilla warfare. Tremendous fighter raids were mounted on days when weather kept the bombers grounded. Up to 700 Mustangs, Lightnings, and Thunderbolts would sweep across the Reich at treetop level, shooting up anything of interest that came into their gun sights, including grazing cattle and hay wagons. In April, low-level fighter attacks accounted for over half of the enemy fighters destroyed in combat operations. You need good eyes and a good neck to survive. If you don't have those, you're a goner, said Robert Johnson, one of Zemke's aces. Teamwork, however, was the key to success in fighter warfare. Classic dogfighting, mano-a-mano battles decided by aerial acrobatics, was rare in the European Air War. Fighters fought in twos, a leader and wingman, one the attacker, the other his protector. Everything depended on finding the enemy first and surprising him, bouncing him, preferably from above. The enemy fighter that you see never shoots you down, Kepner would tell his pilots. The corollary is you must see every enemy fighter to be safe. A man's machine mattered, its speed, maneuverability, and firepower, but so did he. A fighter pilot did not become truly effective in the European theater, William Kepner believed, until he had flown 100 combat hours. By the first day of Big Week, Kepner had a stable of such pilots, and that made all the difference, especially when facing inferior pilots. In 1939, the Luftwaffe had the best-trained airmen in the world, ferociously dedicated young men who were not assigned to battle units until they had completed 250 hours of flight training. But by mid-1943, the bone-grinding battle of attrition had begun to force the High Command to strip its training schools of cadets with only 100 to 150 hours of flying time to fill the cockpits of its frontline fighters. And as a result of short-sighted logistical planning, these German training programs were producing far fewer graduates than the mass production training programs of Britain and the United States, which now required combat pilots to have between 325 to 400 hours of flight training. By the spring of 1944, the Luftwaffe was running out of experienced fighter pilots, and their replacements, unable to handle engine and weather problems or even land properly on rugged fields, were destroying more of their planes in accidents than the enemy was able to shoot down. In combat, these 18- and 19-year-old neophytes were hopelessly overmatched. New German pilots who flew against the highly trained American and British pilots in 1944, writes Luftwaffe historian James S. Coram, were unlikely to last more than a few weeks in combat before being killed or wounded. Experience was a greatly prized quality because the first time you get into combat, you don't see as well as you do later, fighter ace Gerald Johnson explained. You don't really know exactly what you're looking for. Your eyes, if you just look into infinity, sometimes don't focus on anything. After a while, you begin to realize that you're looking for a little speck in the sky, which in just a little bit is going to be an airplane. A lot of pilots scan the sky and don't see it. They never develop the ability to really see enemy airplanes. This is why situational awareness, good eyes and a good neck, was often the difference between living and dying. That and lightning-quick reflexes. The whole thing goes in a series of whooshes. There is no time to think, Gentili told Ira Wolfert. If you take time to think, you will not have time to act. While the fight is on, your mind feels empty. If fighter pilots lived in a world of split seconds, bomber boys lived in one of agonizing hours, with too much time to think about their own end, which depended inordinately on Lady Fortune. In its testing and training programs, the Air Force looked for different qualities in fighter and bomber pilots: physical strength, judgment, emotional stamina, dependability, team play, discipline, and leadership in bomber pilots, rapid hand-eye coordination, aggressiveness, boldness, individuality, and a zest for battle in fighter pilots. In a profile of the ideal bomber pilot, the Air Force noted, "The attitude of crew members was that they would gladly let some other crew have the hottest pilot in the group, if they could have the man who, when in a tough spot, where a decision which might mean life or death to them had to be made, would quickly make the best possible decision." For bomber pilots, intellectual traits were more highly prized than sensory motor skills. Love of blood sports, cockiness, and lack of high intellectual stature would prove to be good qualifying factors for fighter pilots, said this Air Force study. While a bomber crew's greatest thrill was surviving a mission, fighter pilots returned from good hunting exhilarated, chopping the air with their hands to signify the Germans they had flamed. The frank pleasure that a fighter group shows following a heavy killing is shocking to outsiders, observed 8th Air Force psychiatrist Douglas Bond. But bomber pilots suffered much higher casualties than fighter pilots, and with greater responsibilities as crew commanders, they were more susceptible to mental breakdowns or combat fatigue. The task of the fighter pilot is ideal for high motivation, Air Force psychologists concluded. Fighter pilots had shorter, more informal briefings, 5 minutes to the bomber crew's 1 hour. They took off and formed up much more quickly and less dangerously than bomber pilots, and, unless they were strafing, were rarely the targets of Nazi flak gunners. Alone in the clean medium of the air, the fighter pilot, with certain limitations, could fly as he chose, making his own decisions. This often encouraged explosive recklessness and dangerous exhibitionism, yet more often than not it saved pilots' lives, as they could scoot off, climb, or dive any time it got too hot. A fortress crew on a bomb run had to sit and take it, like the crew of a submarine trapped and under assault on the floor of the ocean. As a staff officer with Blakesley's Debden outfit wrote, "You have to give the bomber boys this. They were the ones who fought the toughest part of the air war." Their sacrifices made it possible for the fighter boys to finish off the Luftwaffe. Outproduced and outfought, the Luftwaffe had lost air superiority over continental Europe by May 1945. The Americans and the British had 20 times more planes than the Germans, and the fuel and skilled pilots to fly them. Under interrogation after the war, Lieutenant General Karl Kohler, chief of the Luftwaffe's operations staff, claimed that if Germany had enjoyed air supremacy in the spring of 1944, there would have been no invasion, or it would have been turned back with the loss of much blood. But with air ascendancy lost in the great battles between March and May 1944, the Luftwaffe's task, said Kohler, was to make sacrifices. Asked why Germany failed to develop a nimble fighter capable of staying in the air as long as the Mustang, Kohler replied that German industrialists and engineers insisted that such a plane could not be built. But the idea might have been revived when the war began to go badly for Germany had Hitler shown interest in it. This is the difference between pliant democracy and rigid despotism. Before the war, the American bomber barons and the airplane industry had echoed the opinion of German aircraft experts. Yet, when the crisis arose, they responded, although almost too late. An invasion whose success seems inevitable only from hindsight was made possible by the introduction into the war of an air machine few believed could be built. The Great Showdown. Driving the Luftwaffe back into Germany made the invasion possible, but did not guarantee its success. The heavily reinforced Wehrmacht was strongly lodged in northern France, under orders from Hitler to fight to the last man. How could air power be used to weaken it? The leaders of the Great Alliance had been heatedly debating this question since January 1944, and it was not until early May that an uneasy agreement was reached. It was one of the stormiest policy disputes of the war. Upon his appointment as Supreme Commander of Overlord, Eisenhower demanded operational command of the tactical and strategic air forces of Britain and the United States. He had to have this, he insisted, in order to ensure that the entire Anglo-American air effort was directed to the immediate support of the invasion. Hap Arnold, Eisenhower's old friend, agreed to this immediately, but the British protested. To get Churchill and his War Cabinet to surrender control of Bomber Command was a Herculean undertaking, and Eisenhower had to threaten to resign to get his way. Unless Arthur Harris's bombers came under his direction, he told Churchill, he would simply have to go home. That settled it. Air Vice Marshal Sir Trafford Leigh-Mallory, whose competence Spots questioned, was given direction of the invasion's tactical air arm, which included the American 9th Air Force. And commencing on April 14th and continuing until the Battle of Normandy was won, Arthur Tedder, Eisenhower's chief deputy, would have overall supervision of Bomber Command, as well as the 8th and 15th Air Forces. Having secured control of the bombers, Eisenhower had to decide how to use them in the weeks leading up to the invasion. Everyone agreed that the biggest fight would be the Battle of the Build-Up. The Allies were counting on surprise and overwhelming shock power to get a small part of their force onto the beaches on D-Day. After that, victory would go to the side that was able to accrue a preponderance of power. The Germans seemed to have the advantage. Using the excellent road and railway network of Belgium and France, they would be able to resupply their armies more easily than the Allies, who would have to depend upon a vulnerable sea highway running from Normandy's Cotentin Peninsula to capacious supply depots in the south of England. The Allied objective was to isolate the beachhead and cut off the German army in Normandy from its chief sources of supply in the Rhineland and the Ruhr. A plan put forward by Tedder's scientific advisor, Professor Solly Zuckerman, struck Eisenhower as having the best chance of accomplishing this. Zuckerman proposed a strategic bombing campaign directed at railroad marshalling yards and repair shops in northern France and Belgium. By hitting these inland transportation focal points, the Allies would create a state of chaos and ruin that would stop or radically impair the movement of German reinforcements to the assault area. This, Zuckerman believed, would be more effective than a bridge-busting campaign proposed by an American Air Force target advisory staff of young economists headed up by Walter W. Rostow and Karl Kiesen, both of whom would later hold high economic policy positions in the White House during the 1960s. Marshalling yards, in Zuckerman's opinion, were easier targets for heavy bombers than bridges, and their destruction would cause greater disruption of traffic. Zuckerman's proposal became known as the Transportation Plan, and it came under scorching criticism from three formidable adversaries, Arthur Harris, Carl Spaatz, and Winston Churchill. Harris and Spaatz agreed on one thing. The Zuckerman Plan would divert them from their shared objective, to bomb Germany out of the war, making an invasion unnecessary. There could be no greater relief afforded Germany than the cessation or any ponderable reduction of the bombing of Germany proper, Harris wrote in a strident memorandum enunciating his opposition to Zuckerman's plan. The entire country would go wild with a sense of relief and reborn hope. Harris's position and prestige, however, were undercut by the unsustainable losses his forces had recently taken over Berlin. Since the previous November, he had lost almost 1,200 bombers. When Harris persisted, claiming that his night bombers were incapable of hitting precision targets like marshalling yards, RAF Chief of Staff Charles Portal called his bluff, instructing Bomber Command to hit 6 marshalling yards in France. The targets were pulverized. In the words of Max Hastings, Harris stood confounded by the virtuosity of his own men. As he well knew, his crews had developed the capability to bomb almost as accurately at night as the 8th did in daylight. After these twin defeats, Harris had no choice but to grudgingly back the transportation plan. While Harris worried about not killing enough Germans, Churchill worried about killing too many Frenchmen. The 70 or so rail centers targeted by Zuckerman were in or near urban areas, and intelligence reports indicated that the bombing could kill or cripple as many as 160,000 French and Belgian civilians, suffering that might create a legacy of hate that would poison post-war relations with France. As D-Day approached, Churchill softened his opposition. His concern about the cold-blooded butchery of civilians was somewhat alleviated when the commander of the Free French forces in the UK, Major General Pierre Koenig, was consulted and replied, "This is war, and it has to be expected that people will be killed. We would take twice the anticipated loss to be rid of the Germans." But only a letter from Roosevelt in early May, insisting that military considerations must dominate, succeeded in persuading the Prime Minister to throw his full support to a bombing initiative that had already begun over his intermittent protests. The most seriously considered counter-proposal to Zuckerman's transportation plan was Karl Spaatz' oil plan. Having achieved air superiority with its fighter planes, the American Air Force proposed to exploit that breakthrough by sending its heavies against the industry that kept the diminished Luftwaffe flying and the Wehrmacht in the field. Spaatz' target analysts estimated that American strategic bombers could bring about a 50% reduction in Germany's gasoline production with only 25 raids, 15 by the 8th Air Force and 10 by the 15th. The resulting fuel emergency would reduce the mobility of the Wehrmacht's motorized divisions and disrupt the delivery of supplies and reinforcements to the Normandy beachhead, a far greater dividend, Spaatz argued, than would accrue from the destruction of easily repaired marshalling yards. Spaatz tried to make his proposal more appealing to Eisenhower by pointing out that an oil offensive would occupy only half of the American Air Force's operational strength. The other half could still be used to destroy transportation infrastructure in France. But instead of saturating marshalling yards, Spaatz proposed concentrating tactical operations on the bridges that spanned the Seine and Loire rivers, the targets that Lieutenant Rostov's committee recommended. Hap Arnold urged Marshall to support Spaatz' plan, but Marshall left the final decision to Eisenhower, who leaned heavily on Tedder for advice on air matters. In the end, the American bomber barons' reputation for amplification and their previous record of failure helped kill their case for oil bombing. A year earlier, the 8th Air Force had argued with equal vehemence that Germany's ball-bearing industry was a potentially war-ending target system. Tedder also had some history with this issue. Early in the war, Bomber Command had gone after German oil plants and failed disastrously, missing the targets and losing dozens of crews. "We have been led up the garden path before," Tedder wrote to similarly skeptical Portal. On March 25th, at a tense meeting with all the Anglo-American air chiefs, Eisenhower ruled for Zuckerman, even though Churchill, who was not at the meeting, favored the oil plan. Eisenhower did this after General Frederick Anderson conceded, under close questioning, that the Air Force could not guarantee that the attacks of oil targets would have an appreciable effect during the initial stages of Overlord. The oil plan, he said, would have a decisive effect within a period of about 6 months. That was not good enough for Ike. He was most concerned with the first 6 weeks of the invasion, getting armies ashore and keeping them ashore. Portal ended the meeting by saying that the Allied air staffs should consider adopting the oil plan, but only after the first crisis of Overlord had passed and Allied armies were firmly planted in Normandy. When Eisenhower agreed, the Great Showdown, as an American officer called it, ended. Spaatz bowed to Eisenhower's wishes without a public fight because he had the highest respect for the Supreme Commander. If Eisenhower had asked him, in writing, to drop his bombs in the Arctic Ocean on D-Day, he would have complied, said Colonel Richard Doyley, Spaatz' senior target officer. There may have been more to his compliance than that. Although he surely wanted the invasion to succeed, he believed it might fail, and if it did, he did not want his Air Force blamed for obstructionism. "This blank invasion can't succeed," he had told his staff before the March 25th meeting, "and I don't want any part of the blame. After it fails, we can show them how we can win by bombing." Nor did Spots think he had been completely beaten at the March 25th meeting. Encouraged by the committee's concession that his oil plan had great attractions, Spots persuaded Tedder to release a contingent of liberators from the 15th Air Force to attack Ploiești, a raid that inflicted enough damage to persuade Tedder to permit further raids from Italy. But Spots wanted more. He wanted to bomb Germany's synthetic fuel plants, the chief source of its oil supply. Eisenhower told him to wait until late summer, but Spots persisted. After a flaming argument with Ike, during which Spots may have threatened to resign, Eisenhower gave in, but only a little. He gave Spots verbal permission to have his bombers strike synthetic plants on 2 days in May when the weather was clear over Germany but impossible over France. On May 12th, Jimmy Doolittle sent 886 bombers against a tightly massed complex of synthetic oil plants in central Germany, provoking a tremendous air battle in which the Americans lost 46 bombers and the Germans over 60 fighters. The ferocity of the flight convinced Spots that his target planners had found the enemy's fatal flaw. On that day, the technological war was decided, Albert Speer wrote in his memoirs. A week after the raid, Speer reported to Hitler that the enemy has struck us at one of our weakest points. If they persist at it this time, we will soon no longer have any fuel production worth mentioning. Our one hope is that the other side has an Air Force General Staff as scatterbrained as ours. After 16 days of round-the-clock repairs at the plants, the 8th struck again on May 28th and 29th. While the 15th hit Ploiești. The twin blows halved German oil production. Ultra-intercepts confirmed that the Germans were deeply alarmed. "I guess we'll have to give the customer what he wants," Tedder is reported to have said. But with the invasion only a week or so away, the oil offensive would have to wait. Bombing to invade. Spots's pre-invasion oil raids produced unexpected dividends. The threat of follow-up raids kept the preponderance of German fighter power inside the homeland, even after the Allied ground forces stormed the beaches on June 6, 1944. The transportation plan was even more successful. Allied heavy and medium bombers almost completely dismembered the rail network of northern Belgium and France, choking off the main supply channel that fed the German army, and fighter planes pounced on anything that moved on France's roads and railways. On a single day in May, the 9th Air Force's Fighter Command, headed by Major General Elwood Pete Quesada, one of America's most innovative air leaders, destroyed so many trains that the flyers dubbed the occasion Chattanooga Day, after the Glenn Miller recording Chattanooga Choo Choo. A German commander described the roads leading to the Normandy beaches as Jabo-Rennstrecke, fighter-bomber racecourses. In a last-minute change in the original transportation plan, Allied fighter-bombers smashed the bridges over the Loire and the Seine, cutting off most of Normandy and Brittany from the rest of France. This was the tactical plan proposed back in March by Spots's target planners. By the last week of May, all routes over the Seine north of Paris were closed to rail traffic. Bridges in the Pas-de-Calais area were hit even more heavily in a successful effort to convince the enemy that the invasion would come in that area, which was much closer to both southern England, the launch point for the invasion, and northern Germany, its ultimate objective. Allied planes dropped a total of 71,000 tons of bombs on the French railway system, the equivalent of 7 times the explosive power of the uranium bomb that would turn Hiroshima into nothing. Post-war studies of pre-invasion bombing suggest that the bridge-busting campaign by the low-flying fighter bombers was more successful in impeding German troop movements than the destruction of French rail centers by the heavies. Using tens of thousands of slave laborers, the Germans repaired marshalling yards and tracks as fast as Allied strategic bombers destroyed them, and these high-altitude attacks on yards located in heavily populated urban areas killed an estimated 12,000 French and Belgian civilians. Tactical raids on bridges and moving locomotives, on the other hand, caused minimal collateral damage and had a more serious impact on the enemy's ability to move its armies. The Wehrmacht would fight a brilliant defensive battle in Normandy, but its fate was almost preordained when Allied air power won the Battle of the Build-Up before the invasion began. A number of German generals, including Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, overall ground commander in Normandy, and Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, head of the German Armed Forces High Command, OKW in its German acronym, told Allied interrogators after the war that the invasion had succeeded only due to our inability to bring up our reserves at the proper time. "Nobody can ever prove to me," said Keitel, "that we could not have repelled the invasion had not the superiority of the enemy air force in bombers and fighters made it impossible to throw these divisions in the fight." Sharing the war. "We waited so long it turned into a joke," Bert Stiles wrote in his journal. "Each time they woke us up in the night, somebody would say, 'It's D-Day,' but it never was. And then on the 6th of June, it was." That night there was no sleep for anyone in East Anglia. Beginning just after midnight, the skies roared and shivered as thousands of planes, troop carriers, reconnaissance craft, bombers, and fighters began assembling in the low-hanging clouds. Great groups of them threatened to collide as they flew down a corridor barely 10 miles wide. The bombers, in 6-ship squadrons, kept out of each other's way only by following searchlight beacons to a point south of London. There, the broken overcast pulled itself together and became a solid blanket of gray over which a great parade of over 1,300 heavies thundered toward their targets, led by blinking Pathfinder planes. Stiles and his crew were part of the big show. Looking down from 4 miles up, Stiles could see the tremendous flashes of naval guns, crimson and orange against the dull gray sea. As General Lawrence Cooter watched this bomber armada pass over his low-flying B-17 observation plane, a friend he had given up for dead was in a farmhouse in Nazi-controlled France, waiting for word of the invasion. Not long after surrendering his headquarters job for command of a new Liberator outfit, the 487th, Lieutenant Colonel Bernie Lay, Jr. was shot out of the sky while leading the group on a pre-invasion strike against a marshalling yard at Chaumont, France, south and west of Paris. He and the ship's co-pilot, Lieutenant Walter Dewar, made contact with the underground, but with all escape routes to Spain closed down by the Gestapo and the destruction of the French rail system, they were taken to a safe house run by the local Maquis. They arrived the night before D-Day. At daybreak, they were shaken awake by the owner, Monsieur Pogua, a small, excitable man with a high-pitched voice. "Le débarquement! Les Américains! Normandie! Normandie!" Leaping from their beds, the two flyers could hear the cracking kitchen radio breaking the news. After eating a celebratory breakfast of eggs and toast, they were led to a place in the fields that would be their hideout. "We were examining the vineyard," Lay recalled, "when a sudden roar of engines filled the air. Out of the mists of dawn, a 36-ship formation of Messerschmitt 109 fighters, with a large bomb slung beneath each glistening green and gray belly, swept low over the farm as they assembled from a nearby airdrome, staggering slowly under the great load." Looking up, Walt Dewar muttered, "With the fighter cover we'll have over the channel, I'll bet not one of those bastards gets back to base." As the formation melted into the sky, Bernie Lay felt a thrill of pride that American air mastery had already doomed this remnant of the Luftwaffe to a suicide mission. The Messerschmitts that the two downed flyers saw that morning were part of a German reserve force of 300 fighters dispatched to the invasion area to reinforce the puny contingent of 150 fighters already there. Most of these fighters became badly scattered, according to Allied reports, and reduced in number because of their pilots' incompetence. When the pilots found that most of their forward fields in France had been turned into moonscapes by pre-invasion air assaults, they had to operate from improvised fields well in the rear of the invasion beaches, where they were preyed upon by swarms of Anglo-American fighters and unable to render effective assistance to Wehrmacht units in the invasion zone. Most of the 90 or so planes that attacked the invasion fleet on the evening of D-Day did little damage and were either chased away or slaughtered by Allied fighter planes. There was no glory that day for the bomber boys. That morning they had appeared suddenly and spectacularly over the enemy's coastal defenses just before the first landing boats came ashore. Hampered by thick cloud cover and concerned about hitting their own troops, the lead bombardiers, using radar bomb sights, delayed their releases. 5,000 tons of explosives fell harmlessly behind German coastal positions. The heavies flew other missions that day against enemy fortifications and key transportation junctures just off the beaches in the hope of disrupting German efforts to bring up reinforcements, but their air support was not as effective as that provided by Thunderbolts, Mustangs, and low-flying B-26 Marauders. The twin-engine Marauders decimated German defenses on Utah Beach, guaranteeing the American assault forces in the sector an unexpectedly easy landing. But the 8th Air Force had already done its indispensable duty. In the 5-month battle for the air supremacy that made the invasion possible, the American air forces in Europe lost over 2,600 heavy bombers and 980 fighter planes, and suffered 18,400 casualties, including 10,000 combat deaths, over half as many men as the 8th lost in all of 1942 and 1943. These airmen deserve an equal place in the national memory with the approximately 6,000 American soldiers killed, wounded, or missing in action in the amphibious and airborne assault on D-Day. For nearly every Allied airman who flew that day, it was the greatest experience of the war. "I briefed the crews of the 100th," recalls Rosie Rosenthal, "and I had never seen such a reaction from them. They stood and cheered and roared. This is the day they had been looking toward. I led the group on the 3rd bombing mission of D-Day, toward dusk. We had a rule. No one could talk on the intercom unless it was absolutely necessary, radio discipline. But as we passed over that vast armada and headed over the beaches, a member of our crew started to say a prayer for the people down below, and we all joined in. It was one of the most emotional moments of my life." Flying back to England, Bert Stiles wondered how the poor bastards down on the beach were doing. The planes were over them, the warships behind them, but this would be their fight. And then it struck him. Our war was over. The exclusive war of the 8th and 9th Air Forces by day and the RAF by night. We'd be trucking the bombs over, more of them, more often, but it wasn't our own private show anymore. The boys who take it the slow way had the bright lights on them now. Sharing the war did not bother Lieutenant Bert Stiles. Blood is the same whether it spills on aluminum or Normandy mud. It takes guts whether you fly $1 million airplane or wade in slow with a $50 rifle. Maybe some of the air power fanatics will scream that the big brains didn't give us a chance to win it our way, but the only thing that matters, Stiles wrote on the evening of D-Day, is to win in any way, so there is never another one. Chapter 11. The Fatal Trap. The kingdom of heaven runs on righteousness, but the kingdom of earth runs on oil. Ernest Bevin, Churchill's Minister of Labor and National Service. London, June 1944. 3 days after the Allies landed in Normandy, General Hap Arnold arrived in London with General George Marshall for a series of meetings with other leaders of the Great Alliance. With Allied troops planted on French soil, the drive to the German border was about to begin. High on the agenda of the combined Chiefs of Staff, the supreme Anglo-American military authority, made up of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff and the British Chiefs of Staff, was the role the American Air Force would play in the battle to liberate Western Europe. Before the main meetings convened, Arnold wanted to assess the air situation in northern France. On the morning of June 12th, he and Marshall, accompanied by Eisenhower, boarded the destroyer USS Thompson for a tour of the Normandy battlefront. Cutting through the heavy gray seas at 30 knots, the Thompson passed a pageant of power that stretched from horizon to horizon. Cruisers, battleships, destroyers, and minesweepers, along with liberty ships and landing craft that were ferrying over 15,000 assault troops and 3,000 tons of supplies a day to the invasion beaches, where 45,000 Royal Engineers and laborers were building a colossal system of artificial piers and breakwaters, codenamed mulberries, that had been towed across the channel. Assembled offshore from this instant harbor was the greatest armada man has ever seen, wrote war correspondent Ernie Pyle. It was a wonderful but terrifying sight, Arnold wrote in his diary. If there was ever a bomber's paradise, it was the harbor of Portsmouth, and this unprecedented mass of ships. What a field day it would be for the German Air Force. On landing, Arnold met with General Pete Quesada, who had built an improvised headquarters for his 9th Air Force Fighter Command on the Normandy beaches. Quesada assured Arnold that his own intelligence indicated that the Luftwaffe had only 60 planes in combat readiness out of the hundreds sent to oppose the Allied landings, a force capable of only nuisance raids. The Luftwaffe does not have numbers, does not have crews, lacks training, does not have the will to fight, and has lost its morale, Quesada told Arnold. This was the moment the American bomber commanders had been building toward. Now they could penetrate German airspace without heavy fighter opposition, knocking out the oil refineries and munitions mills that supported the enemy war effort. And what a force they had available to carry out these industry-killing raids. Over 2,100 heavies in Britain and 1,200 in Italy. But strategic bombing was not a priority for Eisenhower and the Joint Chiefs. In the coming months, the 8th Air Force would be called upon to do what it lacked the equipment and experience to do well, provide direct air support for Allied armies operating in Normandy. There was no moving Eisenhower on this, nor would strategic bombing be even the second priority of the 8th that summer. In the very week that Arnold was in England, a new threat arose, one that further diverted the American bomber barons from what they saw as their ordained, war-ending mission. During their stay in England, Arnold and the other members of the American Joint Chiefs of Staff were guests at the Sussex estate of J.W. Gibson and his wife, only a short drive from London. Gibson, the world-famous engineer who had designed the Mulberry harbors in Normandy, had converted a former hunting lodge of Henry VIII into a regal country retreat ringed by 200 thickly wooded acres. On the evening of June 15th, Arnold retired early to his room to pack for his return journey. Near daybreak there was a long series of explosions following one another in quick succession, most of them from the direction of London, but a few dangerously close by. Arnold went out onto the grounds and spotted a strange-looking machine circling directly over the Gibson estate, its motor making an unnerving buzzing sound. Then the machine went silent and came tearing out of the clouds in a steep dive, crashing and exploding a mile or so away. Arnold knew at once that it was one of the new rockets the Germans had fired on London the evening of June 12th to 13th. It was a V-1, Vengeance Weapon 1, as Joseph Goebbels, Nazi Minister for Propaganda and Enlightenment, dubbed it. Hitler's personal payback for the bombing of his cities. Within minutes, 6 more of these pilotless planes landed a few miles from the Gibson house, leading Arnold to suspect that the Germans had deliberately targeted the American Chiefs of Staff. After breakfast, Arnold, who had a passionate interest in rocket weaponry, was driven to the local village where one of the drones had landed in an orchard, creating a crater 6 feet across and 5 feet deep. Around the hole were spread the remains of the gadget, which looked to him like a small airplane, a cylindrical steel fuselage with short stubby wings, jet-propelled, controlled by an automatic gyropilot, and carrying a 1-ton payload. While the V-1s were not precision weapons, Arnold feared that they would, in Eisenhower's words, dislocate the war effort if they were aimed in great numbers at the concentration of troops and supplies in the Channel ports and off the beaches at Normandy. "Our answer," Arnold suggested to Eisenhower the next day, "must be to hit the factories where critical parts are made." Aerial attacks on the launching sites would be futile, Arnold believed. The smaller sites were ingeniously hidden, while the larger storage and research sites were virtually bomb-proof. Some other way had to be found to take them out. In the meantime, Arnold salvaged parts of several V-1s that had struck London and sent them back to Wright Field, near Dayton, Ohio, to see if Air Force scientists could develop a copy of the rocket, a project that would spur the post-war development of an American cruise missile. The Allies had known about the new German rocket since the previous November, when British intelligence discovered a chain of launching sites along the northern coast of France. The Rocket Gun Coast, the New York Times called it. Fearing these projectiles might be armed in the near future with biological or even atomic weapons, the planners of Overlord ordered bombing raids on their launch sites. Under the code name Operation Crossbow, the Allied air forces hammered German rocket installations, called ski sites because of their elevated launching ramps, in the Pas-de-Calais and on the tip of the Cherbourg Peninsula, delaying the scheduled launches until after D-Day. They had also bombed, without much success, immensely larger, mysterious-looking rocket storage and research centers. Now, Eisenhower, responding to urgent pleas from the British War Cabinet, ordered the Anglo-American Air Forces to destroy all German launching sites and storage facilities in northwestern Europe. Carl Spaatz and Arthur Harris were furious. Their aerial photo intelligence indicated that most of the Luftwaffe's flying bombs were being fired from mobile, heavily camouflaged sites, which were almost impossible to locate. But Eisenhower had Churchill on his neck, and both leaders were concerned about intelligence reports that Hitler was developing, at the larger hardened sites, supersonic guided missiles, V-2s, with vastly greater range and destructive power than the V-1s. The Germans were also believed to have in development a supersonic rocket, the V-3, capable of reaching New York City. If the big brains of the Reich, led by boy genius Werner von Braun, could put a nuclear payload on the New York rocket, they might win the war. German scientists, it turned out, were not close to completing such a rocket and had already given up hope of developing an atomic bomb, but in June 1944, Allied intelligence did not know this. The V-1s were causing havoc in London. Almost 100 of them a day landed in the city, creating an unexpected second blitz that led to the evacuation of 1 million women and children. Churchill saw the V-1 as a cowardly weapon, armed and aimed by men who would not risk their own lives, as bomber crews did, to destroy others. In a rage, he ordered the RAF to prepare for poison gas attacks on German cities. He was talked out of this, however, by his air chiefs, who warned him that the Germans would respond with bombs loaded with deadly nerve gas, weapons they already had in their arsenal. Hitler never aimed his flying bombs at invasion embarkation ports, perhaps because of their known inaccuracy, but just as importantly, because of his deep obsession with retaliation bombing. Londoners, pensioners, and housewives were the targets. They would pay for the suffering of Berliners. It was in London that over 90% of the V-1 fatalities would occur. Traveling at a speed of 400 miles per hour and arriving in droves, often in cloudy weather, the pilotless bombs were, at first, difficult to shoot down, flying too low for the high guns stationed around London and too high for the low guns. But swiftly improved British defenses were able to destroy over half of the 7,488 buzz bombs, as they became known in Britain, that reached southern England in the 80 days of the Nazi rocket assault. Some of the flying bombs slammed into the steel cables of the balloon barrage that was set up on the Kent and Sussex approaches to the capital, but most of those destroyed were shot out of the sky by British fighter planes or by newly redesigned anti-aircraft guns firing proximity fuse shells that exploded in clusters around their targets. Some audacious British pilots knocked them out of the air without releasing a shot. They would fly alongside a rocket, slip one of their wingtips beneath it, and tip its wings slightly. With the airflow over its wings distorted, the V-1 would roll over and dive straight into the ground. Still, in the first weeks of the Second Battle of London, large numbers of them, on some days 60%, got through. Sent against a target, in Churchill's words, 18 miles wide by over 20 miles deep, their inaccuracy was almost immaterial. Over the course of the summer, over 18,000 people were injured and 6,184 killed. The bombs fell so randomly that many Londoners refused to enter air raid shelters, reacting to the robot bombs with a nonchalance that bordered on idiocy, in the words of a local diarist. Even the stands at the racetracks were packed to capacity. Racing enthusiasts, this Londoner wrote, have apparently decided that since death can find them anywhere in southern England these days, they'd just as soon be found laying a bet on a promising horse. The earlier crossbow missions had not been popular with bomber crews, who had not been told what they were bombing, only that they were hitting military targets ringed by anti-aircraft guns. In the summer of '44, some airmen of the 8th changed their minds about crossbow after spending time in the city that once again was on the front line of the war. Flying over the Reich a few days after helping to pull bomb victims out of a smoking London building, Sergeant Gunner Harry A. Clark felt no compassion for the people his crews were about to destroy. "God damn the Nazi bastards," he remembered saying to himself as the bombs were released. Watching the dirty clouds rise from the city, he recalled a dead man he had seen in the London wreckage, the inert, mangled body of his son in his arms, the boy's battered head connected to his torso by a few threads of flesh and muscle. I silently dedicated the destruction our bombs made to them. Aphrodite. That June, 8th Air Force pilot Fane Poole had just flown his 14th combat mission. A broad-shouldered Oklahoman with thick black hair and a winning smile, his enthusiasm for combat had recently been aroused by what he had seen on a weekend in London. Women and children lying in pools of their own blood, their modest homes smashed to dust by push-button bombs that came without warning in the night. A few days later, Lieutenant Poole was relaxing in the officers' club of the 385th Bomb Group at Great Ashfield when he was summoned to the office of the base commander. 4 other pilots were in the room when he arrived. The men were asked to volunteer for a hazardous, highly secret mission, one that involved flying a heavy bomber and bailing out over friendly territory. That was all the commanding officer was able to tell them. No crews would be needed. The Air Force wanted only pilots and radio technicians. Their reward for this one job, credit for 5 bombing missions. When one pilot asked how long they had to think about volunteering, the colonel told them he wanted their answer immediately. After 4 of them declined, Poole volunteered. 10 hours later, he was unloaded from a plane at a Royal Air Force repair depot called Honington in Suffolk, where he was taken by jeep to a small American compound at a remote corner of the base. As he entered the green-brown Nissen hut that would be his new headquarters, one of the other pilot volunteers stuck out his hand and said, "Hey, fellows, another nut's arrived." At their first briefing, the pilots and radio technicians were given a rough outline of the operational plan. The Air Force was going to take 10 worn-out flying fortresses, tear their insides out, and fill the planes with 20,000 pounds of nitrostarch, a highly explosive orange powder used for demolition. Part of the load would also be napalm, a new invention of warfare. The Weary Willies, as they were called, would be equipped with remote control radio equipment that would allow them to be directed in flight by mother ships, B-24 Liberators hovering above and behind them. A few of the drones would be equipped with television cameras mounted in their plexiglass noses. They would send pictures of the ground to receivers in the control ships so that the robots could be directed precisely to their targets. A crew of 2, a jump pilot and an autopilot engineer, would get the drone into the air at an altitude of 1,800 feet, put it into a gentle dive, set the controls, arm the explosives for an on-impact detonation, and bail out over England. Every door and hatch except one would be bolted shut. The only way out of the plane was through a precariously tight escape hatch in the nose, just behind the inside engine on the pilot's side. The mothership's remote control system, which fed into the drone's autopilot, would steer the low-flying, unmanned plane to what was described as a maximum priority target. The largest explosive missile ever made by man would then dive on the target from a height of 600 to 700 feet, well below the enemy's radar horizon. The project was codenamed Aphrodite, and it was a spectacular failure. None of the 2-man crews knew the objective of their mission, to destroy 4 large rocket sites across the channel. It was thought that these facilities would be ready to launch long-range rockets more lethal than the V-1s within the month. Aside from the grave threat to London, this weapon directly threatens our war effort, Spots wrote Arnold in late July, since it may be used to destroy communications and port facilities on both sides of the channel. Only one of these rocket centers was underground, but all were protected by massive ferroconcrete domes 30 to 40 feet thick. The men were told that the orders for the operation had come directly from Spots and Doolittle, and that the project was the pride and joy and consuming interest of the old man, General Hap Arnold. After some preliminary training, the men and planes were moved to a small RAF base at Farsfield, a fog-enshrouded place in the empty Norfolk countryside, not far from the North Sea, where they were confined to the base under the penalty of court-martial. A few days later, they were joined by a detachment of U.S. Navy pilots and radio control specialists. The Navy had established its own experimental drone program, codenamed Anvil, for its Pacific-based aircraft carriers. It had more sophisticated radio and television technology than the Air Force, but Spots and Doolittle made sure Aphrodite had priority over Anvil. The first Air Force mission was scheduled for August 4th. 4 drones would go, 2 at a time. The lead plane would be piloted by Lieutenant Fane Poole. His autopilot engineer would be Staff Sergeant Philip Enterline of Katanning, Pennsylvania. The main target was a German underground site at Mimoyec, France. Its immense steel doors were opened only once a day for just 30 minutes. When that happened, the Aphrodite team planned to stuff a plane load of explosives down its gullet. When Poole and Enterline climbed into their plane, they looked at each other and whistled. It was loaded to the roofline with boxes of nitrostarch, giving it a dangerously high center of gravity. Enterline was worried, but Poole shrugged off his partner's concern. Some of the best scientists in the world were involved in the project, he assured Enterline. If the explosives were stacked this high and tight, it was for a damn good reason. Poole's greatest concern was not that he was flying the most powerful single bomb ever assembled up to that time, but that he would be bailing out at high speed and ridiculously low altitude through a hole barely 2 feet wide. Poole got the plane into the air without trouble. 5 minutes later, the second drone cleared the runway. After that, nothing went right. Poole and Enterline had difficulty setting the autopilot and arming the firing system, and the plane spun out of control and began flying dangerously low. Poole, the last one out, jumped from only 500 feet. Landing in a plowed field, he was so glad to be alive he danced a jig. Then he heard an ear-splitting explosion. It was not his plane, he learned later, but the second drone, which stalled out and went into a fatal dive. The radio man parachuted to safety, but the pilot, Lieutenant John Fisher, was incinerated in the wreckage. Poole's robot made it to the target, but the guidance system experienced a malfunction and the drone was unable to dive. Flying aimlessly, it became an easy kill for a German flak crew. The jump crews of the 2 other drones that were sent out that day survived with injuries. One robot crash-landed far from its target, a large rocket site at Viserne, believed to be a center for V-3 research and development. The other blew up just short of its destination. The day was a debacle. The Air Force tried again on August 6th, again without success, although with no loss of life. Undaunted, the Navy flew its one drone from Farsfield on August 12th. It was a PB-4Y, a modified B-24 Liberator, the type of plane used for submarine patrol. Its jump pilot was 29-year-old Joseph Kennedy, Jr., son of the former ambassador to England and brother of John F. Kennedy, a Navy lieutenant who had been badly wounded in the Solomon Islands the year before when his PT boat was cut in half by a Japanese destroyer. Joe Kennedy had plenty of experience with the plane, having flown over 50 missions on submarine patrol in the Bay of Biscay. In a letter of August 10th, he assured his brother Jack that he had no intention of risking his fine neck in any crazy venture. Yet he must have known he could be flying a suicide mission. His plane, Zoot Suit Black, carried 24,240 pounds of Torpex, a new explosive that was lighter yet more powerful than nitrostarch. Kennedy and his co-pilot, 35-year-old Wilford J. Willey, the father of 3, took off and put the Liberator on a dead-on course for Dover, where they were to bail out and be picked up by a B-17, hopefully before anyone asked them why they had abandoned a perfectly flying bomber in the densely settled London suburbs. Flying directly above them was the head of the 8th Air Force's Photo Reconnaissance Group, Colonel Elliott Roosevelt, a son of FDR. Minutes into the flight, Roosevelt heard 2 explosions, 1 second apart. Where Zoot Suit Black had been, there was a flaming orange and yellow ball. The remains of the plane fell to earth near the village of Nudolite Woods. The bodies of Kennedy and Willey were never recovered. The Navy could not find a clear cause for the crash, but it was probably a faulty remote-controlled arming device, which Kennedy had been warned about by an American electronics officer at Farsfield. By the time the Navy completed work on a new modified drone, the British Army had overrun the 4 mystery targets of the Aphrodite mission in the area west of the Pas-de-Calais. Intelligence agents found them filled with nothing but rats and rubble. They had been abandoned for months and were being used as decoys by the Germans to divert attention from the mobile sites from which most V-1s were launched and from research facilities where scientists were working on more advanced rocket technology. They had been abandoned, it was learned, because 12,000-pound British tallboys, the most powerful unmanned bombs in existence, had done more damage to them than Allied photo intelligence suspected. The entire Aphrodite effort had been wasted on dead targets. On September 3rd, the Navy flew its modified drone against U-boat pens on the North Sea island of Heligoland and hit a coal pile instead. This ended its brief flirtation with radio-directed bombers. Arnold stubbornly kept Aphrodite going, even after a succession of equal catastrophes occurred with drones equipped with television cameras. If the war lasted much longer, he wanted to be ready to send waves of war-weary planes into German and Japanese cities and industrial sites. Later in the year, he would try to convince Roosevelt to back his plan as a way of finishing off Germany. The crossbow campaign was another failure. All through the summer, the brunt of this misguided initiative was borne by Harris's Bomber Command, assisted by an equally unenthusiastic 8th Air Force. Acting on faulty intelligence, the British Air Ministry, which directed the effort, insisted on concentrating on 2 targets of scant consequence, small rocket sites, which were constantly moved and easily repaired, and large concrete storage sites that the Germans had secretly abandoned in favor of caves and tunnels in the Oise Valley north of Paris. These caves were eventually found and hit, but too late to effectively blunt the damage that V-1s were inflicting on London. The Allies paid a price unconscionably disproportionate to the results: almost 2,000 aircrew and 400 four-engine bombers. General Spaatz had been right all along. As Adolf Galland pointed out after the war, the best way to fight the German V-weapon system would have been to paralyze the German war industry. In the end, infantry accomplished what air power could not. The V-1 raids stopped in early September when Field Marshal Sir Bernard Law Montgomery's Commonwealth forces broke out of their post-invasion stalemate near the Norman city of Caen and destroyed every launching site in France. Their destruction had no real effect on the war effort, but was a blessing for Londoners. "For the first time in 10 nightmarish weeks, lots of Londoners," said a local diarist, "climbed into their own beds and slept the sleep of the just and dog-tired." Cobra. In mid-July, while London was under the heaviest rocket assault of the summer, the Allied invasion armies were still bottled up in Normandy. Their forward units had advanced only 25 to 30 miles from the landing beaches, along a narrow front of barely 80 miles. The British Second Army had failed to smash through the enemy's massed panzer strength at Caen, gateway to the flat ground that led to Falaise, 40 miles south of the British beaches, where the Allies hoped to build forward air bases to provide cover for the eventual breakout to the German frontier. All the while, the Americans, after taking the port city of Cherbourg, on the northern tip of the Cotentin Peninsula, were fighting a draining war of attrition in the bocage, the ancient hedgerows of rural Normandy. Waist-high earthen banks, thick with deep-rooted vegetation and trees up to 20 feet high, bordered each pasture and meadow, and narrow, sunken roads traversed the entire marshy area. Rooting out the Wehrmacht in this claustrophobic landscape was a slow, deadly business. Snipers were everywhere, and the tangled terrain was murder on tanks. Ordered by Hitler to hold every inch of ground, the defenders fought furiously, less for the Führer than for self-preservation. With Allied casualties running to well over 100,000, and the Germans threatening to build an iron cordon around the invasion lodgment area, we faced a real danger of a World War I-type stalemate, Lieutenant General Omar N. Bradley, commander of the American ground forces, wrote later. The agony and frustration of static warfare led Allied commanders to resort to a weapon not available in World War I, a truly massive aerial bombardment that could exceed by many orders of magnitude any artillery preparation possible on the old Western Front, in the words of historian Russell F. Weigley. On July 18th, Montgomery's British and Canadian forces, assailed by a number of coalition leaders for fighting with excessive caution, attempted a massive breakthrough at Caen, to be preceded by one of the most awesome carpet bombings of the war. The RAF and the 8th blasted an enormous gap in the enemy front, allowing Montgomery to take most of the city. But the men of Panzer Group West crawled out of their holes and held their positions on the high ground south of Caen, preventing a breakthrough into the Falaise plain. Their efforts were aided by thousands of bomb craters that stalled Monty's mechanized columns. Bradley came up with another plan, which unexpectedly turned into one of the supreme military achievements of the European campaign. Operation Cobra would begin with a cataclysmic bombing by the 8th Air Force. In 1 hour, over 1,000 heavies would drop 50,000 iron bombs into a tight rectangle just south of a long, straight road that separated the American and German armies in Normandy, near the crossroads town of Saint-Lô. Bradley's First Army had just taken Saint-Lô after a bitter fight, placing the Americans on the thin wedge of terrain that separated the bocage from the open country to the south. This unprecedented saturation bombing was expected to create a paralyzing effect on surviving enemy troops, setting them up for a breakneck assault by the 7th Corps of First Army, led by Major General J. Lawton Lightning Joe Collins. With 7 panzer divisions occupied near Caen and only 2 facing the American First Army at Saint-Lô, Bradley had high hopes for the operation. Carl Spaatz fumed about using his bombers in close support of ground operations, seeing Cobra as yet another wasteful diversion from his oil campaign. But great numbers of his airmen were eager to aid Ernie Pyle's mud, sleet, and rain boys. A lot of us felt that, but for the grace of God, we could be down there, slugging it out in the hedgerows, recalled Rosie Rosenthal. At the same time, we knew that pinpoint bombing was more fiction than fact, and that created concern. Just before the operation, Bradley flew to England to win the assurance of the senior air commanders that their bombers would approach the target from the safest direction, east to west, just south of the Saint-Lô-Perrier road. A north-to-south approach would put them directly over his troops, with the risk of accidentally hitting them. In his memoirs, Bradley claims to have gotten his way at the Great Conference of Air Marshals. He did on the size of the bomb loads, but not on the approach path to the target. There was heated debate on this, and apparently Bradley mistook the assurances of a few air leaders for the assent of all. Air Chief Marshal Trafford Lee Mallory, who was responsible for coordinating Allied strategic bombing in Normandy, took Bradley's side, but representatives from the 8th Air Force were emphatic that a route parallel to the road was impossible, given the constricted size of the target, a piece of French real estate only a mile and a half wide, and the immense number of bombers that would have to pass over it in a mere 60 minutes. No firm decision was reached, and Bradley must have returned to Normandy with the feeling that Lee Mallory, who promised him a force of over 2,200 planes, heavy, medium, and fighter bombers, would prevail. There had also been a discussion at the meeting about the size of the safety zone. Not trusting the accuracy of its own bombers, the 8th Air Force wanted Bradley's troops to withdraw to positions 3,000 yards from the strike zone, giving them a safety margin of 2 miles. Bradley proposed a fallback of only 800 yards. He wanted his men in close, where they could pounce on the dazed Germans as quickly as possible. A compromise of 1,250 yards was reached, but even that was no guarantee that men would not be felled by friendly fire, Bradley was pointedly warned. The entire 8th and part of the 9th were set to go on July 24th, but when the weather worsened, Lee Mallory postponed the operation. Too late, however, to stop hundreds of heavies and mediums from proceeding to the target, ducking under the clouds, and unloading 700 tons of ordnance. Human error caused spillage outside the target zone. 27 soldiers were killed and another 131 were wounded, all from the 30th Infantry Division. The next morning, Rosie Rosenthal led the 3rd Air Division, part of a force of 1,507 four-motored heavies, back to Saint-Lô. Again, airmen had orders to approach the target from north to south. As Rosenthal's vanguard near Saint-Lô, it ran into scattered clouds, and the entire formation had to drop down from the planned bombing altitude, forcing lead bombardiers to scramble to reset their bomb sites. Thunderbolts of the 9th Air Force had already torn into the forward German positions in a 4-minute blitz that inadvertently made the work of the heavies more difficult. Billowing clouds of smoke and dust floated up from the battlefield and mingled with enemy flak bursts to obscure the readjusted sight lines of the bombardiers. The bombardier in Rosenthal's ship froze when he spotted the pillars of smoke and dropped late in the rear of the German lines. But a number of other planes began dropping short, near American troops positioned a mere half-mile from the road, their front lines marked for the airmen by red smoke. Ernie Pyle was with the American Army at Saint-Lô. The flight across the sky was slow, studied. I've never known a storm or a machine or any resolve of man that had about it the aura of such a ghastly relentlessness. God, how we admired those men up there! Their thundering machines filled the sky with a doom-like sound, creating a spectacle of war that made Pyle and the men he was with forget for a moment the danger they were in. They watched, frozen to their positions, as the exploding bombs crept back toward them, following the smoke line the bombardiers were aiming for, which a light breeze was blowing back over them. Then the earth trembled and shook. Men hit the dirt, scrambled behind low stone walls, raced for dugouts and slit trenches. Frightened GIs could feel the bomb concussions in their chests and even in their eyes. Within seconds, however, the American bombs stopped crashing down on them and began landing, as planned, a mile or so ahead. The leading company of Pyle's battalion had taken a terrible pounding, but it attacked on time to the minute, advancing 800 yards through the 4-mile gap in the German lines. There the entire army offensive ran into a wall of resistance and stalled. Watching the battle from a farmhouse, Bradley was despondent. When the casualty reports came in, he was heard saying, "Christ, not again." 111 Americans were killed by 8th Air Force bombs, and at least another 500 were wounded. Among the dead was Lieutenant General Leslie McNair, who had come from England as an observer. General Eisenhower, who had observed the operation from Bradley's headquarters, swore never again to use heavy bombers in support of ground forces, and Bradley fumed about the overpaid, overdecorated, overrated bomber boys. But part of the reason for the heavy casualties was Bradley's own interest in a quick, slashing assault, one that precluded putting his men in covered positions. In London, General Doolittle was summoned to the office of Ike's Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Walter Bedell Smith, and blamed for the tragedy. Doolittle accepted responsibility, but explained that serving as flying artillery for the infantry was unfair duty for crews trained to hit industrial targets. No bombardment force in existence, he told Smith, could place over 3,300 tons of explosives accurately into an area saturated with swirling smoke. Doolittle was certain that Smith would call for his removal, but the Saint-Lô bombing had done far more damage to the enemy than Eisenhower and Bradley had suspected. "The American bombers came on like a conveyor belt," said Lieutenant General Fritz Bayerlen, commander of Panzerlehr Division, which took the brunt of the air attack. Bomb blasts burned men and equipment, overturned tanks, destroyed communications, and transformed the front of Panzerlehr's lines, where over 1,000 men lay dazed or dead, into what Bayerlen called a Mondlandschaft, a lunar landscape. Sensing that the enemy's command and communications system had taken a lethal hit, Lightning Joe Collins decided to gamble. The next morning he called up his reserve armor, smashed through the thin crust of German resistance, and kept moving southward toward the excellent road net near Avranches. Fighter bombers of the 9th Tactical Air Command worked ahead of the tank columns in search and kill missions. Reporters would call it the Saint-Lô breakout, and it was the decisive turning point in Eisenhower's European crusade. This became Lieutenant General George Patton's show. The apostle of armored warfare was flown in from England, where he had acted as D-Day decoy, building up a phony force of cardboard tanks and planes that had convinced the Germans into late June that the main Allied landing would be in the Pas-de-Calais. Patton took charge of the newly activated Third Army and began an all-out drive across France at a rate of 50 miles a day, moving with furious resolve from the seaside bluffs of Avranches into the Brittany Peninsula and then eastward to help destroy the German Seventh Army. It was one of the most astonishing achievements in the history of mobile warfare, and it was made possible by close coordination among tanks, troops, artillery, and the fighter-bombers of the Allied air forces, which acted as fast-moving aerial artillery for the army. Eisenhower would change his mind after Saint-Lô and use heavies again in direct support of ground troops, but it was always with less decisive results and more deaths due to friendly fire. The troops loved to have the intimidating 4-engine bombers overhead, but the heavies were of far greater use to the infantry as instruments of interdiction, cutting the enemy lines of communication. Without the heavies, the Saint-Lô breakout could have been achieved only with staggering casualties. But it was General Pete Quesada's fighter bombers that did most of the aerial damage after the breakout. Operating as armor column cover, they cleared the way for the American Army's road march to the Rhine. Quesada, one of the youngest generals in the Air Force, introduced innovations in warfare that broke down the rigid division between tactical and strategic bombing. He took his pilots, who were operating from forward bases in France, to the front lines, so they could see how much better off they were than those poor devils who were fighting the Germans on the ground. I also took them to a collecting station where the wounded were treated. We eventually imbued these young kids with the idea that their prime task was support of the land campaign. The fighter bombers could be called upon on short notice and take out battlefield targets with far greater lethality than the lumbering forts and liberators. And in the battle for France, Pete Quesada gave them better armament, deadly 5-inch rockets, as well as new eyes and ears. He put high-frequency radio sets in tanks so tank men and airmen could talk to one another, and he placed his own airmen in radio-equipped tanks as forward air controllers to better direct fire on German battlefield targets. By late summer, close air support of infantry, a German innovation, became one of the salient causes of Germany's defeat. With the Luftwaffe almost absent from the skies, the fighter bombers inflicted lethal damage on German divisions that were pushed back in panic to the western borders of their homeland by swift-moving American infantry, artillery, and armor, reinforced by Canadian, British, and Polish units that finally broke through at Caen. Passing through a corridor of horror known to history as the Falaise Pocket, the Germans were massacred by Allied air tank battle teams. It was complete chaos, a German soldier recalled. That's when I thought, this is the end of the world. Two avid observers of the German retreat were 8th Air Force evaders Bernie Lay Jr. and Walter Duer. Early that August, they were still hiding out in the farmhouse that turned out to be a secret Maquis storehouse for arms and ammunitions dropped by bombers from England. After learning of the Saint-Lô breakout, they had been following the American advance, village by village, on the silk maps they had in their escape kits. Working from first light to dark in their patrons' wheat fields, Lay and Duer waited for their liberation. One evening, as they were unharnessing the horses in the stable, 2 bright-faced French girls burst through the door, threw their arms around them, and presented them a wreath of red, white, and blue flowers. The Germans had left, the girls said breathlessly. The Americans were only 30 kilometers away. At breakfast the next morning, a band of fierce-looking Maquis, armed to the teeth with Bren guns, pistols, hand grenades, and knives, came storming into the kitchen, holding out packages of American cigarettes. The 2 American airmen were handed Tommy guns and ordered into the back seat of a battered sedan. With the French guerrillas riding the running boards, gangster style, their machine guns at the ready, they were driven to one of Patton's armored columns. The next morning they were sent by jeep back through the American lines to 9th Air Force headquarters in France. On every side was the wreckage of the Wehrmacht, Lay wrote later, and in the near distance Lay could hear the sounds of battle. It was the Germans being pounded to death by our fighter bombers in the slowly closing Falaise Gap. The Germans left behind most of their equipment, along with about 50,000 prisoners and 10,000 dead comrades. Yet at least 50,000 German soldiers managed to escape the Falaise Pocket before it was closed in late August. The Allies would meet them again in front of the Rhine. The slaughter at Falaise ended the 80-day-long Battle of Normandy, the most decisive battle on the Western Front. The Germans lost over 400,000 combatants, killed, wounded, or captured, and the Allies suffered over 225,000 casualties, 2/3 of them Americans, among them 8,536 airmen killed and missing. The battle was a prelude to the liberation of Paris and the triumphant Allied drive across France to Germany's western border, a campaign joined by Allied forces that landed on the coast of southern France on August 15th. Further north, the Allied armies swept forward almost unopposed from the Seine to the Somme, the Marne, and the Belgian border, through territory famous from the First World War. Just 100 days after the Normandy landings, Allied armies were massed on a 250-mile-long front facing the West Wall, or Siegfried Line, as the Americans called it, the recently strengthened pre-war defenses Hitler had built in front of the Rhine. The battle for France was over. The battle for Germany was about to begin. It would be a murderous fight. Even in its reduced state, the German army remained one of the outstanding fighting forces in the history of arms. To lessen the cost of crushing this still imposing military machine, Karl Spaatz had already begun a major campaign against oil, the Wehrmacht's chief source of sustenance. The Oil War. Although America's strategic bombers remained under the direct control of the Allied Supreme Commander until September, with a priority obligation to support the ground offensive, Eisenhower had given Spaatz some wiggle room. After D-Day, Spaatz received written permission to go after oil targets when his bombers had favorable weather over Germany and were not needed for crossbow or infantry support operations. Beginning in late June, the 8th Air Force made a series of gigantic raids against oil installations north of Munich, while the 15th Air Force continued to pound Ploiești, along with oil facilities in southern Germany, Austria, and Hungary. At the same time, the British Air Ministry directed a protesting Arthur Harris to attack synthetic oil plants in the Ruhr, when he was not reducing the cities of that region to cinder and ash. Harris continued to see attacks on German oil installations as a diversion from the main task of crushing German resistance. Although he would later admit that the offensive against oil turned out to be a complete success, he added, "I still do not think that it was reasonable at that time to expect that the campaign would succeed. What the Allied strategists did was to bet on an outsider, and it happened to win the race." This was rubbish. Spaatz had hardly bet on a long shot. Ultra-intercepts and other intelligence reports fully available to Harris provided unambiguous evidence that Allied bombers had finally found a target whose destruction could help turn the course of the European war. In April 1944, a month before Spaatz began his oil campaign, Germany's synthetic oil industry had been virtually untouched by Allied bombs. This is astounding, given the industry's importance and extreme vulnerability to aerial attack. These were immense plants operating at full blast in cleared land outside German cities, seemingly ideal targets for daylight bombers equipped with the most accurate bomb sights ever invented. In over a year and a half of costly bombing operations, American target planners had failed to see that oil plants were much more important than ball bearing factories, which were almost impossible to disable, or aircraft plants that had been moved to remote, cleverly camouflaged sites. Nor, amazingly, did Allied target planners recognize the intimate connection between Germany's synthetic oil industry and its chemical industry, which produced all the essential ingredients for explosives. In 1943, Hap Arnold's Committee of Operations Analysts, headed by Elihu Root, Jr., had placed oil as the strategic bombing campaign's third most important target, after the aircraft and ball-bearing industries. The COA did not give oil the priority it deserved because it erroneously believed that Germany had enough standby refining capacity to cushion the initial shock of bombing. An oil offensive, committee members believed, would not have an immediate impact on enemy front-line strength, in the air or on the ground. But General Spaatz, backed by his own Air Force target planners, continued to press the issue. Had the American strategic air forces been headed by a less resolute leader, or one committed to other bombing priorities, an already tardy oil campaign might have been dangerously delayed and the war prolonged. The Americans bore the burden of the oil campaign, the first true test of Air Force doctrine that daylight strategic bombing could disable the German economy. That summer was the beginning of true strategic bombing. During the entire war, the Anglo-American air forces dropped more than 1.4 million tons of explosives on Nazi Germany. Over 70% of this tonnage was delivered after July 1, 1944, a comparatively small but critical part of it, about 200,000 tons of bombs, on oil targets. The attack on oil plants, beginning in May 1944, was, in Albert Speer's words, the first heavy blow delivered against German industry. The effect on production was immediate and far-reaching. If the government did not take emergency action to strengthen the air defenses of the synthetic oil plants, an impossible situation in the fuel supply for the Wehrmacht and the country will arise by September, which must lead to tragic results, Speer warned Hitler. Oil is the blood of machine-age warfare. No modern state can wage war successfully without a sufficient and secure supply of petroleum products, both fuel and lubricants. Germany began the European war with a precarious fuel situation, and within 2 years it was fighting an energy colossus. America had begun the transition from coal to oil early in the 20th century, and by 1939 oil accounted for half its total energy. In that year, the United States produced 20 times more oil than Germany would at the peak of its wartime production. California alone produced more oil than the Soviet Union, the largest petroleum producer in Europe. Germany, by comparison, relied on coal for 90% of its energy, but its army and air force, and much of its navy, ran on oil. That was a serious problem. Indigenous oil fields supplied only 7% of the country's fuel requirements. In September 1939, the German army invaded Poland with only a 2 to 3 month reserve of aviation and motor gasoline. At that time, Germany was importing nearly 70% of its liquid fuel, an alarming vulnerability for a nation with imperial ambitions. Hitler was able to enhance German petroleum supplies and avoid a wartime fuel emergency by seizing oil fields in the subdued countries of Hungary and Austria and in Romania, his client state and Axis ally. Until mid-August 1944, when the Romanian fields were finally put out of operation by the Red Army and the 15th Air Force, Ploiești remained the chief source of German crude oil, providing almost 60% of the country's oil imports. But before then, Hitler needed at least 3 times the output of the fields in the Danube basin to continue to wage total war. Germany alleviated its energy problem by a feat of chemical alchemy, turning coal, a fuel it possessed in abundance, into oil, one it sorely lacked. By the eve of the American oil offensive, Germany's petroleum industry had made a complete turnabout. It was then producing almost 3/4 of the country's liquid fuel needs, and stocks of both aviation fuel and diesel oil had improved greatly. This was almost entirely due to a tremendous war-generated expansion of the synthetic oil industry, a state-supported combine of petroleum-producing giants run by businessmen in sympathy with the Führer's program of foreign conquest and racial cleansing. Chemical companies like IG Farben had purged all Jewish executives and were relying increasingly on slave workers from conquered countries and concentration camp inmates procured for them by the SS. IG Farben built one of its synthetic fuel and rubber plants in Poland next to the mass murder mill at Auschwitz. By September 1944, a third of the workers in the fuel industry were slave laborers, and well before then, the once independent synthetic oil industry had been forged into an instrument of the Führer state, a war-directed conglomerate controlled by Reich Minister of Armaments and Production, Albert Speer. Most of Germany's synthetic oil was produced by hydrogeneration plants that used the Bergius process, named after its inventor Friedrich Bergius, a Nobel Prize-winning chemist. Chemical engineers used hydrogen under high pressure and extreme heat, and in the presence of a catalyst, to convert brown coal into the high-grade gasoline and aviation fuel used in tanks and warplanes. In the first quarter of 1944, synthetic fuel plants located near rich coal deposits in the Ruhr, Silesia, and central Germany, around Leipzig, produced over half of Germany's total supplies of oil, 85% of its high-grade motor fuel, and nearly all its aviation gasoline. Even today, no country's synthetic oil industry comes close to Germany's peak wartime production. The rapid expansion of the German oil industry could have had grievous consequences for the Allies. Just months after German domestic oil production peaked, Albert Speer announced that fighter production had reached an all-time high. If oil targets had not been bombed exactly when they were, in the narrow time frame between May 1944, when German fuel production peaked, and September 1944, when tremendous numbers of enemy fighters were delivered from the factory to the front, these new planes, including jet aircraft, would have been in the air every day. Without the experienced pilots the Luftwaffe had lost earlier in the war, Germany could never have regained air supremacy. But fleets of fighters flown by hastily trained pilots would have made the destruction of the German war economy more time-consuming and costly for Allied bombers. Wartime Germany was a chemical empire built on coal, air, and water. These three basic raw materials formed the foundation of a chemical process, often concentrated in one plant, that used gases derived from coal to produce not only liquid fuels, but 99% of Germany's synthetic rubber, and nearly all its synthetic methanol, synthetic ammonia, and nitric acid, raw materials used to make military explosives. This was the unseen bonus of the oil campaign. Whenever American bombers knocked out 2 hydrogenation plants, the immense Leuna works near Marseburg and a much smaller plant at Ludwigshafen, Germany instantly lost 63% of its synthetic nitrogen, 40% of its synthetic methanol, and 65% of its synthetic rubber. The British and the Americans did not come to a full realization of the organic relationship between Germany's synthetic oil and chemical plants until after the war, when their agents interrogated German ministers and businessmen. This is one of the most dismaying intelligence failures of the war, a failure that is all the more surprising because American oil companies helped build Germany's embryonic synthetic oil industry in the late 1920s, when I.G. Farben opened its Leuna works, the first plant to test the Bergius process. Faulty intelligence resulted in the loss of planes and crews over crude oil refineries that were greatly less important than synthetic oil plants, with their facilities for producing chemical byproducts. Although Germany's synthetic energy plants were scattered all over the Reich, a high percentage of petroleum production was concentrated in a small number of Bergius hydrogenation plants that were the sole source of Germany's high-grade aviation gasoline and most of its motor fuel. Nearly one-third of Bergius production was concentrated in just 2 plants, Leuna and Pöllitz, in Polish Silesia, and over a third more in 5 other plants. Earlier in the war, Speer had lived in mortal fear that the Allied air staffs would target Germany's perilously grouped synthetic plants, which were too large and complex to be dispersed. When the plants were finally bombed, Hitler publicly rebuked I.B. Farben's Karl Krauch, his chief minister of chemical planning, for organizing the industry as if to invite its own destruction from the sky. Yet it was Hitler who had encouraged the economic integration that made German synthetic production overwhelmingly efficient, and he had done nothing to discourage Hermann Göring's misplaced confidence in the Luftwaffe's ability to shield these plants from aerial annihilation. When the American attacks began, Speer feared that they were the opening salvos of a long-expected and long-feared single-industry offensive. Fortunately for Germany, they were not. On Sir Arthur Tedder's orders, American bombers continued to drop most of their tonnage on targets other than oil. After the war, Speer told American interrogators that a full-out offensive against the synthetic plants by the combined air armadas of England and America, closely spaced raids night and day without cease, could alone have brought about Germany's surrender in 8 weeks. That is unlikely. This war, like almost all others, had to be won on the ground, but earlier and more sustained attacks on oil would surely have shortened the war on the Western Front by several months. The American strategic air forces would make 347 separate oil strikes, and Britain's Bomber Command would carry out an additional 158. The 8th Air Force's primary targets were the Leuna Works, located 3 miles from the center of Marseburg and 90 miles southwest of Berlin, and the even larger complex at Pörlitz in the Silesian coalfields, 70 miles northeast of the capital. Together, these operations produced more than a third of Germany's total Berguse output of liquid fuel. Leuna was a military-industrial powerhouse. A monument to German chemical wizardry, it produced gasoline for the Luftwaffe, lubricants for Tiger tanks, rubber for Hitler's motorized divisions, and explosives for nearly every German armored and artillery unit. A virtual city covering 3 square miles of land and employing 35,000 workers, 10,000 of them prisoners or slave laborers, it was the Reich's second largest synthetic oil plant and its second biggest chemical operation. Millions of tons of brown coal, strip-mined from local pits, were fed into it, and billions of gallons of water were pumped into its 2-mile-long maze of machines from the plant's own waterworks. Hundreds of miles of underground cables, railroad tracks, and overhead pipes strung together its 250 buildings. The destruction of any part of this interconnected transportation and utilities infrastructure could shut down the entire operation, a fact that made Leuna, like other synthetic plants, highly vulnerable to aerial attack, in fact, almost inherently indefensible. Over a period of 10 months, between May 14, 1944 and April 5, 1945, a total of 6,630 American bombers tried to put Leuna out of business. It was, said one writer, the grimmest fight to the death ever attempted by an air force. With its enormous size and distinctive features, Leuna should have been easy to spot from 20,000 feet up on a clear day. The first American crews sent against it were told that it could be identified by the sprawling railroad yards just west of its gates and by 13 fire-belching chimneys, each of them 100 feet high. But on the bomb run, it was difficult for the pilots to see their own wingtips in a midday sky turned to night by greasy black camouflage smoke sent up from hundreds of small ovens. As the raids got worse for the Germans, their deception and defenses got better. Decoy plant buildings were constructed outside the main plant and, as often as not, were bombed as intensively as the real things. The main problem for the air crews, however, was the circle of anti-aircraft guns deployed around the plant, which put up the densest flak field in the world. In 3 separate attacks by the 8th, 119 planes were lost, and not one bomb fell on the Leuna works. More than 19,000 of Leuna's workers were members of a highly trained air raid protection organization equipped with over 600 radar-directed guns. With enough Luftwaffe fighters stationed nearby to put up determined, if only sporadic, resistance, Leuna became the most heavily defended industrial target in Europe. Earlier that year, Hitler had increased the size of Germany's anti-aircraft defense force to nearly 1 million by moving troops from the Eastern Front and bringing into the force secondary school students, women, and Soviet prisoners of war. By then, Germany had over 13,200 heavy anti-aircraft guns. Most flak gunners were deployed in batteries of 6 to 12 guns. Around Leuna and several other oil targets, Speer set up Großbatterie, each of them equipped with up to 36 guns capable of firing a barrage or box of shells into a prearranged spot. Beginning with the summer oil raids, the 8th Air Force would lose over twice as many bombers to flak than to fighters. While flak was responsible for 40% of the wounds suffered by 8th Air Force flyers during the first year of the air war, it accounted for 71% of the wounds over the entire period of the war. Flak was a grossly inefficient defensive measure. On average, it took 8,500 rounds from the newest version of the 88mm gun to down a single bomber. Yet it was a devastatingly effective psychological weapon, designed to unnerve the air crews and impair bombing accuracy. In the summer and early fall of 1944, Germany still had enough ammunition to saturate the sky over its oil plants, maiming and killing great numbers of Allied flyers. By the end of the war, German flak gunners would take down some 5,400 American planes, as opposed to 4,300 shot down by fighters. Merseburg, or Mercilessburg, as some airmen began calling it, became the most forbidding destination in the land of doom. I can still remember the angry black cloud of exploding flak filling the sky as we approached our target that day, recalled B-17 co-pilot Tom Landry, later the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. And I remember the helpless sinking feeling I felt as we followed our squadron leader into the heart of that cloud. Flying into a wall of flak, Brigadier General Gordon P. Saville remembered Lawrence Cooter's famous remark back at the Air Corps Tactical School before the war. While anti-aircraft fire may be annoying, it should be ignored. Over the oil plant, the sky looked like some surrealist painting by Hieronymus Bosch, said Hells Angels radio gunner Ben Smith. There was a pall of smoke as thick as a forest fire, trailing long plumes of smoke. Planes were falling, bombers and fighters alike. Parachutes dotted the weird landscape like random wildflowers. While other men turned to prayer to help them get through the flak fields, Ben Smith found that swearing, a steady stream of blue language, did the trick. Smith found it impossible to find solace in a God that sent good men to their deaths in flaming planes. Planes hit by flak had a better chance of making it back to base than ones roughed up by fighters, but that brought the carnage closer to home, increasing crew anxiety. Some bombers landed with 200 to 300 holes in them, and with crew members in worse shape than their planes, arms and kneecaps sheared off, eyes blown out of their sockets, torsos torn open so widely that flight surgeons could see the dead men's lungs. With the decline of the Luftwaffe, the percentage of bombers lost on raids dropped, but men still died in big bunches. Every time we came back from a rough mission, Bert Stiles wrote, we had to shake up the lineup of our softball team, and twice we had to find a whole new infield. Flak was insidious. It reduced men to a state of complete helplessness, passive stress, Air Force physicians called it. In frustration, gunners would fire at the flak bursts. No one thought they were crazy. Crew loyalty was the single most important reason for the low incidence of breakdowns in air combat. But it was harder for some crews to bond when they faced flak rather than fighters. The crisis of combat failed to bring Bert Stiles's crew together, as he had hoped it would. In the old days before fighter cover, crews had to know each other and rely on each other and bring each other through, Stiles wrote. All the men had to work together, spotting the fighters, calling out their positions for the gunners. Now, it was mostly a matter of luck. Some men were still flying that summer who had known what it was like back in 43. One of them was Staff Sergeant Eugene Wingding Carson, who had been a tail gunner in the 388th Bomb Group when the fighter war was at its hottest. Carson had flown what he thought was his final mission in the late winter of 1944, but after he returned to Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania, and was reassigned as a gunnery instructor, he talked his way into a second combat tour with a new outfit, the 92nd Bomb Group. He was back in the war because he had learned that his twin brother John, serving with the 15th Air Force, had been shot down over Athens and was reported dead. Wingding refused to believe this. He wanted to go back to Europe and find out what had happened to John. Even with the Luftwaffe derailed, Carson watched the spirits of the crews sink again in the summer of 1944, after reaching a high point around D-Day. The flak had a lot to do with it, but so did fatigue. Although the weather over Germany was unusually pernicious that summer, The 8th flew almost every day, 28 days in June, 27 in July, 23 in August, a pitiless pace. In those 3 months, the 8th lost 1,022 heavy bombers, approximately half its operational strength, along with 665 fighter planes of the 900 it had constantly on hand. Even at the reduced loss rate of 1.5% per sortie for 30 heavy bombing missions, compared to the 3.6% rate in April, an airman still stood more than a 1 in 3 chance of being killed or captured before his tour ended. The only consolation was that more frequent missions put more men closer to going home. The men did, however, receive some relief in late August, when training schools in the States were finally able to provide 2 crews for each bomber. There was no consolation for airmen like Ben Smith, who felt, on most days, more dead than alive. The light-spirited Georgia boy had become, in a matter of months, cynical, irreligious, and hard as nails. No longer could he think of home and family. He even stopped writing to his folks, ignoring their pleading letters for news from him. "I had thoroughly desensitized myself," he recalled. "I had taught myself not to feel anything at all. I had grown a crust, and getting rid of it was not easy." Visitors to the bases noticed that there was something wrong with these boys. Most of them were quiet, edgy, morose, and many of them drank tremendously and lived only for the day. They lacked the sweeping horizons and large dreams of most boys their age. The replacements arrived excited and eager to perform, but that usually lasted less than a week. Soon they, too, had that look. One evening, Ben Smith joined a volleyball game in progress. It was the strangest thing he had ever experienced. No one laughed, no one shouted, no one made a sound. The entire game was played in silence. On the oil runs to Merseburg, the bombing seemed as random as the game of life and death in the exploding shrapnel. How could you destroy a target you could not see? The sky over Leuna was so dark from flak, German smoke pots, and exploding oil tanks that we had no idea how close our bombs came to the target, Tom Landry recalled. Post-war Air Force studies would show that the 2 most difficult industrial targets to hit in the European theater of operations were the 2 largest, synthetic oil plants and oil refineries. Only 29% of the bombs aimed at Leuna on clear days landed inside the plant gates. On radar raids, the number dropped to 5.1%. 1 in 7 of the bombs failed to explode, mostly because of bad fuses, and 1 in 10 fell on decoy installations or on open ground. Accuracy was compromised by bad weather, human and mechanical error, and stiff enemy defenses, more heavy guns than were used to protect cities like Munich and Frankfurt. On many missions, a sky full of bombers failed to kill or injure a single worker in a mammoth oil plant. After the first raid on Leuna killed 126 workers, plant managers built more and stronger air raid shelters. In 21 subsequent raids, only 175 additional workers were killed. Plant equipment was even better protected than plant workers. Storage tanks were lined with reinforced concrete, and compressors and other vital moving machinery were protected by ingeniously constructed blast walls that were impervious to the 250 to 300-pound bombs favored by the Americans. On even the most successful missions, only 1 to 2% of American bombs fell on essential plant machinery. These lucky hits did almost no damage. The RAF visited Leuna less frequently than the 8th, but caused more destruction to storage tanks and major structures, with 2,000 and 4,000-pound bombs capable of penetrating blast walls. American bomb experts continued to insist that it was more effective to use lighter bombs in greater numbers than to drop the big cookies favored by Bomber Harris. This miscalculation cost lives. American air crews had to repeatedly return to the same target in order to destroy it, a practice that would have horrified Curtis LeMay, who was now in the Far East commanding crews flying the new B-29 superfortresses. Dropping lighter bombs also made the work of German firefighting crews easier. The fires were less intense and didn't last as long, and Leunä's firefighting force of 5,000 men and women had little trouble putting them out. Repairs were more difficult, but at the beginning of the bombing, manageable. After the first American raids on the oil plants, Speer appointed Edmund Geilenberg, his trusted deputy, to a newly created post, Commissioner General for Emergency Measures. His instructions could not have been more explicit. The successful prosecution of the war, he was told, depended upon the reconstruction of these plants. Geilenberg used his dictatorial powers over labor requisition to rush repair crews to stricken plants. In Berlin, the word was everything for oil. But in pulling workers from the aircraft and munitions industry, along with 7,000 engineers from the armed forces, he weakened other parts of the German war machine. By the late fall of 1944, Geilenberg had assembled a labor army of 350,000 just for oil repairs. In all, Germany had almost 1.5 million persons assigned to air raid defense and repairs, a diversion of manpower that had a grievous impact on war production. For most of the summer, a combination of foul weather and other bombing priorities prevented the 8th Air Force from conducting frequent follow-up raids on oil facilities. This gave Geilenberg time to get the plants back into production, if only at a fraction of their former capacity. Working at a furious pace and under extreme discipline, Geilenberg's crews were able to restore smaller hydrogenation plants to almost full production in 4 to 6 weeks. This usually gave the plant a 2-week period of production before the next airstrike and the next cycle of repairs. Later in the summer, air attacks were timed to coincide with the resumption of production, which was learned by more frequent air reconnaissance. Air Force operations officers made another correction. To adjust for bombing inaccuracy, the 8th began saturating the plants with explosives, hoping for a few fortunate hits. This was the big breakthrough. This was how the German oil industry was eventually disabled for good, by relentless carpet bombing that caused simultaneous damage to a number of plants. One plant after another would be mortally wounded. But a plant would be wounded not by a single blow to one of its vital organs, its gas compressors or gas purification plants, but by successive attacks on its electrical grid, its nervous system, and on its gas and water mains, its veins and arteries, parts of the interconnected plant organism without which it could not function. It was a race, as Speer put it, between concrete and bombs. By the end of the summer, the steadily accumulating effects of bomb damage began to overwhelm the repair forces, keeping down the average monthly output to 9% of plant capacity. And the effect on chemical products was just as bad, Speer said after the war. Bombing raids were taking such a toll on the piping systems in the chemical plants, Speer reported, that direct hits were no longer required to do extensive damage. Merely the shock of bombs exploding in the vicinity caused leaks everywhere. Repairs were almost impossible. The result was a slow-paced slaughter of the plants. An air force created for precision bombing won its greatest victory by carpet bombing. Victory in the Battle of Leuna would cost the 8th Air Force 1,280 airmen. Although Leuna would experience a brief revival in the early autumn, the summer attacks damaged the plant irretrievably. A strangulating Allied naval blockade had helped bring down Germany in World War I. A quarter of a century later, Allied bombers imposed an aerial oil blockage on Germany, one that eventually finished off the already diminished Luftwaffe and seriously curtailed the mobility of the army. After June 1944, German production of aviation fuel for the remainder of the war was 197,000 tons, little more than a month's supply in the period before the raids. And by September, oil imports from Romania had been stopped. In raids that cost it 230 heavy bombers, the 15th Air Force, aided by the RAF, had reduced the output of the main Ploiești fields by 90% by the time the Red Army occupied the smoking ruins of the oil monolith on August 30th, 1944. In these raids from primitive bases in southern Italy, the 15th suffered a far higher loss rate than the 8th throughout the summer of 1944. The heroism of the crews of the 15th Air Force received only back-page coverage in the American press. The 8th, the darling of news reporters from the big papers stationed in London, captured the headlines. This led the airmen of the 15th to compose a ditty, sung to the tune of As Time Goes By. It's still the same old story. The 8th gets all the glory, while we go out to die. The fundamental things apply, as flak goes by. Auschwitz. That summer, the 15th Air Force was also pounding oil targets in southern Poland. On July 7th, it attacked Blechhammer, a petroleum facility 40 miles northwest of Auschwitz, and on August 20th, it made the first of 3 raids on the IG Farben synthetic oil and rubber plant near Monowitz, a prison camp that supplied the Farben works with slave labor. Monowitz Buna, as it was called, was part of the enormous Auschwitz concentration camp complex and was located less than 5 miles from the camp's main murder mill, Auschwitz II, or Birkenau, site of the gas chambers and crematoria. It was the practice to brief bomber groups to steer clear of prisoner of war and concentration camps, recalled Milt Groban, a radar navigator bombardier on the August 20th mission. Air Force target selection officers did not want their crews to kill or injure innocent soldiers and citizens held captive by the Nazis. Neither Groban nor anyone else on that August mission knew that Auschwitz was Hitler's most notorious extermination camp. Nor did the crews know that Jewish leaders and resistance groups in Europe were at that time pressuring the governments of Great Britain and the United States to bomb the murder machinery at Birkenau. Had this been done, and had thousands of prisoners been killed, it would have been one of the great moral controversies of the war. As it was, the eventual decision not to bomb Birkenau sparked a heated public debate that shows no signs of abating. In May 1944, Nazi leaders in Hungary, led by Adolf Eichmann, head of the Jewish section of the SS, began to round up and ship to Auschwitz the entire Jewish population of the country. The Nazis had already murdered over 5 million European Jews, and Auschwitz was one of only 2 killing camps that remained in operation in Poland. Information about the Hungarian deportations, along with the summary of a detailed report of conditions inside Auschwitz compiled by 2 recent escapees, reached London and Washington in June and early July. This led Jewish and resistance groups with offices in London to implore the British government to bomb the rail connections between Hungary and Auschwitz, along with the crematoria and gas chambers at Birkenau. By the first week of July, 434,000 Hungarian Jews had been sent to Auschwitz, and nearly 90% of them had been murdered. An aroused Churchill, who considered Hitler's final solution the greatest and most horrible crime ever committed in the whole history of the world, instructed his air staff to look into the feasibility of bombing the gas chambers. Bombing the railway lines from Budapest to Auschwitz would have little effect, for they could be quickly repaired, but bombing the camp itself, an extreme measure, might persuade the puppet government in Hungary to end the mass deportations. On July 15th, after a less than systematic study, the Secretary of State for Air, Archibald Sinclair, reported that the distance was too great for the attack to be carried out at night. But Sinclair proposed to have the proposition put to the Americans to see if they are prepared to try. He added, however, that he was very doubtful indeed whether, when they have examined it, the Americans will think it possible. He was right. Appeals from European underground groups to bomb the camp and the rail lines leading to it had already been conveyed to the American War Department by representatives in Switzerland of the War Refugee Board, established by Roosevelt to aid Jewish victims of the Nazis. Assistant Secretary of War John J. McCloy, in charge of relations between the civilian community and the American military, maintained that bombing the camp would involve a diversion of considerable air support essential to the success of our forces now engaged in decisive operations. McCloy's response was in line with official War Department policy that the most effective relief which can be given victims of enemy persecution is to ensure the speedy defeat of the Axis. Over 200,000 British and American soldiers and airmen were in German prison camps, yet no plans had been made to liberate them. The official American policy was that all rescue operations should be the direct result of military operations conducted with the objective of defeating the armed forces of the enemy. McCloy claimed then and later that summer that a mission to Auschwitz would be an 8th Air Force operation, a highly risky, round-trip flight unescorted of approximately 2,000 miles over enemy territory. He was wrong about this. The actual distance was 1,540 miles, and fighter planes would have escorted the bombers to the target. McCloy failed to mention that the 15th Air Force had begun conducting systematic bombing operations in Upper Silesia, in the near vicinity of Auschwitz. Nor did he note, or perhaps he did not know, that on August 2nd, the day that Karl Spaatz first heard about the request to bomb the camp from Britain's Deputy Chief of Air Staff, Norman H. Bottomley, he had been most sympathetic. The 8th Air Force could conceivably have carried out the mission from newly operational bases within easy range of Auschwitz. That June, it had begun to fly shuttle missions to the Soviet Union under the code name Frantic. Leaving from England, bombers hit targets deep inside the Reich and, instead of returning home, proceeded to airfields provided by Stalin near Kiev in the Ukraine. From there, they were able to strike targets in Eastern Europe and fly south to Italy, and then, after rest and refueling, back to England, conducting bombing operations on every leg of the journey. But Stalin had tight control over what the fortresses on Operation Frantic bombed, and he made sure that they concentrated on targets that directly aided the Red Army's summer offensive. These bases were also vulnerable to Luftwaffe attacks, for Soviet air defenses in the area were not vigilant. On the night of June 21st, Luftwaffe bombers illuminated the airfield at Poltava, Russia, with flares and dropped 110 tons of bombs, destroying or damaging 69 of the 114 fortresses and igniting the enormous stocks of aviation fuel the Americans had previously brought into Russia. The Luftwaffe returned on the following night and hit the other two Frantic bases. So, if a mission had been approved to Auschwitz, Spaatz would have called on the heavies of the 15th Air Force, flying from the risk-free fields in Foggia, Italy, 640 miles from the camp. A formation of heavies from the 15th would have had no trouble reaching Auschwitz, but could it have accomplished its objective without a prohibitive loss of aircrew or prisoners? New research by air power historians familiar with bombing operations in Europe indicates that the camp's killing machinery could have been put out of operation, although perhaps not with one decisive blow. It may have taken up to 4 separate missions to destroy the 4 heavily constructed crematoria and gas chambers, and the bombers would have needed clear skies to have had any hope of hitting their targets without inadvertently bombing the prisoners' barracks, which were located dangerously close to the gas chambers. Like almost all other raids on industrial targets, and this was an industrial target, a murder mill for creating and then disposing of corpses, these strikes, as Air Force historian Richard G. Davis points out, would have had to be spread out over a number of weeks in order to confuse enemy defenses, assess bomb damage by photo reconnaissance, and adjust mission planning to take into consideration changes in enemy defenses. If the raids had begun in July 1944, the earliest feasible time they could have begun because of Allied air power's complete commitment to the Normandy invasion and the time it would have taken for the American government to reach a decision and have its airmen develop a plan of attack, the 15th would not have been able to complete the job until sometime in September. By then, all the Hungarian Jews at Auschwitz had been murdered. Camp officials, however, continued to import and slaughter Jews from all over Europe until Himmler ordered Auschwitz's gassing machinery dismantled in November to prevent it from being discovered by the Red Army. So the bombing still might have saved lives. American flyers would have been lost in these operations, for the IG Farben plant had anti-aircraft guns capable of reaching planes flying over Auschwitz. But the greatest risk would have been to the prisoners. That summer, the 15th Air Force had a commendable accuracy record by the standards of the time. Nonetheless, high-altitude bombing, as we know, was imprecise. Even a slight error by a lead bombardier could have been catastrophic. And after the first raid, the SS would likely have moved prisoners closer to or even inside the crematoria and gas chambers to discourage further bombing. And who can claim with certainty that if the gas chambers had been destroyed, the SS would not have been able to rebuild them, using slave labor right there in the camp, or perhaps that the Nazis might have resorted to killing the prisoners by other means. Up to 1.5 million Jews had been murdered by rifle squads before the widespread use of gas chambers. Would the Nazis have stopped the killing because of a few bombing raids? These are unanswerable questions. All that can be said with certainty is that bombing Auschwitz would have been a difficult and dangerous operation, with lives of airmen and inmates at risk. Nonetheless, it could have been done. But should it have been done? Was such a raid advisable in the larger context of the war? The Hungarian Jews were sent to their deaths at a pivotal moment in the war for the Western Allies, during the planning and execution of Operation Overlord, the battle to liberate France, the attacks on V-weapon sites, and the beginning of the hugely important oil offensive. At the time, it was believed that these operations held the promise of ending the war by the opening of winter. Was it prudent at that time to divert American heavy bombers from their main military objectives? McCloy thought not, nor did Spotz's second-in-command, Frederick Anderson. But by historian Richard Davis's calculations, 4 missions flown against Auschwitz would have diverted only about 7% of the 15th's bombers from the oil offensive. And when air commanders were ordered that September to make a similar diversion from strategic bombing, a mission of mercy they considered both costly and hopeless, they saluted and obeyed. On August 1, 1944, partisan forces in Warsaw, encouraged by Russian radio to believe the Red Army's furious summer offensive would carry across the Vistula to their city, rose against their Nazi occupiers. But meeting stiff resistance, the Russians halted their offensive in the suburbs of Warsaw, on the east bank of the Vistula, and Stalin did not renew it for another 6 months. Meanwhile, for 60 days the Poles waged an unequal conflict, fighting house to house, mostly with grenades and Molotov cocktails against heavily reinforced SS troops. Churchill, overriding the strenuous objections of his air commanders, ordered an airdrop of food and guns. The missions were flown by volunteers, many of them Poles, from British bases in Italy, not far from Foggia, and the crews suffered heavy losses. The Prime Minister pressured a wavering Roosevelt to support the supply drop, and then persuaded Stalin to allow American bombers that had been designated to drop supplies into Warsaw to land at frantic bases in the Ukraine. On the morning of September 18th, a formation of 107 fortresses left England and dropped over 1,200 containers of food, weapons, and medical supplies into the stricken city. But with the Nazis in control of most of Warsaw, over 3/4 of the containers fell into their hands. The mission was tremendously important for Polish morale, however, and a strong sign of moral concern for their impossible plight. Roosevelt ordered another frantic airlift, but on October 2nd, Stalin withdrew permission for Americans to use frantic bases to support a rebellion he considered dangerous to his own interests, an uprising led by anti-communist forces tied to the Polish government in exile in London. A few days later, the Polish rebellion was crushed. There was little left of Warsaw when the Russians entered it in January 1945. Stalin could also have used his tactical air force to bomb Auschwitz, which was only 100 miles from Soviet front lines in early August 1944, a fact largely ignored in the debate over the bombing of Auschwitz. But the Great Patriotic War was fought to save Russia, not the Jews. When the Red Army entered Warsaw in January, it was a dead city, and when it arrived at Auschwitz that same month, its soldiers found only 8,000 or so starving, frostbitten survivors. Why were the Warsaw Poles supported and not the Jews at Auschwitz? At the time, the Poles had what the Jews did not, a government in London, one with influence on Churchill. While anti-Semitism in the government bureaucracies of Britain and the United States surely figured in the decision not to push the issue of the bombing with the urgency it deserved, the reason the Poles got their airlift was because they had more political clout than the Jews. As a survivor of Auschwitz recalled, it was not that the Jews didn't matter, they didn't matter enough. If the Dutch had been marked for slaughter, or if it had been learned that thousands of Allied airmen were being exterminated at Auschwitz, would Britain and America have failed to act with resolve? In the summer of 1944, bombing had saved lives. On July 2nd, Spots had ordered a massive raid on military targets in the greater Budapest area, raids totally unconnected with the deportations. Many of the bombs fell into the city at the very moment that the Allies, neutral Sweden, and the Vatican were bringing heavy diplomatic pressure on the Hungarian government to end the massacres then taking place. Roosevelt himself issued strongly worded threats to the Hungarian government and appealed to the Hungarian people to help Jews escape and record the evidence of racial crimes for later retribution. The puppet government, which was already deeply divided about cooperating with the SS, saw the bombing, erroneously, as the first of a possible series of reprisal raids on Budapest. On July 7th, Admiral Miklos Horthy, the Hungarian regent, stood up to Eichmann and ordered an end to the deportations, saving the lives of some 300,000 Jews still in country. With Auschwitz, however, there was the sensitive issue of killing innocents. The writer and Auschwitz survivor Elie Wiesel wrote that when the camp was hit by stray American bombs on September 13, 1944, we were not afraid. Every bomb that fell filled us with joy. But other survivors said they owe their lives to the Allied decision not to bomb. What about the bomber boys? It would be hard to find many veterans of the 8th and 15th Air Forces who believed that Auschwitz should have been bombed. "We would only have been helping Hitler," said 8th Air Force navigator Louis Lovsky. Rosie Rosenthal agreed. After participating in Cobra, when American soldiers died under American bombs, he knew that a raid on Auschwitz could have been an even greater calamity. Milt Groban, an observant Jew, said he would have considered himself a traitor to his people had he dropped bombs on Birkenau, killing some now to save some later. The most unfortunate thing for America's moral reputation is not that Auschwitz was not bombed, people of conscience are on both sides of the issue, but that the War Department never asked the Air Force to study the feasibility of the operation. The question of whether it was possible for the Americans to bomb Auschwitz successfully was left instead to historians to ponder and debate years later, when lives were no longer at stake. When on October 3rd, the head of the War Refugee Board, John W. Paley, passed along another recommendation that Auschwitz be bombed, this one from the Polish government in exile, General Spots was informed by cable, but not instructed to take action. This was the only time the War Department sent a proposal to bomb Auschwitz to an Air Force official in the European theater. General Frederick Anderson cautioned Spots to give no encouragement to the project. The bombing, he said, would not improve the condition of the prisoners, and there is also the possibility of some of the bombs landing on the prisoners. In that event, the Germans would be provided with a fine alibi for any wholesale massacre that they might perpetrate. There is no record of Spots's reply, but he was not the one to make the decision. "The President could do it. No one else could," McCloy said in an interview with the Washington Post in 1983. And there is no reliable record that anyone close to Roosevelt, including McCloy, ever brought the bombing issue to his attention. If someone had reached the president with the idea, he surely would have opposed it. His overriding objective in Europe was to defeat Hitler and bring the boys home. It was like the Civil War, said 8th Air Force navigator Paul Slaughter. Winning was more important to Lincoln than anything else. When slaves were freed, it was almost always in the course of strategically important military operations in enemy territory, and that's how the Nazi killing camps were found and the survivors freed. Roosevelt may have been right, but bombing Auschwitz could conceivably have saved thousands of lives and would have sent a resounding message from America that the destruction of the Jews would not go ignored or unpunished. The Fatal Trap. Karl Spaatz left no record of how he felt about the bombing of Auschwitz. His overwhelming concern that summer was his oil offensive, which ultra-intercepts indicated was achieving immense results. That August, Albert Speer admitted to the Japanese ambassador to Berlin that, for the first time, Wehrwirtschaftlich, war economy raids, which might deal a real fatal blow to Germany, had begun. Shortages began cropping up everywhere in the Reich, disrupting military operations against the two gigantic land forces converging on Germany from east and west. That August, the German army had abandoned fuel-starved tanks and motor vehicles all over France in its retreat from the Falaise pocket, and the Luftwaffe was forced to close down most of its training schools. Air cadets were sent to the infantry, and instructors went on active duty at fields close to the oil plants. The new pilots would be unequal opponents for American fighter jockeys flying Mustangs powered by 100-octane gasoline, fuel that gave their already superior planes additional range and acceleration. 10 years earlier, Jimmy Doolittle had persuaded his employer, Shell Oil, to begin manufacturing the new experimental 100-octane gasoline and had pressured the military to procure airplane engines that used it. This summer is like a nightmare from which there is no awakening, Luftwaffe pilot Heinz Knoche wrote in his diary. On nearly every mission, his brave squadron lost 5 pilots. For his air commanders to order battered old crates to meet thundering formations of American fighters was, he grimly concluded, nothing less than murder. Knoche and his comrades were fighting not just the Allied air forces, but the world's only industrial and oil superpower, the United States of America, a nation that produced more oil than all the other countries on Earth combined. From Pearl Harbor until the end of the war, the Allied nations consumed almost 7 billion barrels of oil. More than 6 billion of that came from America, along with 90% of the world's 100-octane gasoline. This is a war of engines and octanes. Joseph Stalin offered a toast at a banquet in Churchill's honor. I drink to the American auto industry and the American oil industry. With the fuel shortage unbearable, in Adolf Gallant's words, the German Air Force was caught in a fatal trap. Forced to defend the oil plants that supplied its fuel, it lacked the fuel to defend them adequately. The countries at war with Germany and Japan controlled 90% of the world's natural oil output. The Axis states controlled 3% of the output. It was these disparities that had driven Germany and Japan to wars of conquest in Russia and Southeast Asia, to take from others what they lacked. When they both ran desperately low on oil, Japan as a result of an Allied naval blockade and Germany as a result of an Allied aerial blockade, they could not win the world war they had begun. For Germany, this became apparent when the fuel shortages produced by the summer bombing began to directly affect the army. From July 1944 to the end of the war, the Wehrmacht was denied a sufficient flow of both fuel and ammunition. By early September 1944, supplies of methanol, the main constituent of hexogen, an extremely powerful explosive, had dropped drastically, and so had nitric acid and synthetic rubber production. In order to stretch dwindling supplies of explosives, finished shell cases containing 20% rock salt were being shipped to the front. The accelerated Allied bombing program was hurting the German economy in other ways as well. By this point in the war, up to 1/3 of German artillery production, 1/3 of the output of the optical industry, and 2/3 of the production of radar and signals equipment was devoted to anti-aircraft defenses, and these defenses consumed 1/5 of all ammunition produced. In addition, approximately 2 million workers were involved in anti-aircraft defense, either at the guns or in work crews that repaired bomb damage to factories and cities. The combined effects of direct destruction and the diversion of resources denied German forces approximately half their battlefront weapons and equipment in 1944, concluded historian Richard Avery. In trying to protect the industries that produced the oil and explosives the Wehrmacht depended upon to survive and fight, Speer was forced to deprive it of manpower and equipment it badly needed. Here was another fatal trap. In the summer of 1944, the Luftwaffe lost an average of 300 aircraft per week, most of them on the eastern and western fronts. But unknown to the Allies, new units were being formed, and Speer and Galland had reason to believe they would be used not at the fronts, but over the oil plants. Speer had pushed hard for this new policy in his August report to the Führer on the state of the oil industry. If the attacks on the chemical industry continue in the same strength and with the same precision in September as in August, the output of the chemical industry will drop still further, and the last stocks will be consumed. This means that those materials which are necessary for the continuation of a modern war will be lacking in the most important fields. There remains only one possibility, and this only with a large amount of luck, he told Hitler. Two things would have to occur almost simultaneously. Bad weather would have to set in over Europe for at least 3 weeks, and the Luftwaffe would have to use that breathing space to strengthen itself to the point where it was able to inflict heavier losses on the enemy and to hinder the compact carpet bombardments by splitting up the bomber formations. The Luftwaffe must be ready for this last great strike by the middle of September at the latest. It must throw into this undertaking all its best personnel, its flying instructors, and its most successful fighter pilots. If this course is taken, it will, if successful, mean the beginning of a new Air Force, or it will mean the end of the German Air Force. That fall, Speer got the bad weather he needed to repair some vital oil plants and increase the production of aviation gas for the new Luftwaffe fighter fleet, over 3,000 aircraft he had been building at his hidden production plants, many of them underground. And Speer and Galland believed they had persuaded Hitler to commit this fighter arm to the defense of the homeland. But before the 8th Air Force met the rearmed Luftwaffe in the skies over Germany, it was forced to address what appeared to be a severe morale problem within its own ranks. That summer, Hap Arnold had begun receiving reports that a disturbing number of his bomber crews were landing in the neutral countries of Switzerland and Sweden, not because their planes were in trouble and could not make it home, but because the airmen wanted release from the war. Chapter 12. Prisoners of the Swiss. The Swiss government's holding of American flyers as hostages, and their reason for doing so, was one of the best-kept secrets of World War II. Donald Arthur Waters, pilot, The Bloody Hundredth. Switzerland, March 18, 1944. It was a hazy day with broken cloud cover as Hell's Kitchen, a B-24 Liberator of the 44th Bomb Group, headed east toward Lake Constance, part of the border between Germany and neutral Switzerland. Hell's Kitchen was in trouble. Hit by exploding flak over Friedrichshafen, on the enemy side of the lake, it was down to 2 engines, with gas gushing from the left wing tanks. The plane was 1,000 miles from East Anglia and had no chance of making it there. Dropping out of formation, Lieutenant George D. Telford told his crew he was going to try to land the plane somewhere in Switzerland. That morning at the squadron briefing, Telford had been told that if his plane was fatally damaged over the target, he could fly towards Swiss airspace and request permission to land. The only thing he knew about Switzerland was that other crews from his bomb division had landed there and never returned. As Hell's Kitchen approached the Swiss border, 19-year-old flight engineer Daniel Culler, flying his 25th and final mission, spotted 4 Me-109s closing in on them. Sergeant Culler was scared. His gun turret was not functioning properly, and he hated aerial combat. A small-town Indiana boy, he was raised as a pacifist by his widowed mother, a devout Quaker. But after Pearl Harbor, he had decided that his duty to his country preceded his vow of nonviolence, and persuaded his anguished mother to sign his enlistment papers. He had needed her signature because he was not yet 18. Up to then, the only creature he had killed was a rabbit he shot to put food on his meat-starved family's table. Culler was so sensitive about taking lives that he sometimes cried when Hell's Kitchen's bombs were released. At those times, I never saw an enemy, but a fellow human being. Yet he had flown and fought courageously, feeling morally obligated to fight oppression. As he and his fellow gunners prepared to open up on the fighters, Lieutenant Telford called out over the intercom that they had Swiss markings, 2 white crosses, on their sides. They were apparently German-built planes flown by Swiss pilots. Everyone was to hold fire, but stay at the ready. An English-speaking pilot made radio contact with Hell's Kitchen and ordered Telford to lower the landing gear, or else his plane would be shot down. At that point, the bombardier destroyed the top-secret Norden bomb site, and the radio operator disabled the radio and tore up the code book. Dan Culler threw the pieces out the waist window and began devising a plan to set the plane on fire as soon as it landed. Knowing next to nothing about the Swiss, but having heard a rumor that they traded damaged Allied planes to the Germans for fighter aircraft, he wanted to make sure that Hell's Kitchen would not end up in enemy hands. The moment Hell's Kitchen touched down at Dubendorf, just outside Geneva, Culler went to the rear of the plane and hid above the wing section near the spot where the large fuel lines converged and were exposed. He planned to cut the lines with a rusty pocket knife, switch on the fuel pump, and set the bomber on fire with a flare gun as soon as the rest of the crew was out of harm's way. As he began cutting the largest hose, and the gas started to spray all over him, he noticed that the tanks on the damaged wing had been completely ruptured by the plane's jarring landing. The entire wing was saturated with gasoline. All he had to do was fire a flare into the vapors. After the rest of the crew had left the plane from the open doors of the bomb bay, Culler walked out onto the catwalk in the bomb bay and prepared to jump from the plane and fire the pistol. Just then a strong hand grabbed hold of one of his feet and pulled him to the ground. Culler had an iron grip on the flare gun and was ready to fire when someone else dropped his full body weight on the arm holding the gun and tore it from his hand. Culler saw that the men holding him down were Swiss soldiers, and that they had probably saved his life. I was covered with gasoline. If the gun had gone off, not only would the plane have been blown to bits, but I would have turned into a human torch. With a Swiss rifle pointed to my head and 3 soldiers holding me down, I looked around and saw Swiss guards with rifles pointed at all of us. It didn't look like a friendly place to me. 15 other American bombers landed safely or crash-landed in Switzerland that day. Culler saw several of the bombers that came into Dubendorf after Hell's Kitchen, and all of them, he later recalled, were in bad shape. Although he did not know it, some of them had been fired on by Swiss pilots and flak gunners. This was not unusual. Over the course of the war, the Swiss would kill at least 20 RAF and 16 American airmen and injure a large number of others. In all, the Swiss attacked at least 21 of the 168 American bombers that intentionally landed in the country, even though most of them showed unmistakable signs of combat damage or distress. By the end of the summer of 1944, over 1,000 American flyers would be in Swiss hands, held under military guard and forbidden from leaving the country for the duration of the war. Nearly 1,000 more would be interned in neutral Sweden. The story of these flyers is one of the darker secrets of World War II. The Nazi radio propagandist William Joyce, known to British listeners as Lord Haw Haw due to his accent, claimed that American bomber boys were landing in Sweden and Switzerland with their golf clubs and skis. "We had heard tales of swanky resort hotels, drinking fine wines, eating good food, and dating bad girls," American airman Leroy Newby recalled his wartime impressions of Switzerland. The Swiss government confirmed that the downed airmen were being held in resort hotels, and rumors flew that many planes were landing with nary a scratch on their paintwork. In August 1944, Collier's magazine ran a lavish photo spread showing beaming American flyboys skiing, biking, and drinking champagne at Stockholm night spots with ravishing Swedish blondes. Alarm bells began going off at Air Force headquarters in Washington when reports came in that in July alone 45 American bombers and one Mustang had found refuge in Switzerland. General Hap Arnold had been fuming about American landings in neutral countries since the previous March and April, at the height of the 8th Air Force's climactic battle with the Luftwaffe. Now he sent a steaming message to TUI Spots, claiming he had substantial evidence that large numbers of American bombers had landed in neutral countries without indication of serious battle damage or mechanical failure or shortage of fuel. There was also, he charged, confirmation from American diplomatic personnel in Sweden who had interviewed interned crews that the landings were intentional evasions of further combat service. It took a lot to unhinge the even-tempered Carl Spaatz, but this letter did it. In language that bordered on insubordination, he told Arnold that both he and Ira Eaker, head of Allied air operations in the Mediterranean theater, resent the implication that these crews are cowards, are low in morale, or lack the will to fight. Such is a base slander against the most courageous group of fighting men in this war. Arnold, not known for his equanimity, was overreacting. In his memo to Spaatz, he had inflated the amount of evidence he had in front of him from diplomatic personnel in Sweden. His suspicions were based on a single letter from the American consul in Göteborg, William W. Corcoran, a notoriously erratic man. Corcoran accused American airmen interned in that country of a complete lack of patriotism and an eagerness to avoid additional military service by any means possible. These reckless charges had fueled Arnold's concern that the recent landings in neutral countries were a symptom of a greater problem, a dangerous deterioration in crew morale brought on by fatigue and heavy losses. Even before he had written Spaatz, Arnold had set in motion 3 independent investigations, 2 of them to interview interned crews and examine American aircraft being held by the Swedes and the Swiss, the other, conducted by a member of headquarters staff, to study combat crew morale in the entire European theater of operations. While these investigations were going forward that August, Arnold received a communiqué from Brigadier General Barnwell Rhett Legge, the military attaché at the U.S. legation in Bern, that should have tipped him off about the real situation in Switzerland. Legge claimed that he was having problems trying to dissuade the airmen that Arnold accused of trying to sit out the war in Switzerland from escaping in droves from their benevolent hosts and returning, at great personal risk, to England with the help of the French underground. Why were these airmen fleeing their supposedly comfortable confinement in Alpine resorts? And why was General Legge trying to stop them? These should have been the questions Arnold was asking. Had Air Force investigators looked more closely into internment conditions in Switzerland, they would have found a festering morale crisis, although hardly the kind Arnold suspected. Of the 1,740 American airmen kept in Switzerland during the war, a number that includes both internees, 1,516 of them, and evaders who landed in enemy territory and found their way into Switzerland, 947 tried to escape, some of them 2 and 3 times. By comparison, approximately 1,400 American bomber boys were interned in Sweden, and although there are no official numbers, very few tried to escape. Getting back to England from Sweden would have been difficult, and they were well treated in the 4 camps set aside for them, all of them run by friendly English-speaking Swedish officers who provided the men with plenty of recreational facilities and periodic passes to Stockholm and other large cities. The Swedish government was under heavy diplomatic pressure from the United States for selling iron to Germany, and hence hastened the repatriation of American flyers, which eliminated any need for the men to risk escape. And when a few impatient flyers did try to flee the country, Swedish officials, fearing American economic sanctions, were reluctant to stop them. This was not the situation in Switzerland. Despite vigorous protests from Secretary of State Cordell Hull, the Swiss refused to begin repatriating American internees until the last few months of the war. The country's military police actively hunted down American flyers making for the border, shooting and wounding a number of them. Most of those who were apprehended were sentenced to indeterminate prison terms, with the compliance of General Legge, who was unofficially in charge of American military internees. Using the threat of court-martial, Legge warned American airmen not to escape. Escape attempts would alienate their hosts, Legge told Spotz's headquarters in England, and slow down the negotiations he was secretly conducting for the airmen's release. But Legge was more concerned with appeasing the Swiss than with freeing the American internees, and when fellow Americans were caught escaping and imprisoned by the Swiss, he monitored their deplorable prison conditions with inexcusable indifference. In the last 2 years of the war, the benevolent hosts of the American airmen threw 187 of them into one of the most abhorrent prison compounds in Europe, a punishment camp run by a sadistic Nazi. One of these unfortunates was Daniel Culler. Alpine Internment. Within an hour after touching down in Switzerland, Culler's crew and other American crews that landed at Dubendorf that afternoon were taken by armed guards to a large auditorium where they were briefed by Swiss officials on the conditions of their confinement. They would be taken by train later that day, they were told, to a special camp in an isolated area in the center of the country where they would be quarantined for 2 weeks and then kept under guard for the remainder of the war. They would be granted liberties, but anyone leaving the confined area without permission would be hunted down and sent to a penitentiary camp. Swiss soldiers were under orders to fire at internees attempting to escape if they failed to heed a halt order. Since Switzerland was a non-belligerent, the airmen were not considered either prisoners of war or evaders. Having entered the country armed and willingly, they were classified as internees. Yet in almost every respect they were treated like prisoners of war, although they were denied many of the rights granted to POWs under the terms of the Geneva Accords. Seeing an American general sitting on the stage next to Swiss officials conducting the briefing in the auditorium at Dubendorf must have encouraged the captured airmen. Surely this was a charade. They were expensively trained American warriors, and their country had people here who would make sure they got back to their squadrons and into the fight again. But General Legge, a corpulent World War I cavalry officer who dressed in jodhpurs and knee-high leather riding boots, concluded the briefing with a stern warning. Men imprisoned for attempting to escape would have no appeal to either the American consulate or the American military attaché. They would be under Swiss law. The internees would be treated well and should exercise patience, said Legge. The war would be over soon, and they would be repatriated. Listening intently, Daniel Culler was confused. The general's warning conflicted with instructions he had received back in England that captured airmen had a duty to try to escape and return to their units. To my mind, even though they called us internees in a neutral country, the fact that they held us here at gunpoint made us prisoners, Culler wrote years later. Sergeant Culler's crew was taken to the main American internment camp at Adelboden, a vacant summer resort 30 miles northeast of Lake Geneva. A single winding road led from the railroad depot at Frutigen to Adelboden. The camp commandant, a blond, blue-eyed officer who reminded Culler of every SS man he had seen in the movies, separated the officers from the enlisted men and assigned each group its quarters. The men were put up in stripped-down resort hotels, where they were kept under constant surveillance. They were treated well, although conditions were far from ideal. The entire country was under strict rationing. Hot water, a luxury in wartime Switzerland, was turned on once every 10 days, and then only for a few hours. Without coal to heat their quarters in cold weather, the men ate their skimpy meals of black bread, potatoes, and watery soup, dressed in their flight suits and gloves. Meat was served only once a week, and was awful, usually blood sausage made from mountain goat. With their meager diets, over half the men developed ailments of the mouth and stomach, and medical and dental care was unavailable except in extreme emergencies. Some men who had been wounded on their last combat mission had to wait months to be admitted to a hospital. Dan Culler landed in Switzerland with a severe case of frostbite, and within days the skin on his feet began to turn black. He was told he would be treated the next time a Swiss army doctor came to Adelboden, but one never showed up. The Swiss, all the while, sent medical teams to assist the Wehrmacht on the Eastern Front. The prevailing problem at Adelboden was boredom, and the prevailing sport was drinking, often to excess. The men could purchase their own alcohol with the small stipends they received in lieu of flight pay from the American legation in Bern, and some of them stayed drunk for days at a time. Books and mail arrived from home, and airmen were allowed to ski on the local slopes and walk into town unescorted, provided they were back in their quarters by dusk. Girls were scarce in tiny Frutigen, but when word spread that young American aviators were filling the cafes, smartly dressed women from Bern and Zurich began frequenting the resort on weekends. Many were married to officers, recalled a wartime resident, but they would come to Adelboden alone and have an adventure. They would meet these young pilots who seemed like they were from another world. Although travel was far more restricted than it was for internees in Sweden, an airman on good behavior might receive a special pass to visit another town if he had a formal invitation from a Swiss family, perhaps the parents of an attractive girl he had met on the local ski slopes. But these high-spirited warriors were out for sex and companionship, not lasting ties. During the entire war, only 2 American internees married Swiss women. And after a while, boredom, Spartan conditions, the growing proximity of Allied armies in France, and what General Legge described as the call to return to battle, fed the urge to flee. The obstacles, however, were daunting. Some of the men took hikes deep into the mountains, escorted by armed guards who acted as guides. It was a storybook landscape, church bells chiming every hour, glacial lakes sparkling like giant jewels in the midday sun, but some men came back so depressed that they had to retire to their rooms. Only a crack mountain climber stood a chance of escaping through the massive alpine peaks that rose, like so many imprisoning walls, around the deep, pine-scented valley. And beyond the impassable ranges, in every direction, lay the Reich. Ever since that experience in Switzerland, I've been of 2 minds about mountains, recalled Airman Martin Andrews. I find them beautiful, but also a little bit oppressive. The guards told Culler that these mountains he loathed prevented their country from being overrun by the German army. They also told him that over 60% of the Swiss population was of German descent, and that many Swiss belonged to local Nazi groups and were not likely to assist an American on the run. These were only half-truths. Swiss neutrality. With its formidable Alpine front and an army of 435,000 troops, organized into spirited local militias, Switzerland would have been difficult to conquer. But Hitler had no need to subdue this Alpine redoubt. He got most of what he wanted from the Swiss by a combination of intimidation and ideological symmetry. Most Swiss citizens supported the Allied cause and opposed a Nazi takeover of their country, yet there were at least 40 fascist and super-patriotic societies in the country, some with cells and chapters in more than 150 communities, most in the predominantly German-speaking cantons. With the active support of SS head Heinrich Himmler and propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels, Berlin funneled money and ideas to many of these pro-Nazi organizations, all of which were aggressively anti-Semitic. The German legation in Bern openly supported a branch of the National Socialist German Workers' Party, which boasted tens of thousands of committed followers. Probably no other country in the whole of Europe, wrote historian Alan Morris Sham, was so thoroughly infested with similar groups in proportion to its population and geographic area. Most of these organizations drew their membership from the working and lower middle class, but the semi-secret Swiss Fatherland Association, Schweizerischer Vaterländischer Verband, was dominated by the powerful troika of political, business, and military leaders who ruled wartime Switzerland. Today, copies of the organization's pro-Nazi, anti-Semitic publications have inexplicably disappeared from every library and scholarly repository in Switzerland. The leading members of the Fatherland Association were chiefly responsible for Switzerland's strong economic ties with Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy. This relationship was sedulously cultivated by the collaborationist president of the Federal Council, the country's 7-person executive branch, Marcel-Édouard Pilet-Golaz, but was rooted in Switzerland's extreme economic vulnerability, its dependence on imports for almost all its fuel and much of its food. Switzerland purchased coal and farm goods from Germany in return for steel. As a neutral, it had a legal right to trade with Germany and Italy, but international law forbade a neutral from supplying war goods almost exclusively to one belligerent nation. The Swiss contravened this decree. Walter Stempfli, a member of the Fatherland Association, organized Swiss industrial production to meet the needs of Hitler's Germany. The leading Swiss banks, Nazi Germany's bankers of choice, helped fund the Third Reich's weapons production, and Swiss industries churned out essential products for the German war machine, including machine tools, aircraft cannons, radio parts, military trucks, freight cars, chemicals, dyes, industrial diamonds, and ball bearings. The gigantic Oerlikon works, headed by Hitler sympathizer Emil Berle, produced 120mm anti-aircraft cannons for the Luftwaffe, and other Oerlikon armaments were in the arsenal of nearly every Wehrmacht unit. The Swiss also built armament factories inside Germany, some of which employed slave labor under SS direction. Dr. Max Huber, president of the International Red Cross, owned several of these plants in southern Germany. In 1942, over 97% of Swiss exports went to the Axis powers or their collaborators. Romanian oil was sent by sea to Italy and transshipped by rail across Switzerland to Germany, as were nickel, copper, and chrome from Turkey and the Balkans. There was also an active trade across Swiss territory between Italy and Germany. Switzerland's rail system, and thus Switzerland itself, effectively belonged to the German Reich, wrote historian Catherine J. Prince, and Nazi thugs deposited in Swiss bank vaults gold ripped from the teeth of concentration camp victims and artwork confiscated from the homes of prominent German Jews who had been shipped to death factories. Switzerland did take in some 200,000 refugees during the war, approximately 28,000 of them Jews, but the Jewish Swiss community and other organizations were charged a head tax to support them, and the Swiss turned down tens of thousands of Jews seeking refuge in their country. Some were arrested and turned over to authorities in Germany and Vichy France. In 1938, Minister of Justice and Police Dr. Heinrich Rothmund suggested to German officials that German Jews have their passports stamped with a red letter J to aid Swiss border guards in identifying them. In its defense, the wartime Swiss government explained to the Allied powers that it was the unwilling prisoner of geography. After the occupation of Vichy France in November 1942, the country was surrounded by the Axis powers. The closest free nation was over 1,000 miles away. Only extraordinary Allied diplomatic pressure and the realization that the Allies would win the war persuaded the government of this 700-year-old democracy to reverse its economic policy in February 1945 and stop the exportation of war-related products to the Third Reich. But in defiance of the Allied demands, the Swiss National Bank continued to receive convoys of looted gold from the Reichsbank. Not until a week before the end of the European War did the Swiss Federal Council outlaw all Nazi Party cells. Finally, in April 1945, the Swiss surrendered, only a week before General Alfred Jodl did, wrote diplomat Dean Acheson, later the U.S. Secretary of State under President Harry Truman. Fearing reprisals or violations of its territorial integrity, the Swiss government permitted the Luftwaffe to set up a rest facility for its pilots at a fashionable hotel in Davos, a sylvan mountain resort. Distressed German fighter planes were also permitted to land on Swiss air bases that regularly fired on incoming Allied aircraft. How neutral can you be? You just wanted to land there and kiss Mother Earth, and they're shooting at you, complained one American airman. But this bomber boy failed to realize that Swiss gunners had a reason to be vigilant, if often excessively so. Flying frequent and spectacularly large bombing missions close to the Swiss border, the American Air Force routinely violated Swiss airspace, hundreds of intrusions, mostly accidental, that angered Hermann Goering, from whom the Swiss had purchased much of their air force. On several occasions during the war, American bombers mistakenly attacked Swiss cities, among them Bern, Basel, and Zurich. The worst accident occurred on April 1, 1944, when the city of Schaffhausen was devastated by 20 B-24 Liberators that had gotten lost in heavy cloud cover. Thinking they were over an enemy city, they unloaded their bombs on the market center, killing 40 civilians and injuring over 100 more. The Swiss government demanded and received a formal apology and reparations, but this did little to assuage the anger of Swiss in the border communities. It is perhaps not an accident of history that the month that Schaffhausen was bombed, Swiss fighters and flak gunners finished off a badly disabled B-17, Little Chub, with 2 engines smoking and its left wheel shot off as it attempted to crash land near Zurich. 6 members of the crew were killed, one of them after he was forced to parachute from 600 feet. The U.S. legation filed a protest, claiming that Swiss fighter aircraft attacked the American plane after the latter had answered the green rocket signal of the Swiss planes by a like signal. The response was curt, mentioning only that the instructions to Swiss Air Corps personnel have in fact already been changed, in part due to this happening. Airmen at Adelboden suffered from the host country's appeasement of Hitler and its rising impatience with Allied air incursions. If Switzerland had been truly neutral, these men and the men in the 2 additional camps set up for American flyers would have been accorded as many liberties as Allied internees were in Sweden, where many of them worked in the Swedish aircraft industry and were quartered in comfortable guest houses. As it was, those airmen who stayed in their camps and waited for the end of the war were rarely mistreated by the Swiss army, but those daring to escape entered a heavily armed country where loyalties were mixed and where soldiers, police, and court officials were ordered to be tough on captured American airmen. The Black Hole of Wildwillermoos. Daniel Culler feared the unknown. Growing up in insular Syracuse, Indiana, he had never wandered more than 30 miles from home. Yet now, all he could think about was escaping into the unknown to rejoin the fight against oppression. His patriotism was so ardent, it seems, in retrospect, contrived. But in shedding his Quaker beliefs to kill for his country, he believed that he had given up any chance of entering heaven. His only hope for the hereafter was that God had created a special place, short of heaven but far from hell, for those who committed licensed murder for a clean cause. The first time Culler escaped, in May 1944, he and 2 companions got lost and nearly died of exposure in the mountain forests along the Italian border. In excruciating pain from the bleeding scabs on his feet, and so sick from accidentally eating poisoned berries that he could barely walk, Culler returned by himself to Adelboden on the same train that he and his companions had taken south to Bellinzona, the largest city on the Italian border. The most amazing part of my escape was that I had traveled more than 500 miles on the Swiss public transportation system, and not one time was I ever questioned or asked for any identification. One of the reasons was that he had been passing through the Italian, not the German, section of the country, where the police were more vigilant. A report from the Swiss Commission of Internees and Hospitalization, issued after the war, offered an additional explanation. We did everything we could to prevent the escape of internees. Unfortunately, our efforts were hampered by the fact that a large part of the population felt honor-bound to help internees escape in any possible manner. After reporting to the commandant at Adelboden, Dan Culler was sentenced to 10 days solitary confinement in the Frutigen jail. His companions, he learned later, were caught by Swiss border guards and imprisoned. After serving his sentence, Culler was taken to a high-security punishment prison called Stafflager Bauwillermoos, or in English, Punishment Camp at the Swamp of Baubil, a village near Lucerne. Culler was never told why he was sent there, or for how long. As he passed through the gates of the prison, his military guard whispered to him, "I'm sorry to bring you to this hellhole. Watch your every step. There are some awful men in here, and you are so young." Bauwillermoos was a closely packed compound of mud-splattered barracks, surrounded by a high barbed wire fence and patrolled by guards with machine guns and attack dogs. Built in 1941, it was a disciplinary camp for lawbreakers and escapees among Switzerland's ballooning population of military internees from nearly a dozen countries. To run it, Swiss authorities could not have chosen a more odious character. Captain André-Henri Beguin, a former officer in the French Foreign Legion, was as corrupt as he was cruel. At the time, he was under investigation by Swiss authorities for adultery, bribery, embezzlement of prison funds, spying for the Germans, and unlawfully wearing a Nazi uniform. While living in Germany before the war, he signed his correspondence Heil Hitler. Grossly overweight, he rarely entered the prison grounds, preferring to run things from behind his desk, where he was occasionally entertained by one of his 4 mistresses, and where he could conveniently confiscate aid packages mailed to inmates. The officers he appointed were as coarse and corrupt as he was. "They treated us like scum," said 8th Air Force Bombardier James Misaraka. The Swiss called this a punishment camp, but it was more like a concentration camp. When guards shoved Dan Culler through the door of Barrack 9, he nearly passed out from the stench. Every Indiana barn he had ever been in smelled better than this place. The wooden floor was covered with filthy straw, which the prisoners slept on and used for toilet paper after they vacated in the miasmic slit trench just outside the front door. What happened to me that night, and many more to follow, was the worst hell any person ever had to endure, Culler wrote in his searing prison memoir. A group of Russian prisoners held him down, stuffed straw in his mouth, and sodomized him repeatedly. Coming from a small farming community, I never heard of men doing to me what they did. I hadn't even been with a girl, except to hold her hand and give her a light kiss on her cheek or mouth. I was bleeding from all the openings of my body, and I prayed to God to take my life from me. He was raped again the next morning and forced to have oral sex with several of his assailants, who stuck sticks in his mouth to pry it open. After being knocked unconscious, he awoke to find blood running down his throat. Too weak to move, and with his hands tied behind his back, he was thrown into the waste ditch outside the barracks. When I finally came to my senses, I crawled from the ditch and tried to wipe myself with straw. I noticed something was hanging from my rectum, and realizing it was skin from the inside, I tried to push it back in. A few hours later, Culler staggered into Beguin's office, screaming uncontrollably. They all stared at me as though I was some kind of freak, and a sort of nasty grin came across their faces. For the first time in his life, this son of a Quaker minister found himself cursing at another human being. But no one understood him. No one spoke English. Tiring of Culler, André Beguin stood up and pointed toward the door with the riding crop he always carried. His guards promptly tossed Culler out the door. Lying face down on the dirt path, Culler prayed that the free-roaming guard dogs would finish him off. Within days, Culler's entire body was covered with boils from the lice and rats in the feces-contaminated straw. The rapes continued and became more violent. He began to vomit blood and an unknown yellow substance, and he developed chronic bloody diarrhea. When a British sergeant major visited the camp to check on the English prisoners, Culler asked him why the Red Cross had not come to inspect this place, why he was being held without trial, and why had the American military attaché in Bern, General Legge, not been informed of his imprisonment. On a later visit, the sergeant major told Culler that he had intervened on the Americans' behalf to the British authorities in Bern, but had been told that General Legge refused to believe that the Swiss had a place like Wilhelmus, and that his official position was that if an American airman tried to escape, he should be subject to Swiss punishment. In Culler's mind, the country he fought for was abandoning him, and Switzerland, the nation that was sending Red Cross representatives to monitor conditions in German prisoner-of-war camps, was not interested in visiting a medieval-like holding pen less than 100 miles from the Red Cross's international headquarters in Geneva. There isn't any abuse at Wilhelmus, an International Red Cross inspection report noted, but on the contrary, strict control on the part of the commandant of the camp. There was iron discipline, said a Swiss major, who looked into conditions at Wilhelmus. But this was necessary. And Began, he added, was the dream man to direct a camp of this type. The officious Swiss officer concluded his report with the highest praise he thought he could offer. The camp documents, he said, were kept in perfect order. Later that year, when General Legge finally learned about Wilhelmus, he was at first unmoved. Instead of intervening to help the increasing number of American flyers who were being held there, he used the punishment prison's very existence to discourage further escapes. Under his signature, he issued a bulletin for the attention of all American Air Force internees in the country, warning them that anyone attempting to escape will receive no support from me against punitive action by the Swiss internment authorities, which will be 5 to 6 months' detention at Camp Wilhelmus. Unknown to the airmen, Legge, under pressure from the State Department, had begun negotiating for the mass repatriation of all American internees, and constant escapes were hindering his efforts. Late in the war, he also made several formal protests to the Swiss government about the deplorable conditions at Wilhelmus, where dozens of American airmen were being held incommunicado without trial for indefinite periods. This in no way excuses his refusal to personally visit Wilhelmus, or his failure, earlier in the war, to make closer inquiries about its existence. When Culler was finally taken from Wilhelmus and given his day in court, he discovered that Swiss justice was a mockery. The military court proceeding was conducted entirely in German, and when it was over, Culler was handed an English translation of the transcript. He would be sent back to Wilhelmus without medical treatment and for an unstated period of time. The transcript did not contain a single word of his oral testimony describing his rape and the conditions inside the prison. The final indignity was a bill Culler received for 18 francs, compensation for the court's time and trouble. Back in prison, Culler was tormented by a loud ringing in his ears, the result of beatings suffered at the hands of the Russians. They had been transferred, but sitting alone in a corner of the barracks, wrapped in a thin blanket, Dan Culler felt he was losing his mind. "The last I remember at Wilhelmus, I was acting like a madman, trying to stuff straw down my throat so I could not breathe." As he began to lose consciousness, he heard the British sergeant major shouting orders at 2 Swiss guards who were trying to revive him. After that, everything went black. Later, the sergeant major told him that the British government in Bern, at his insistence, had gotten a Swiss diplomatic official to sign a paper demanding that Culler receive immediate medical treatment. Dan Culler woke up in a Swiss military hospital, and after a few days he was transferred to a tuberculosis sanitarium in Davos, near the Austrian border. From there, he escaped to France on September 26, 1944, the way paved for him by his pilot. With the help of Air Force personnel stationed at the Swiss consulate, Lieutenant Telford paid some Swiss operatives to orchestrate his entire crew's escape and hand them over to the Maquis. As they crossed the border on foot, Swiss guards opened fire on them, wounding Telford in the ankle. The Telford crew was flown back to London in an 8th Air Force C-47 cargo plane with a group of other internees, English and American, who had recently passed over the border. Carl Spaatz had arranged for the airlift. In August 1944, Spaatz had begun urging Washington to pressure the Swiss to release interned Air Force personnel. He also sent word into Switzerland that airmen would be held to their oath to escape captivity. At this point, American Air Force officers serving in diplomatic positions in Switzerland, as well as members of the U.S. consulate in Zurich, began defying General Legg's orders and actively helping airmen escape. At the instigation of Secretary of State Hull, an underground network was also established by the OSS. Flyers were hidden in the American legation in Bern and then sent to the border in boxcars or ferried across Lake Geneva. Sam Woods, a former Marine pilot who was the American Consul General in Zurich, set up an escape network on his own that helped over 200 internees reach France. Clandestinely meeting dozens of them in churches and cemeteries, he provided them with false passports and drove many of them to the frontier in his black sedan. At the border, Woods would enter a Swiss tavern that was connected to a French pub by an underground sewer line equipped with a telephone hookup. Woods used the phone to alert his French compatriots that a group of Americans was ready to come over. Running this freedom line took money, a lot of it for bribes, but Sam Woods had a steady supply of funds, courtesy of Thomas J. Watson, the founder and president of IBM, who channeled cash to Woods through his company's European office. As the ground war came closer to Switzerland, General Sam, so anointed by the flyers he spirited to freedom, was sought out by increasing numbers of airmen. Their chances of successful escape had greatly improved now that the German army had been driven from France and the American 7th Army, which landed in southern France on August 18, 1944, reached the Swiss border near Geneva. Around this time, General Hap Arnold received final reports from the investigations he had mounted earlier that summer to determine if American flyers were deliberately evading service by flying into neutral Switzerland and Sweden. Lieutenant Colonel James Wilson, Arnold's appointed representative, had talked with flyers on bomber bases in England and Italy for well over a month, but could find no evidence of a morale crisis. Even earlier, word had come back to Arnold from Air Force intelligence investigators that no crew, with the possible exception of one, has purposely landed in Sweden. Despite their generous treatment by the Swedes, most internees were eager to return to England, although some who had been seriously wounded had no burning desire to return to combat. It was also discovered that William Corcoran's sweeping charges against American airmen in Switzerland had been based on interviews with only 2 crews, and that Corcoran had probably been misled by the nonchalance and contempt for heroics displayed by most American airmen. What seems to have finally satisfied Arnold was a report from Alan Dulles, head of the OSS in Central Europe, with headquarters in Bern. Dulles, who used